Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto Izuno with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. All hail the powerhouse. Big sister is supreme. All hail the powerhouse. Hall Master of Wangsheng, +1 pain magnet, +1. Announcement: member Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge has been designated as the multiversal chat group owner. Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge? Spoilers are fun. That's a 6. Big Sister is supreme. That's a 6. Hall Master of Wangsheng, that's a 6. Pain Magnet, that's a 6. Haruto stared at the chat group interface, both confused and speechless. Huh? Why? He only sent a single one, so why did he suddenly become the group owner? Haruto strongly suspected that this multiversal chat group had a high level of intelligence, capable of detecting his inner thoughts. It probably realized that he planned to round up all the group members including the chat group itself, for containment. So it used the group owner role to bind him. To prevent him from going on a rampage, huh? Haruto felt like he had uncovered the truth. TCH, sometimes Anomalies being too smart isn't a good thing. Now even he felt a little embarrassed. Just then, a message popped up in the chat, addressed to Kotaro. Portal Daddy, Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge, may I ask? Do you truly wield the power of time? Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge, you could say that. A flood of reaction emojis filled the chat. The group members collectively displayed their awe and shock. Portal Daddy, I wish to ask you something. As payment, I am willing to offer anything. Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge, no need. Just ask. Portal Daddy, I have used the power of time in an attempt to save my beloved. She died at a specific moment. Portal Daddy, but no matter what I do, that point in time seems immutable, fate unbreakable. Portal Daddy, ancient texts refer to this as an absolute time point. If I forcibly alter it, the world will be thrown into chaos. What should I do? Haruto raised an eyebrow at this question from an if timeline version of Doctor Strange. He actually knew a bit about this guy. In that if timeline, Doctor Strange hadn't lost his hands in the pivotal car accident but had instead lost his beloved wife. After that, he tried every method available, even using the time stone to rewind time and change the past. But every single attempt failed. His beloved still died. It was as if time itself had a correction force. That so-called absolute time point, however, Haruto's evaluation of it was: people are just too weak. Haruto had modified timelines before. He had changed the fate of Itomori Town, and the timeline had shifted. Fate had indeed been altered. And the difference between them was: Haruto was strong, so strong that he could handle any butterfly effect caused by timeline alterations. In the if timeline, if Doctor Strange changed the outcome of that car accident, he would never become the Sorcerer Supreme. As a result, he wouldn't have enough power to handle the butterfly effect. But Haruto was different. When Haruto obtained the supreme divinity fragment known as the world, time lost all meaning to him. There's a phrase, one proof, eternal proof. With the supreme divinity in his grasp, Haruto existed as a conceptual being tied to that divinity at any point in time. No butterfly effect could ever change that. After pondering for a moment, Haruto replied. Candle Dragon, Fate's master, Lord of knowledge, every unfavorable situation in this world is merely a result of the individual's lack of ability. After this response was sent, the chat fell into a dead silence. At this moment, floating in the dark dimension in a pitch-black sorcerer's robe, Stephen Strange stared at the screen with wide eyes. When he asked about the absolute time point, he already knew the answer deep down. As someone who wielded the time stone and had repeatedly jumped between timelines, no one in this world knew the answer better than him. But for the sake of his beloved, this Doctor Strange still wanted to ask again, hoping for even the slightest glimmer of hope. However, the response he received was not the usual one. Because you interfered with the timeline, the butterfly effect is inevitable. Or, the timeline has corrective power, and under the convergence of worldlings, everything is unchangeable. Those were the answers he was already painfully familiar with. Yet, looking at the seemingly mocking reply on the chat panel, Dr. Strange's expression turned from shock to unprecedented excitement. Unfavorable situations are caused by the individual's lack of ability. In other words, as long as one is strong enough, any unfavorable situation can be reversed. Portal Daddy, I understand. I finally understand. Candle Dragon, Fate's master, Lord of knowledge, glad I could help. 0 inches spoilers are fun, am I just dumb? Why don't I get it? Pain Magnet, +1 blonde defeated dog, +1 whole master of Wangshan. By the way, does being the group owner come with any privileges? Hu Tao's words reminded everyone that this newly arrived powerhouse was already the group owner. Looking at that yellow hat icon before his name. Truly prestigious and awe-inspiring. Candle Dragon, Fate's master, Lord of knowledge, I can mute people, receive gifts, jump to a group member's world once a month, and activate missions. Haruto really wanted to add, I can't kick people. What a pity. Then he could have watched the group members tremble under the weight of his authority. But in the end, he suppressed that impulse. Because that would have been a little too evil. Just now, the group had been discussing how most transmigrators had an evil sense of humor. Haruto wasn't ready to reveal his identity just yet. Spoilers are fun, you can receive gifts. I understand now. The next moment, a notification popped up on the chat interface. Member Spoilers are fun has sent you a gift, and then Member Portal Daddy has sent you a gift, member. Haruto was suddenly buried under a mountain of gifts. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Haruto genuinely hadn't expected this outcome. But since it was a show of goodwill, he might as well open them, right? Kotaro started opening the red packets. Pain Magnet, who was actually Natsuki Subaru, had sent a bag of potato chips. It was a snack he had brought with him when he transmigrated. Judging by Subaru's behavior in the group chat, he was probably still new to his world, still in his timid, cautious phase. If it were the later version of him. Though the gift was small, the thought counted. Meanwhile, Hu Tao, the Hall Master of Wangshan, had sent her signature dish, the Ghostly March. Looking at the dish, which was emitting wisps of ghostly white smoke, Haruto fell into deep thought. He was indeed looking for a chef, but it absolutely couldn't be Hu Tao. When it came to cooking, Hu Tao was second only to that village girl who could make judgment time. And the real heavyweights were the gifts from Doctor Strange and his fellow transmigrator. Doctor Strange's red packet contained a dark magic codex. It was a massive, forbidden tome filled with countless forbidden spells. Additionally, alongside the book, there was a large mass of dark energy. It seemed to be dark energy that Doctor Strange had absorbed from the dark dimension. Haruto casually tossed it into his Kamyu dimension. Studying dark magic later might not be a bad idea. And from his fellow transmigrator, SUU. A full-body black tight suit? Holding up the suit, Haruto raised an eyebrow. The suit had circular rings at the joints, neck, wrists, and muscle points, glowing with a faint blue light. Chapter 160, Gant's World, Night Parade of 100 Demons, Boss, Nararahan. Looking at the tight-fitting black suit made of a gel-like material, with faintly glowing blue rings scattered across it, Haruto was slightly surprised. It seemed that his fellow transmigrator's world was far from peaceful. This suit looked familiar. Gant's Killing City, if his guess was correct, this should be part of the Gant's series of equipment. This tight suit contained a special protective liquid within its layers, capable of resisting and mitigating physical impact. The glowing blue rings were some kind of electrode devices. When activated, they could enhance the wearer's physical capabilities tenfold. This was high-tech gear produced by Gant's. Haruto put the suit away. Although the technological level of this suit was considered average by the Foundation standards, It still had its unique qualities and was worth researching. What intrigued Haruto even more was the world his fellow transmigrator came from. GANTS, as a computer-like technological program, existed to protect humanity from both yokai and aliens. Its method of protection was pulling selected individuals into its space, equipping them with specialized gear, and having them fight against extraterrestrial invaders in a game-like system. Through this process, it honed these chosen fighters. This meant that many battle-hardened warriors existed in that world, perfect candidates to be recruited as mobile task forces. Just then, a message popped up in the chat. Spoiler are fun, it's time for another GANTS mission. Good thing there's a powerhouse in the team, so I can just coast along. Pain Magnet, but SUU, didn't you say your team would face a squad-wide crisis later on? Hall Master of Wangshan, I remember now. Isn't it the fight against the night parade of 100 demons led by Nararahan? Even that top-tier fighter, Okahikiru, dies in this mission. Spoiler are fun, come on, it's still too early for that. We should be fine for now. Spoiler are fun, oh no, oh no. The mission this time is against Nararahan. A series of exclamation marks flooded the chat. As a spoiler fanatic, SUU had long since shared details about her world. In the current GANTS world, her team was destined to face a squad-wide crisis at some point. Even Okahikiru, the strongest human in that world, died during the night parade of 100 demons. Although SUU had been coasting along in her team, she had been improving little by little, staying cautious. But she hadn't expected the disaster to arrive so soon. Even with the chat group's support, she wasn't strong enough to surpass Okahikiru yet. As exclamation marks filled the chat, Haruto noticed a new notification. Member Spoiler Arfun is facing a crisis. Task function triggered. You have obtained this member's world coordinates. You can now assign a rescue mission, world coordinates. A smirk appeared on Haruto's lips. This was perfect timing. He had been looking for coordinates anyway. Closing the chat group panel, Haruto opened the containment system panel and imported the obtained coordinate power. Notice, a portion of coordinate power has been acquired. A teleportation gate to the corresponding coordinate world can be opened, target world, GANTS. Do you wish to open the teleportation gate? Haruto chose no for now. SUU wasn't in urgent need yet, so he decided to prepare at the containment station first. At the same time, within the multiversal chat group, Spoiler Arfun had activated the video function. On screen, a cute black-haired, black-eyed girl was making a miserable face, looking as if the world was ending. Her full name was Hashimiya SUU, a transmigrator. But today, SUU felt that her journey as a transmigrator was about to come to an end. Behind her stood over a dozen figures. Like SUU, they all wore tight black bodysuits, with dim blue rings glowing at their joints and muscle points. Many of them had strange black pistols holstered at their waists, along with equipment that looked like sword hilts without blades. Leading them was a man with a firm face and a resolute expression. He was Okahikiru, and at that moment, his full attention was fixed on the screen displayed on a massive black sphere in the room. In the allotted time, eliminate this target, or the entire team will be erased. A cold mechanical voice sounded as an image of an old, strange-looking man appeared on the black sphere. Beneath the image, the name of this old man was displayed, Nararahan. Hey, Oka, do you really need to be so tense every single time? We've cleared so many rounds of this game already, it's a piece of cake. A slouching delinquent placed a hand on Okahikiru's shoulder. This was the Black Sphere Osaka team. Under Okahikiru's leadership, veteran members rarely died in missions, and at most, only a few newcomers perished. Furthermore, completing the mission and killing the target granted scores from the Black Sphere. Reaching 100 points allowed one to choose between leaving the game, resurrecting a person, or obtaining powerful equipment. Up to this point, Okahikiru had already earned 100 points 7 times. Other members of the team had also accumulated multiple 100-point rewards. All of these points had been spent on obtaining powerful equipment. As a result, the Osaka team's gear was now strong enough to crush most of their assigned targets. This led to a certain level of complacency. Oka brushed off the delinquent's hand without a word. So dull. You're always the same, Oka. The delinquent laughed awkwardly and walked away to join the others. Most of the other members shared his relaxed attitude, appearing nonchalant about the mission. Noticing the pale-faced SUU, the delinquent smirked. Hey, SUU, you don't look so good. Want me to comfort you a little? His expression was lecherous. Without hesitation, SUU flipped him off. She had no time to deal with his foul mouth. Her mind was racing, trying to figure out how to survive this mission. Seeing her reaction, the delinquent clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH, acting all high and mighty for a freeloader. Whatever, I don't have the patience for this. Might as well let her die in this mission. He muttered under his breath. At that moment, a strange symphony played from the black sphere. The mission had begun. Seconds later, red laser lines appeared, scanning across the bodies of everyone in the room. Wherever the lasers passed, those body parts vanished instantly. No one was surprised. Strangely enough, the veteran members, including the delinquent, hadn't realized that no newcomers had joined this time. One by one, as the lasers completed their scans, they all disappeared from the room. The next moment, they found themselves in a city under the night sky. A nearby street sign read Tokyo. Along with them, a large number of weapons and equipment had also been transported. There were black, unusual sniper rifles, strangely shaped gravity guns, and futuristic wheel-shaped motorcycles. These were all high-tier weapons acquired through game completions. The delinquent and his companions quickly grabbed their weapons, hopped onto their motorcycles, and prepared for another night of carnage. To them, this was just another form of entertainment. Meanwhile, Oka picked up his special armor and vanished using its stealth function. He was always a loner, and the others were used to it by now. SUU, however, walked over to the weapons and picked up a sniper rifle. This action caught the delinquent's attention. "Oh? So you're actually planning to fight this time, SUU?" Usually, SUU avoided using heavy weapons, opting to clean up small monsters and rely on Oka to clear the mission. SUU didn't reply. She simply activated her armor's stealth function and disappeared. The delinquent's smirk disappeared instantly. As the wheel-shaped motorcycles roared to life, the Osaka team members sped through the nighttime city. Gradually, strange creatures began appearing in the streets. Faceless kabuki actors, one-eyed kappa, massive twin-tailed nekomata, and multi-armed, weapon-wielding puppets. These were all creatures from Japanese folklore, part of the legendary Hyaki Yagyo, the night parade of 100 demons. The delinquent and his team members moved through the streets, lazily shooting at passing yokai with their black weapons. When the guns' barrels glowed with a dim blue light, no visible bullets were fired. Instead, after a short delay, an energy explosion would occur at a locked-on location, blasting the target apart. The way they acted, it was as if they were playing a shooting game at a festival. After all, with their reinforced gear, most yokai posed no real threat to them. Meanwhile, SUU. After activating stealth mode, SUU followed the city map toward Tokyo Plaza. That was where the final battle would take place. She needed to set up in advance. Otherwise, there was no chance of surviving against Nararahan. This mission's boss, Nararahan, has 5 forms. Every time it's killed, it revives in a stronger form. Its 5th form, the Minotaur Demon King, is practically godlike, its speed and strength are monstrous. Its eyes can shoot lasers that easily slice through black ball equipment. Its claws can tear apart protective suits, even reinforced ones. But most terrifying of all, Nararahan has a unique trait: any attack it anticipates will be nullified. Any attack it understands the source of will deal no damage. That's how it wipes out the Osaka team. And even kills Okahikiru. SUU explained via the chat group's video. She had turned on the video out of fear, wanting to talk to her group members. She also hoped to use their intelligence to figure out a way to survive. Pain Magnet, that ability is completely ridiculous. Doesn't that mean it's impossible to defeat? Portal Daddy, so only unexpected attacks can hurt it? Portal Daddy, so your plan is to snipe it from a hidden spot and land a surprise fatal shot? As messages popped up, SUU nodded but still looked anxious. That's the plan, but the success rate is low. The 5th form has insane vitality, and its laser attack can sweep a huge area. If I fail to kill it in one shot and it figures out my location, I don't have protagonist-level plot armor. Chapter 161, Ashiana, Great Tengu, and the annihilation of the Osaka team. As she spoke, SUU had already reached a building opposite Tokyo Plaza. She drew the black hilt from her waist, and the moment it was in her hand, a blade of laser light extended from it. With a single slash, she cut through the locked door and entered the building. This high-rise had an excellent vantage point and directly overlooked the final battlefield, making it the ideal sniping position. While climbing the stairs, a sharp, eerie laugh suddenly echoed through the stairwell. SUU's steps paused momentarily, but she continued ascending without stopping. The members of the chat group watching the video were all on edge. Blonde defeated dog, that laugh is so creepy. Are there monsters here too? Pain Magnet, SUU usually coasts through these things. She wouldn't get taken down by some small fry, right? Hall Master of Wangshan, she should be fine. I believe in her. Portal Daddy, even though SUU usually slacks off, she's been training for this wipeout crisis. She's got this. Big Sister is supreme. By the way, where is he? He disappeared right after collecting his gifts. At this moment, SUU had no time to check the chat. With her hand resting on the hilt of her blade, she remained fully alert as she swiftly climbed higher. Just as she reached another flight of stairs, a ghastly white figure suddenly lunged at her from the exit above. The figure appeared to be a woman dressed in all white, but her skin was even paler than her clothing, with black, viscous liquid dripping from her face. Suu ducked swiftly, narrowly avoiding the figure's pounce. A sharp, ear-piercing metallic screech followed the creature's clawed fingers had effortlessly sliced through the stair railing behind her. And that was solid metal. Without hesitation, Suu executed a smooth backflip, her long blade slicing toward the creature's back. The laser edge met no resistance, effortlessly cutting the monster in half. Black blood splattered everywhere. Without pausing, Suu stepped forward and drove her laser blade straight through the creature's skull. More dark blood sprayed out in torrents. Finishing the job, this was a habit she had cultivated since the beginning of her journey as a transmigrator. Sheathing her blade, Suu turned away without a second glance at the Sudoku-like monster and continued ascending the stairwell. Pain magnet. Blonde defeated dog, wow, that was so cool. Hall Master of Wangshan, Suu has honed her skills over time. She can overcome fear, ordinary monsters won't even touch her. After dealing with the Sudoku-like creature, Suu encountered no further enemies and reached the upper floors smoothly. However, she didn't proceed all the way to the rooftop. The highest point would be too conspicuous. Instead, she entered a floor below and selected a room, rolling inside cautiously. Keeping herself hidden, she approached the window, remaining cloaked in invisibility and using the curtains as cover to observe the scene outside. The final battle hadn't begun yet. Suu remembered that during the Hyaki Yagyo, the boss Nararahan had overlooked the battlefield from a high vantage point. If she were discovered prematurely, everything would fall apart. Through her sniper scope, Suu scanned the area and soon found her target. Just as expected, the eerie old man and a massive Tengu were perched atop a high point in Tokyo Plaza. After a single glance, Suu withdrew her sight. Some monster bosses had extremely keen senses, staring too long might alert them. Instead, she shifted her gaze downward. And what she saw made her frown. The delinquent leader of the Osaka team had arrived near the plaza on his motorcycle, along with his teammates. And they were sitting on the roadside, eating snacks. This blackball mission was happening in the real Tokyo. This wasn't a simulated space. In other words, countless civilians were still present in the city. Just ahead of the delinquent and his group, a monster was slaughtering innocent people. Yet they paid no mind, continuing to eat and drink. Suu raised her sniper rifle. Portal Daddy, Suu, stay calm. If you fire now, you'll be discovered immediately, and it's all over. Blonde defeated dog, yeah. If you get caught now, you won't be able to kill Nararahan. You'll just die. Pain magnet, these guys are trash. How can they be so indifferent to human lives? Hall Master of Wangshan, people who disregard life are disgusting. Big Sister is supreme, sickening, but stay calm. For the sake of saving more people, you have to endure. After taking several deep breaths, Suu managed to suppress her anger and didn't pull the trigger. If she didn't kill Nararahan herself, the story might not follow its original course. In the original events, Nararahan was essentially forced into a plot-driven death. Otherwise, even someone as strong as Okahikiru had been instantly killed by him. No one in this world should have been able to defeat Nararahan. At that moment, another disturbance erupted on the other side of the Tokyo River. A massive presence stirred the water. A colossal, horned beast, over 100 meters tall, was wading through the river. Compared to it, Tokyo's towering buildings looked minuscule. It was Ashiana, the largest monster in the Hyaki Yagyo. In Black Ball missions, all monsters were assigned point values. The stronger the monster, the higher the points. Even the final bosses of regular missions were typically only worth a few dozen points. But Ashiana was worth a staggering 76 points. And even more terrifying, Ashiana wasn't the final boss of this mission, nor was it even the strongest elite enemy. Ashiana was advancing toward the plaza. With the crowd gathered there, it could easily massacre thousands of civilians. Just then, the air in front of Ashiana twisted violently. From within the distortion, a massive black mech materialized, blocking Ashiana's path. The mech was even larger than Ashiana itself, its entire body wrapped in thick black cables, resembling a Jaeger from Pacific Rim. Okahikiru was piloting it. In Black Ball, high-level equipment was categorized into different tiers. After reaching 100 points for the first time, players could only redeem basic advanced gear like gravity guns. Only after exhausting those options could they obtain second-tier equipment like high-speed bikes and advanced suits. And only after acquiring all those could they finally exchange for a mech like this one. Okahikiru had reached 100 points 7 times, an utterly monstrous feat. Now, the mech and Ashiana clashed. A thunderous boom shook the area. Ashiana roared, swinging a massive fist that sent the mech staggering backward. Although Okahikiru's skills were formidable, The mech's sheer size caused a delay in response time. Fortunately, it was armed. The mech took a few steps back, and a compartment at its waist opened. A massive, 10-meter-long blade ejected. Okuhikiru gripped the hilt and drew the blade in one fluid motion. The black sword, crackling with electric arcs, sliced through the Tokyo night. A terrifying wave of energy erupted, bisecting Ashiana in a single stroke. A scene beyond belief. Blonde defeated dog, it feels like I'm watching a sci-fi movie. Pain magnet, and even this isn't enough to kill Nararahan? Whole master of Wangshan, according to SUU, no. Size alone won't matter against him. SUU inhaled deeply. Okuhikiru was unbelievably strong. But knowing that something existed that could instantly kill even him, that was truly terrifying. Portal Daddy, it's here. SUU, watch carefully. At that moment, a message from Dr. Strange snapped everyone out of their awe at the mecha. In the center of the plaza, the Osaka team members, having had their fill of fun, had begun slaughtering the yokai indiscriminately. Suddenly, a towering creature over 3 meters tall, with enormous black wings on its back, descended into the heart of the plaza. Great Tengu. It grabbed an Osaka team member with one hand. Before he could even struggle, the creature effortlessly crushed him to death. The protective suit only held out for a brief moment before the protective fluid leaked out from his neck. The Great Tengu casually discarded the lifeless body to the ground and then stomped it into pulp. It then let out an enraged roar toward the remaining Osaka team members. But the delinquent guy remained indifferent even after witnessing this scene. Even if a teammate died, it wasn't something he cared about. Lifting his gravity gun, delinquent guy smirked with disdain. "Huh? You're getting all cocky just for killing a small fry?" As he pulled the trigger, an invisible yet tangible shockwave descended from above. For most monsters, there was only one outcome when facing a gravity gun, being crushed into a bloody pulp. It was a terrifying weapon capable of creating a 1-meter-deep crater in solid concrete. The shockwave landed on the Great Tengu. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and a deep pit formed on the ground, filled with blood. Delinquent guy sneered. Pathetic. He laughed as he walked toward the blood-filled crater. Yet inside that crater, something stirred. The Great Tengu, its wings crushed and its body covered in blood, was slowly climbing out. The sight made delinquent guy frown. Still struggling? He aimed the gravity gun at the Great Tengu again and pulled the trigger. Once more, blood splattered. But this time, the Great Tengu merely bent under the pressure, it didn't fall back into the pit. Delinquent guy's expression momentarily froze before contorting into a snarl. He began firing repeatedly. Yet despite the relentless pressure of the shockwaves, the Great Tengu stood up, little by little. Then, during a brief gap between shots, it grabbed delinquent guy. As his terrified screams filled the air, the Great Tengu lifted him high above the ground. "Help me. Somebody help me." Delinquent guy screamed in panic. But the other Osaka team members merely watched, as if they were enjoying a show. "Hey bro, quit messing around and finish that thing off. Yeah, if you keep dragging this out, it's gonna get boring. Hurry up and kill it so we can move on to the boss." Their words shattered what little composure delinquent guy had left. Chapter 162, The Help Arrives. After obtaining high-level equipment, they had always maintained a careless attitude toward monsters. Sometimes, they even used the monsters as mere playthings. Now, even as delinquent guy found himself in a desperate situation, his teammates still thought he was just messing around. Not only did no one step in to save him, but instead, everyone was shouting at him to stop messing around and hurry up to kill the Great Tengu. However, as the pressure on his body continued to increase, the delinquent guy could see protective fluid leaking from his neck. That meant his protective suit was about to fail. Using his last ounce of strength, he pulled out an ordinary gun from his waist, aimed at the Great Tengu's head, and pulled the trigger. Yet, the moment he did, he was crushed to death. Blood splattered, and his body was reduced to pulp. Ordinary guns had a delay. The delinquent guy didn't live long enough for the delay to end. After his death, the Great Tengu's head suddenly exploded and fell back into the pool of blood. This scene left the Osaka team staring at each other in disbelief. Even when he died, they still couldn't quite believe it. And at that moment, tap, tap, tap. A crisp sound echoed. Everyone turned around and saw an eerie old man walking toward them in wooden clogs. They all recognized him as it was the final boss, Nararahan. Immediately, someone rushed forward, drawing the blade from their waist and slashing at the strange old man. However, the old man twisted his body and narrowly dodged the laser blade. The rest of the Osaka team charged in as well, slashing at the old man from all directions. Yet, no matter how dense the barrage of blades, the eerie old man dodged them with ease as if he was toying with them. At one point, when a member swung his sword, the old man even stepped onto the blade. It was as if he had lost interest. Stepping out of the flurry of attacks, The old man walked toward the blood pool where the Great Tengu had died. Looking at the fallen Great Tengu, the eerie old man shook his head. Several members of the Osaka team, furious, raised their guns and pulled the triggers. After a brief delay, multiple explosions erupted on the old man's body. But strangely, there was no blood, no flesh splattering as if he were just a balloon being popped. The dismembered old man turned to look at the Osaka team with a twisted grin. The next moment, his body began to expand, spreading outward as if multiplying uncontrollably. Several Osaka team members who failed to escape in time were swallowed up, becoming part of the creature. Nararahan's second form, hell of female flesh. A massive creature composed of countless human bodies rose from the ground. It had the shape of a human, but upon closer inspection, every part of it was made up of headless women's bodies. A sight straight out of hell. And the moment hell of female flesh emerged, a blade gleaming with electric arcs sliced through the air. Just as Nararahan's second form appeared, it was immediately shredded by the blade, sending flesh and blood flying. At some point, Oka, piloting his mech, had hidden in the square. The moment hell of female flesh appeared, he launched a surprise attack. Seeing this, Suu, who had been lying in wait from afar, clenched his fists. I told Oka about Nararahan's 5 forms and abilities before the mission started. In the original timeline, he figured out Nararahan's traits through battle. This time, knowing them in advance, he launched a preemptive strike. A small change, but perhaps it will increase our chances of victory. Pain Magnet, Oka is so strong. Knowing the traits in advance, he might be able to cut through Nararahan entirely. Blonde defeated dog, yeah. It's like having a game guide beforehand. His win rate should be high. Portal Daddy, I doubt it. At that moment, back in the square, hell of female flesh was shredded into pieces, collapsing into a pile of flesh. But from within that mass of flesh, countless black tentacles emerged, writhing upwards. The tentacles intertwined, forming a goat skull at the top, shaping into a monstrous tentacle-headed goat. This was Nararahan's third form. Without hesitation, Oka, still piloting his mech, slashed again. A blade of pure electricity tore through the air. In an instant, countless tentacles were severed. But unlike the second form, there was no splatter of blood and flesh. The next moment, the severed tentacles reattached, continuing to shape the goat-headed body. It wasn't that the third form had greater regenerative abilities, it was because Oka was no longer an unseen attacker. His attack was no longer a surprise, so, no matter how strong his strike, it would not deal any damage to Nararahan. But at that moment Oka did something shocking. He charged straight toward Nararahan in his mech. The next second the mech suddenly disassembled. Cables and mechanical parts rained down like a collapsing building. Seeing this, the multiversal chat group exploded with reactions. Pain Magnet, what's happening? Why is Oka abandoning his mech? Blonde defeated dog, this. Isn't he doomed now? Big Sister is supreme, a great swordsman always has their own judgment. Portal Daddy, I see now. Oka is a high IQ fighter. By abandoning and dismantling his mech, he creates chaos, allowing him to hide once again. Only through surprise can he land a fatal strike. And just as Doctor Strange sent his message within the falling mech debris, a brilliant white light shone. Countless tentacles were instantly obliterated by the white light, shattering into pieces. The goat head, which had just formed, was torn apart. Emerging from the wreckage, Oka, now wearing a special combat suit. Using the chaos and cover from the mech's destruction, he had successfully hidden himself and launched a surprise attack. Nararahan's third form dead. As the wreckage settled and the dust cleared, 2 figures stood in the smoke. One was Oka, clad in his special combat suit. The other was a towering 2-meter bald brute. This was Nararahan's fourth form. Though it had lost its massive body, this form was far more terrifying than the previous ones. I see. You seem to know my traits. But why? How do you know? The bald brute spoke, staring at Oka. Oka remained silent from his suit, 2 blades extended, held at his elbows. You don't want to answer? Fine. It doesn't matter. As long as I kill you, the others are no threat. No matter what you know, it's not enough. With that, the bald brute charged forward, swinging his fist. Oka dodged swiftly. His elbow blade slashed, cutting the brute in half. The brute folded backward, but no blood flowed. The wound instantly healed. And then the brute's elbows sprouted blades just like Oka. Nararahan's fourth form learning. Once again, the 2 rushed toward each other, clashing in battle. This time, the bald man mimicked the very martial technique Oka had just displayed, sweeping his elbow blade in an attack. Oka quickly bent down to evade, barely avoiding the strike. The metallic cables of his specialized protective suit were easily severed by the bald man's blade. In the first round, Oka had the upper hand. In the second round, he fell into a disadvantage. The most terrifying aspect of Nararahan's fourth form was its horrifyingly fast learning ability. At this rate, Oka might be cut down instantly. For the third time, the two charged at each other. However, just before their blades met, Oka's specialized protective suit suddenly released a massive burst of steam. The steam instantly engulfed everything around them. The bald old man swung his elbow blade, slashing straight through what was in front of him, cleaving it cleanly in two. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was only an empty protective suit. At the same moment Oka had shed his suit, he had already maneuvered behind the bald man. The blade at his waist unsheathed, making a one decisive stroke. The bald man was sliced in half. This time, blood sprayed everywhere. The Nararahan's fourth form dead. After slaying the fourth form, Oka suddenly collapsed to the ground. Suu watched this scene with a mix of surprise and confusion. According to the original scenario, Oka, after killing the fourth form, should have immediately fled and attempted to hide once more. However, because the fifth form of the Oka possessed an extremely powerful sense of perception, Oka was eventually found and instantly killed. But at this moment, Osaka team's communicator suddenly crackled to life. Oka's voice came through. Suu, just as you said, Nararahan can only be killed by an attack it doesn't anticipate. Next, I will wear the second set of specialized protective gear and face the fifth form of Nararahan. You haven't been detected by Nararahan yet. I'll act as bait, and you will be the one to kill it for good. Oka's voice was incomparably calm, without the slightest hesitation, as if he were merely stating an inevitable fact. Suu's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Oka to already know that he stood no chance against the fifth form of Nararahan. He was even willing to use his own life as bait so that she could finish off the creature. And indeed, this was the method with the highest chance of success. Pain magnet, Oka. Big sister is supreme, I see. Truly a swordsman worthy of respect. Hall master of Wangsheng, to have accepted death. A remarkable man. Blonde defeated dog, is this really the only way? As sorrow enveloped everyone, an unexpected change occurred in Tokyo Plaza. The fifth form of Nararahan had yet to appear. But on the other side, a twisted light suddenly emerged, gradually taking the shape of a gateway. Chapter 163, Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force, God's Wrath. Facing an invincible monster, this world's strongest warrior, Oka, decided to entrust his hopes to others. Beside the remains where the Nararahan was about to be resurrected, Oka calmly donned a second set of specially prepared protective armor. Although he knew full well that this armor wouldn't grant him even the slightest chance of victory, without it, he doubted he could even achieve his goal of stalling for time. Even knowing he was walking to his death, Oka remained composed. From a distant high-rise, Suu observed everything. As a transmigrator, Suu had initially believed she might be the so-called chosen protagonist. Unfortunately, she wasn't. After all, in such a desperate situation, Suu was powerless to change anything. She wasn't even confident he could fulfill Oka's request, to truly kill the Nararahan. How could such a hopeless predicament be that of a protagonist? As Suu took deep breaths, trying to calm her emotions and enter a sniping state, she saw something through his scope, a light that changed everything. A sudden anomaly appeared on the battlefield, a stream of light manifested out of thin air, spiraling into a portal. Oka instantly leaped up, raising both hands in a defensive stance, warily watching the glowing gate. And from within the portal, figures emerged. One after another, fully armed personnel stepped through. They wielded silver-colored weapons with flattened muzzles, their gun bodies emitting a white-hot glow. At their waists were numerous small canisters labeled with words like plasma, molten fire, and lightning. But the most striking feature was their attire. Each was encased in a dark red full-body exosuit. As they moved and breathed, parts of their armor flared with ember-like light, resembling a phoenix in the midst of rebirth. On their backs, 9 blood-red, fox-like tails swayed in a rhythmic motion, as if they were living weapons. After landing, these operatives swiftly raised their weapons and scanned their surroundings before forming ranks. Despite the blood and gore beneath their feet, they remained utterly unfazed, completely indifferent. Seeing this team emerge from the strange portal, Oka felt an immense pressure, not just from their equipment, but from their presence. These were battle-hardened warriors, their aura surpassing even his own in their silent defiance of life and death. From afar, Suu watched the scene through his scope, his eyes widening in shock. What are those? Suu was utterly baffled by this strange force. Could it be that the Black Sphere had realized the Osaka team couldn't handle the Nararahan and dispatched another team? It was possible. In the original story, the Hyakki Yagyo was handled jointly by the Osaka and Tokyo teams. But these people's equipment, their guns, their armor, they were entirely different from anything produced by the Black Sphere. Logically, as a Black Sphere combatant, Suu should have dismissed non-Black Sphere gear as inferior. Yet, looking at the silver-white weapons and the dark red, almost organic exoskeletons, he felt they vastly surpassed the Black Sphere's technology. The multi-dimensional chat group buzzed with discussions over this unexpected turn of events. Pain Magnet, who are these people? That armor is insane. Hall Master of Wangshan, I don't understand, but they seem really powerful. SUU, do you recognize them? Portal Daddy, these exosuits. I've seen similar design concepts in Tony Stark's database, but he hasn't realized them yet. Portal Daddy, the weapons they carry, the glowing sections of their guns, those are like mini arc reactor cold fusion cores. Portal Daddy, the level of technology these people possess is far beyond the black sphere of SUU's world. It even surpasses the so-called Iron Man of my world. Pain Magnet, hiss. That terrifying? Blonde defeated dog, are these people allies? Big Sister is supreme, wait a minute. Why does this armor style remind me of the SCP Foundation? Blonde defeated dog. SUU's gaze lingered on his interface, fixating on the message from Shinobu. SCP Foundation? SUU had only recently learned about that organization. A group that traversed worlds, containing anomalies, protecting humanity. And these people, weren't they precisely travelers from another world? At that moment, the final person stepped through the portal. Unlike the fully armored operatives, this individual wore only a simple white robe, blending in like any ordinary Tokyo passerby. Aside from his breathtakingly handsome features, he bore no other distinguishing traits. Yet, the heavily armed squad stood at attention, awaiting his command. President, we have arrived at the target world. Please issue your orders. The young man nodded. Commence the containment operation. Blonde defeated dog, it's Haru. I'm dead. It's really Haru. So cool, so cool, so cool. Perhaps because they were only communicating through text and couldn't see each other face to face, Airi let loose completely. Enter message confirmed what the multi-dimensional chat group members had suspected. The youth was indeed the powerful existence they had discussed before, the one who traversed worlds to contain anomalies, Haruto. Big Sister is supreme, so it's that guy. TCH, as much as I hate to admit it, now that he's here, there's nothing to worry about. Pain Magnet, this is the legendary SCP Foundation president? His entrance alone is next level. Hall Master of Wangshan, oh my, a very handsome young man. His aura is also incredibly calm, quite similar to a certain guest of my house. Blonde defeated loser, hyperventilating. Portal Daddy, Airi, please calm down. On the battlefield, following Haruto's order, the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force dispersed, systematically eliminating and containing all anomalies. Oka hesitated, raising his hand as if to speak. He wanted to warn them, these yokai were nothing like ordinary beasts. Conventional firearms would barely scratch them. But as he observed the ember-like glow of their armor, he felt. Maybe there was no need to warn them. And indeed, his assumption was correct. Soon, the Nine-Tailed Fox operatives encountered their first enemy. A massive, 4 to 5 meter tall, one-eyed, one-armed, green-skinned monster charged at them. One operative simply stopped, raised his weapon, and fired. No gunfire. No muzzle flash. Not even recoil. A moment later, the charging monster's head exploded in a shower of blood and flesh. It collapsed, lifeless. To the ordinary eye, it was impossible to discern how the creature had died. But through the enhanced optics of his specialized armor, Oka zoomed in and finally saw the projectile that had slain the yokai. A small, silver-white, coin-like bullet. Even Oka was stunned. Such a weapon. Terrifying beyond measure. No delay, pure physical force, yet no recoil whatsoever. Compared to this, the Black Sphere's energy weapon seemed crude. At that moment, a voice spoke beside him. That's the God's Rada dual-purpose kinetic and energy electromagnetic rifle. Upon hearing this, Oka immediately understood the weapon's principle. It was a handheld railgun. An electromagnetic accelerator firing rigid metal slugs at devastating speed and mass. But how was it powered? Conventional railguns required massive energy supplies, how had they miniaturized it into such a sleek, silver-white gun? And dual-purpose? Could it also fire energy-based attacks? Soon, Oka stopped thinking. Their technology was beyond comprehension. Who are you people? Oka had dropped his guard completely, asking with curiosity rather than suspicion. We are the SCP Foundation. Our duty is to contain, secure, and protect humanity from anomalies. Haruto spoke indifferently, his gaze lingering on the remains of flesh and blood not far away. Within him, something was in the process of resurrecting. If he acted now, he could easily crush it. However, Haruto was somewhat interested in this creature from the original storyline, the fifth form of the Nararahan, which called itself a god. Besides, with him here, a mere Nararahan was nothing to be concerned about. Oka heard his words and wanted to ask something else. But at that moment, the remains underwent an abnormal change. A red laser shot through the remains and pierced the sky. A pair of grayish-white skeletal hands tore apart the flesh and blood. A humanoid monster, crowned with a white skull, its eye sockets glowing red, and surrounded by bone spikes, emerged from the remains. The fifth form of the Nararahan Demon King. Oka immediately raised his hands, preparing to attack, but Haruto reached out and stopped him. Facing the terrifyingly oppressive skeletal Demon King, Haruto stepped forward, one step at a time. From a distance, Suu watched the scene unfold, her eyes widening in shock. That was the fifth form of the Nararahan, a being that even claimed to be a god. A monster powerful enough to destroy Earth. Pain magnet, blonde defeated dog, Haruto just walked over like that. Is this really okay? Golden defeated dog, I don't know either. Haruto won't get into trouble, right? Big sister is supreme. I've never seen this guy fight, but according to Wings of Freedom, even a so-called god is nothing more than a containment object to him. Portal Daddy, just from the footage, it's hard to tell. Should I pull the trigger now? Suu hesitated. But in the next moment, she abandoned the idea. Because in the center of the plaza, Haruto, who had walked up to the skeletal Demon King, reached out and tore off one of its arms. Chapter 164, Haruto, take me with you. How can I live without you? Haruto walked up to the towering skeleton Demon King. Nararahan was a highly intelligent being, it did not lose rationality just because it transformed. Even in its fourth form, it had already demonstrated the ability to communicate with humans. And now, in its fifth form, it didn't rush to kill but instead stared in confusion at the young man standing before it. During the Hyaki Yagyo, Nararahan had positioned itself at the highest vantage point, observing everything. Its final conclusion was that only Oka posed a threat. Only this human, equipped with the Black Sphere and possessing exceptional battle intelligence, was a danger to it. But then, what was this boy walking toward it? The Nararahan was puzzled. Human? The Nararahan raised its skeletal arm and pointed its sharp bony finger at Haruto, trying to probe further. And in the next moment, Haruto simply reached out and ripped. The Nararahan's arm was torn off at the root, blood and flesh spraying from the shoulder. Before everyone's stunned eyes, Haruto casually ripped off the creature's arm and tossed it aside. The Nararahan staggered back, its hollow eye sockets flashing with intense red light, filled with terror. It couldn't comprehend, how could this human, standing right in front of it, rip off its arm and actually hurt it? Suu, witnessing this scene, completely abandoned the idea of launching a preemptive attack. Her mind, 743, even began forming some ridiculous thoughts. For some reason, in front of this young man, the Nararahan actually seemed weak. Even kind of pitiful. Multiversal chat group, Pain Magnet, what just happened? How did Haruto ignore the Nararahan's traits? Blonde defeated dog, Haruto is the strongest. So cool. I'm in love, in love. Big sister is supreme, TSK, according to Big Sis sources, even Mizn is just a lesser being to him. So that wasn't an exaggeration? Portal Daddy, it seems to be some sort of spatial power. It didn't ignore the Nararahan's traits, it directly severed its arm using a force that bypassed its defenses. Back in the real world, Haruto spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. Cooperate with containment, or I will execute you. Nararahan stumbled back 2 steps, clutching its severed arm while staring at Haruto. This is impossible. To humans, I am a god. A god possesses absolute authority. There are many gods in this world, I am merely one of them, but that is an undeniable truth. In the original storyline, these lines were meant to be a fear-inducing monologue, showcasing Nararahan's overwhelming power over humanity. But now, they were nothing more than desperate self-reassurances. Haruto raised an eyebrow. A god? You think you're a god? Sorry, but you don't even qualify as a false god. Upon seeing the Nararahan's true form, Haruto was greatly disappointed. He had assumed that a monster claiming to be a god would at least be on the level of a false god. False gods were reality warpers like the Little Witch, beings with the potential to ascend into divine concepts. But standing before Haruto was nothing more than a weak skeleton monster. A creature that couldn't even defeat an undying lizard. Perhaps enraged, Nararahan's eyes flashed red, firing laser beams at Haruto. Wherever the lasers passed, the marble floor was instantly sliced like tofu, the edges of the cuts melting into molten rock. Yet Haruto remained motionless. A black wing suddenly sprouted from his back, shielding him. The red laser, capable of cutting through anything, was instantly neutralized upon touching the wing, as if it had become nothing more than a harmless toy. Well then, execution it is. Haruto's voice remained indifferent. After all, the current Foundation site didn't have the ideal containment conditions for Nararahan, and its adaptive evolution abilities were quite troublesome. As the black wings spread open, a pair of crimson eyes emerged. In the next instant, Nararahan's limbs, torso, and neck all simultaneously exploded, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. The so-called god was instantly reduced to fragments. With the clatter of bones hitting the ground, the final boss of the Hyakki Yagyo was defeated. System notification, Nararahan slain. Oka's eyes widened in disbelief. The boss that had seemed invincible to him was effortlessly slaughtered. At that moment, members of the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force returned. Sir, all anomalies within Tokyo have been either contained or terminated. However, the scope of this anomaly outbreak was too large. We may need to apply global memory wiping protocols. The squad captain reported the situation. Haruto simply waved a hand. Take the contained anomalies back to the site. I'll figure out how to handle the cleanup. Oh, and take those skeleton remains with you. Hand them over to the researchers, they might be useful. This wasn't the main world. The exposure of anomalies was inevitable here. Besides, Haruto remembered that the Black Sphere possessed memory wiping technology. He would check on it later. With that order given, the Nine-Tailed Fox members gathered the scattered Nararahan remains and returned to the Foundation site via the dimensional portal. Haruto then temporarily closed the portal. Although he planned to maintain a connection to this world, he couldn't just leave an open portal in the middle of Tokyo's plaza. At that moment, a girl came running from the distance. Haruto looked at her, black hair, black eyes, and an adorable face with slightly chubby cheeks. She gave him a sense of familiarity. Though they weren't from the same world, at least they were both transmigrators from Earth. Suu ran up to Tokyo Plaza and, upon looking up, found herself staring into the eyes of the legendary powerhouse. She immediately stopped, her breathing turning erratic. I'm Suu. May I ask your name? She already knew Haruto's name from the multiversal chat group. But she didn't want to reveal the chat group immediately, so she asked conventionally. What she didn't know was that the person before her was a lurker in the group. Haruto smiled. I'm Haruto, a member of the SCP Foundation, designation 051. It's nice to meet you, Suu. That gentle voice, that warm and refreshing smile, it instantly captured Suu's heart. Before, she had been on the fence about the ongoing debate in the chat group regarding Haruto. But now, she had firmly chosen her side. She was part of the Haruto fan club. The reason was simple: Haruto was not only strong and handsome but also gentle. She was completely in love. Meanwhile, Haruto was monitoring the multiversal chat group. Messages were flooding in. Blonde defeated dog, big sister is supreme, speak up, hater. Big sister is supreme, being charming doesn't erase his mischievous side. Blonde defeated dog, you're just in denial. Haruto is the most gentle and righteous being, silently protecting humanity. Toil in darkness, serve the light, how can you still slander him? Big sister is supreme, tch. I will never forgive him for taking my sister. Pain magnet, does Haruto really have a mischievous side? His aura reminds me of a friend. Hall Master of Wangshan, are you referring to Reinhardt? Their auras do feel similar. Spoilers are fun, I am Haruto's loyal dog. Pain magnet? Blonde defeated dog? Big sister is supreme? Hall Master of Wangshan? Portal Daddy, Suu is going crazy again. Not long ago, she even claimed to be Kamisato Ayaka's loyal dog. Spoilers are fun, ahem. I got carried away, don't mind me. Haruto glanced at the chat window, then at Suu, who looked completely unfazed, and was momentarily speechless. So this was the difference between the internet and reality? If he revealed himself as the group admin now, Suu would definitely suffer a social death. Haruto's lips curled up uncontrollably. But in the end, he held back. Not because he couldn't bear to see a beautiful girl embarrass herself, rather. If he exposed himself now, wouldn't he miss out on all the future entertainment? He should collect more of these moments, then one day drop a bombshell revelation. With that thought, Haruto quietly took a screenshot in the group chat. Messages continued to flood in, while in reality, Suu and Oko bowed deeply to Haruto in gratitude for saving their lives. Haruto simply waved his hand and said, no need for that. Containing anomalies and protecting humanity, that is the SCP Foundation's duty. It's my responsibility. Upon hearing this, Suu immediately asked, can we join the SCP Foundation? Compared to Black Sphere, the Foundation was clearly the better choice. Following Black Sphere meant constantly facing life and death missions. Even with a powerhouse like Oka on their side, sooner or later, they'd run into a god-tier boss like Nararahan. Getting wiped out was just a matter of time. However, Suu couldn't reveal her affiliation with Black Sphere, otherwise, she'd be executed by it. Haruto naturally understood Suu's implication and smiled. Of course, you're welcome. Just then, a red scanning light began to rise over Suu and Okahikiro's bodies. Their physical forms started to fade away. Clearly, The Hyaki Yagio mission had ended, and they were being transported back to the Black Ball room. SUU panicked and shouted, "Haruto, I'm being teleported away. But I'll be back soon." After the mission settlement, they would be free to return to society for a while. SUU was determined to rush back and be a freeloader. "SUU, take me with you, Haruto. I can't survive without you." What she really wanted was to follow Haruto and leave the world of Black Ball behind, freeing herself from its control. However, Haruto simply said, "No worries, I'll come with you. I'm quite interested in the force behind you as well." The moment those words left his mouth, SUU and Oka were dumbfounded. Was he saying he was coming with them to the Black Ball room? But how? They were always teleported in. The room didn't exist in reality. And the first time they entered, it was only after their deaths that they suddenly found themselves inside. How was he planning to? Chapter 165, The True Essence of the SCP Foundation. Humanity cannot live in darkness. Just as SUU and Oka were contemplating how to hack into the Black Sphere room, Haruto shifted his gaze toward the red scanning lines uploading their bodies. Their forms seemed to break down into streams of data, soaring toward the sky. At the same time, Haruto was attempting to analyze this data with his own eyes. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that this uploading technology was quite similar to that of the Phoenix Project. Well, actually, it was a bit more outdated than the Phoenix Project's technology. In the Black Sphere game, once a player reaches 100 points, they can choose one of 3 rewards: erase their memories and leave the game, revive a deceased player, obtain powerful equipment. Now that he thought about it, the second option, the revival of a player, was fundamentally similar to the Phoenix Project. The only difference was that the Phoenix Project had a much better consciousness preservation system. Alright. Haruto withdrew his gaze. From the uploaded data of the two, he had already pinpointed the location of the root server. SUU and Oka were completely dumbfounded. Alright? What does he mean by alright? Then, the next moment, they witnessed something completely mind-blowing. Haruto's body began to distort and twist, starting from his eyes. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. SUU's eyes widened as she suddenly thought of something. Spoilers are fun. Wait. That looks like Kami. Does Haruto actually have the legendary dual Kami that every transmigrator dreams of? I'm crying. Member Spoilers Are Fun has uploaded the file, Kanoa, Pain Magnet, Kami. Is this a power from another world? It can warp space. That's so strong. Portal Daddy, now that I think about it, he must have used this ability to kill Nararahan earlier. Portal Daddy, but more importantly, did he really just analyze and decode Black Sphere's data using only his brain? Spoilers are fun, hiss. Now that you mention it, that's actually terrifying. At that moment, the transmission of SUU and Oka's bodies was nearing completion. Just as their heads were about to be fully uploaded, they suddenly saw Haruto already standing inside the Black Sphere room. For a moment, neither of them could speak. This was way too ridiculous. Haruto, now inside the Black Sphere room, walked up to the enormous Black Sphere, observing it thoughtfully. A strange symphony played in the background as the screen on the black ball displayed the words, "Game over." Final score summary. SUU, 7 points, Okahikiro, 76 points. Congratulations, Okahikiro, for reaching a total of 100 points. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1. Erase your memories and leave the Black Ball game. 2. Revive a deceased Black Ball game member. 3. Obtain more powerful equipment. Currently, level 3 equipment is available. Oka stared at the options on the Black Ball's screen. This was already the 8th time he had reached 100 points. But this time, instead of choosing immediately, he turned to look at Haruto. Like SUU, he was far more interested in the SCP Foundation than in the Black Ball game. Haruto, leaning against a black sphere, let out a sigh. Looks like this Black Sphere eye is pretty weak. It didn't even detect an intruder. SUU couldn't help but laugh dryly. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for anyone to hack into the Black Sphere room. Even if someone managed to read and decrypt Black Sphere's data, to enter this independent space, they would need a key. And the only entity capable of granting access to the room was Black Sphere itself. Black Sphere would choose certain individuals and issue them permissions, allowing them to join the game. Without permission, entering this space was impossible. In fact, there had even been instances in the past where aliens attempted to infiltrate the Black Sphere room. These aliens' method of infiltration involved killing veteran players who had retired from the game and attempting to take their place to obtain permissions. But no one had ever done what Haruto just did, forcefully hacking and using spatial abilities. Haruto shrugged and then said, "Since you two are interested in joining the SCP Foundation, let me give you a proper introduction." He then proceeded to explain the Foundation's mission, secrecy protocols, and various regulations in detail. Normally, the SCP Foundation's rules and restrictions might seem too rigid to outsiders. At first glance, they might even feel overly restrictive. But to these two, who had been trapped in the Black Sphere death game for so long, the SCP Foundation's rules were practically paradise. They wouldn't have to participate in random deadly missions against unknown enemies. They wouldn't have to worry about being executed if they accidentally leaked information. Compared to the brutal reality of the Black Sphere game, the SCP Foundation was practically heaven. If you both join, you most likely be assigned to a new SCP Mobile Task Force, Black Sphere. You've already seen what MTF teams do. They respond to anomaly outbreaks and neutralize threats. Haruto was about to explain the risks involved in the job, but Oka waved his hand dismissively. No need to emphasize the risks. Compared to this place, the SCP Foundation is much safer. SUU also nodded in agreement. Haruto was speechless for a moment. What could he even say to that? The Black Sphere game had set the bar so low that the SCP Foundation looked like a dream job in comparison. Alright then, just sign this contract, and we can start moving. Haruto took out the Absolute Contract Codex from his Kamyu dimension and handed it to them. Without hesitation, Oka and SUU signed their names. Meanwhile, in the multiverse chat group, Pain Magnet, wait, Haruto's homeworld is the same as Ariri's, right? That means SUU can actually meet up with a fellow group member in real life? Hall Master of Wangshan, damn, you're right. That's a major revelation. Blonder defeated dog, ugh. Meeting up in real life sounds a bit nerve-wracking. But I'm in. Blonde defeated dog, so, the SCP Foundation is such a strict, secrecy-bound organization. No wonder Haruto kept it from me. Portal Daddy, concealment can also be a form of protection. Pain Magnet, but if the Foundation were public, wouldn't it be able to recruit more talented people? It could also eliminate the hassle of memory erasing procedures. Spoilers are fun, good point. Let me ask Boss Haruto. After signing her name, SUU returned the Absolute Contract Codex to Haruto and curiously asked, Boss Haruto, why does the Foundation conceal anomalies? If they were made public for all humanity to know, not only could it recruit talent more broadly, but it could also eliminate some of the trouble of cleaning up after incidents, right? Haruto took back the Absolute Contract Codex but shook his head. Humanity has existed for nearly 1,000,000 years, yet only the last 4,000 years have been meaningful. So, what were we doing for nearly 25,000 years? We hid in caves, huddled around small campfires. We criticized things we didn't understand, imaginations of how the sun rises, legends of bird-headed humans. Stories with life. So we called them foolish and superstitious, and sought to erase them from the darkness. Then, as their numbers decreased, ours grew. As we imagined less and less, we began to view the world more coldly. Yet, terrifying things did not vanish. The incomprehensible and enigmatic things we call anomalies still exist. But humanity can no longer live in darkness. Nothing can protect us, we must protect ourselves. While others live under the sunlight, we must fight in the shadows against an unfair world, preventing these things from being exposed to the public. Only this way can others live in a rational and comprehensible world. For this, we contain, we secure, we protect. This is the SCP Foundation. After finishing his words, Haruto smiled, snapped the Absolute Contract Codex shut with a bang, and tossed it into his Divine Might space. It took SUU a long time to regain her composure. Haruto's words finally made her understand why the SCP Foundation existed. It was a group of people who sacrificed themselves to protect many more. A part of humanity willing to die to keep the rest from falling into darkness and confusion. The more she understood the SCP Foundation, the more amazed she became. Could humanity truly create such an organization? In fact, the Foundation and the Black Sphere had similar purposes. Both sought to protect humanity from the unknown and the anomalous. But the Black Sphere forcibly selected individuals, using their lives as leverage to make them fight. Whereas the Foundation laid out all the reasons and responsibilities before people. If one was unwilling to face death, they could choose memory erasure and return to the light. Yet, there were still those who, upon understanding these responsibilities, willingly stepped into the darkness, to die for all of humanity. That was why the SCP Foundation's very existence was an inconceivable thing. If you regret this, there's still time to back out, and you don't have to worry about the Black Sphere. Haruto patted the massive Black Sphere beside him. In a little while, the Foundation will contain this thing. The responsibility of protecting this world will be taken over by the SCP Foundation. So even if you don't join the Foundation, you two no longer have to participate in the brutal battles of the Black Sphere game. Haruto said with a smile. SUU and Oka exchanged glances before turning back to Haruto. After all that, if we back out now, you'd definitely look down on us, Right, Boss Haruto? SUU chuckled. Oka, however, spoke seriously. I'd be honored to join the SCP Foundation. I've already spent a long time in the dark, continuing on is fine by me. Chapter 166, The Memory Eraser and the Capture of Mizn. Haruto snapped his fingers. In an instant, a stream of light shot out, swirling within the room before stabilizing into a portal. You two, please proceed to the SCP Foundation containment site. Our friendly colleagues are already waiting for you. When you arrive, designated personnel will guide you through the site and help you adapt to life there. After a brief training period to familiarize yourselves with the Foundation's internal protocols, you'll be ready to participate in operations. Haruto spoke with a smile, his demeanor oddly resembling that of a real estate agent. At this point, the Gantz game settlement had concluded, and Oko had chosen a powerful equipment option as his final reward. Additionally, he planned to donate both his newly acquired gear and a stockpile of high-tier equipment he had accumulated to the SCP Foundation for research. At first glance, this seemed like a loss. However, joining the SCP Foundation and becoming part of a mobile task force meant being assigned equipment far superior to anything from the Gantz system. Hearing Haruto's words, the two had no doubts and prepared to step into the portal. However, just before leaving, SUU curiously asked, Haruto, what about you? What are you staying behind for? Haruto pointed toward a door on the side of the room. This action puzzled SUU. The Gantz room only had one exit, which could be opened after the game's conclusion, allowing players to return to society. But Haruto was pointing at an interior door, one that should be impossible to open. What's behind that door? SUU asked with curiosity. It's another room, just like this one. Haruto answered truthfully. SUU immediately understood. Behind that door was another team's Black Sphere room. And Kotaro's reason for staying behind was obvious, he was going to shut down all of them. Without further hesitation, SUU stepped through the portal. Meanwhile, Haruto used Kamyu to break into the next room. As luck would have it, this particular room belonged to the Tokyo team, and its members were just about to start a mission. As Haruto pushed open the door and walked in, everyone inside froze in shock. Especially the veteran players of the Tokyo team. In their understanding, it was impossible to enter the Black Sphere room through the door, the only way in was via teleportation at the start of a mission. And yet, here was a complete stranger casually walking in, as if he were shopping for groceries. Who are you? Kurano, a seasoned player, stared at Haruto, his voice filled with shock and confusion. Who was this mysterious man? And how did he breach the Black Sphere system? More importantly, why did he look so casual about it? To put it simply, the SCP Foundation had taken over Black Sphere. Every single unit was seized and transported to the SCP Foundation for research. Out of the hundreds of teams, only a select few, a mere handful, were deemed worthy of joining the SCP Foundation's elite mobile task force, Black Sphere Division. Most players. They weren't even worth considering. While many veteran fighters were highly skilled warriors, the game's mechanics had fostered a dangerous mindset in most of them. The Black Sphere's kill or be killed system turned many experienced players into reckless individuals with an inflated sense of superiority, much like the rowdy men from Osaka's team. They treated the power granted by the Black Sphere as an excuse to act above others, seeing ordinary people as mere playthings. Such individuals were immediately subjected to memory erasure and thrown back into society. As for the Sphere's technology, the SCP Foundation gained access to a vast amount of alien tech. However, most of it, especially biological and energy-related advancements, was only useful as reference material, as the Foundation's own technology far surpassed Black Sphere in these areas. But there was one exception, one piece of tech that was truly valuable to the Foundation. The Gantz memory eraser. A single flash of white light, and the target's memory was erased on the spot. Not only that, but the device's intensity could be precisely adjusted, allowing the user to erase memories ranging from mere hours to several days. It was eerily similar to the memory wiping devices in the Matrix. Now under SCP Foundation control, this technology was officially classified as a Level B memory erasure method for operational use. Meanwhile, you. Who are you people? Where does your power come from? Mizn Kibutsuji was utterly shattered. Ever since Yoriichi Tsujikuni's death, he had lived for hundreds of years without facing a true threat. For centuries, the battle between humans and demons had been one-sided, the so-called demon slayers were nothing but weaklings. So why? Why had he been pushed into a corner so suddenly? Ever since he had sensed Dama's death, Mizn had been furious, preparing to rally the remaining upper moons and devise a new strategy against the Demon Slayer Corps. At worst, he assumed a new prodigious swordsman had appeared. But so what? He could always hide and wait them out. A human swordsman, no matter how strong, would always die eventually. That was his ultimate advantage. Yet before he could even gather his remaining demons, something horrifying happened. One by one, through his blood connection, he felt each of the upper moons perish. It wasn't a battle. It wasn't a war. It was a complete extermination. Mizn didn't even understand what was happening. Before he could react, his entire army had been wiped out. Terrified, he did the only thing he could think of. He fled. Finding a remote mountain, he dug a hole and buried himself deep underground. After all, this was how he had survived Yoriichi. Surely, it would work again. No matter what new force had emerged, it was still human, meaning it would eventually grow old and die. Victory still belonged to the Demon King. The world will always belong to me, Mizn Kibutsuji. Just as Mizn was thinking this. I am sure it's here. The biosphere is picking something up this time. It has to be real. Captain. Hurry. I have a feeling we're finally going back to the Foundation today. Kanako, just the other day, you said the same thing about a mole hole. The captain said, if you make us dig again just because you're craving food, he'll hang you up in the central garden when we get back. Ahem. That was an accident. This time it's real. Start digging. As they argued, Mizn heard the sound of digging right above him. Mizn was horrified. His hiding place had been discovered so quickly. And what the hell was the Foundation? Was it another demon hunting organization, like the Demon Slayer Corps? Had they been the ones training the powerful warriors who had annihilated the 12 Kizuki? Terrified, Mizn made his decision. His body morphed, sprouting countless tendrils and barbed whips. Inside his body, 5 brains and 7 hearts shifted, ready to relocate at any time. The moment the ground was broken, he would erupt, slaughtering the people outside before they could react. If the enemy swordsman was too strong, he would simply explode and escape. After all, he was the Demon King. He had his pride. At the very least, he needed to see what kind of warrior had driven him into hiding. As the digging got closer, Mizn burst from the ground, his whips slashing out at incredible speeds, faster than even the human eye could follow. No swordsman could withstand such an assault, but then his attacks bounced off. Standing before him were no swordsmen. No Nichiren blades, no warriors with strange markings. Instead, he saw figures clad in blood-red armor, faces hidden, holding strange, unknown weapons. Mizn was stunned. Compared to these armored figures, he looked more human. Then I knew it. Get him. We're going home tonight. My soft bed. My chips. My unfinished TV series, they're calling to me. Before Mizn could react, Mizn's entire body was instantly pierced, his torso, limbs, head, even his tendrils and whips. The mighty Demon King collapsed to the ground in an instant, his eyes wide in disbelief. The attack was so fast he hadn't even seen it happen, and yet he was already severely injured. Not even when he had faced Yoriichi had he been in such a dire state. Even more terrifying, when Mizn attempted to trigger his regeneration, he realized he couldn't. Looking down at his body, he saw it was riddled with countless eerie red spikes. The previous attack hadn't simply pierced through him, it had remained inside him. These red spikes seemed to have a life of their own, embedding themselves into his flesh and devouring it from within. Now, even his ability to self-destruct and escape was completely sealed. And so, he found himself breaking down in frustration. Who the hell are you people? Where did you get such overwhelming power? This is impossible. I am the perfect being. I am the Demon King. Mizn howled in despair. However, not a single member of Mobile Task Force, Wings of Freedom paid him any attention. 2 of them simply walked over, grabbed Mizn, and tossed him into a specially designed containment box. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. So, are we having crayfish tonight? Or maybe hot pot? Heh. Kanako excitedly rubbed her hands together. They had been stuck in this godforsaken place for nearly a month. Sure, the Demon Slayer Corps had been treating them well, but no amount of mountain food could compare to the joy of eating hot pot. At that moment, Levi finally arrived, a little late to the scene. He glanced at the captured Mizn inside the containment box, then at Kanako, who looked like she had already ascended to heaven in pure joy. For some reason, Levi also felt a strange sense of relief. If this mission had dragged on any longer, he might not have been able to resist giving Kanako a good beating. Ever since he became a captain, he had never commanded someone as troublesome as her. A few days ago, she had claimed to have found Mizn, only to end up digging out a couple of moles. At first, Levi thought it was just a mistake. But then, this lunatic grabbed the moles and ran off to roast them. If the rest of Wings of Freedom hadn't stopped him, Levi would have strung her up and beaten her half to death. Chapter 167, The Demon Slayer Corps submits and a long-awaited lottery. Staring at Mizn inside the containment box, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were seething with rage. At this moment, all 9 Hashira had gathered. Each of them bore an unrelenting hatred toward this unforgivable demon. Right now, they wished for nothing more than to tear him apart limb by limb. However, as Mizn looked at the demon slayers before him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity and relief surfaced in his heart. Compared to that damned Foundation, the Demon Slayer Corps actually felt comforting. It was like being in a war where both sides were exchanging gunfire, and then suddenly, an antimatter strike obliterated the battlefield. In that moment, didn't your original opponent seem much more lovable compared to an unstoppable, godlike force? Thank you, Foundation, for your assistance. Now that Mizn has been subdued, we can finally die without regrets. As the representative of the Hashira, Kenny stepped forward and bowed deeply to Levi and his team. Even though they wanted nothing more than to kill Mizn themselves, the Hashira understood that the Foundation needed him for their experiments. For now, he couldn't be executed. Besides, when they thought about it, being subjected to endless experiments might be a fate far worse than death. Levi simply waved a hand, indicating there was no need for such gratitude. At that moment, Kanako stepped up beside Kenny. That damn president told me before we left that once the mission was over, I should invite the Hashira and your master to join the Foundation. Kenny was momentarily stunned. Not because of the invitation, but because of Kanako's wording. Damn president? Behind her, Shinobu smirked and muttered under her breath, see? Even his own subordinates call him that. It's not just me who thinks that guy is terrible. As the news of Mizn's capture spread, Shinobu activated the multiversal chat group's video feed. Mizn was the root abnormality of this world, the ultimate enemy of the Demon Slayers. Now that he had finally been defeated, though in a rather bizarre manner, it was still a moment worth witnessing. Inside the multiversal chat group, the reactions were lively, to say the least. Pain Magnet, I can't stop laughing. Why does Haruto have two completely different faces? Blonde defeated dog, that's just workplace gossip. It's normal for employees to complain about their boss, it doesn't mean it's true. Whole Master of Wangshan, Eri, you do realize that Haruto can't see your comments here, right? Spoilers are fun, Whole Master of Wangshan, if boss Haruto could see them, Eri probably wouldn't be talking so freely. Big sister is supreme, just another tsundere, that's all. Blonde defeated dog, emotionless girl. Pain Magnet, seems like no one actually cares about Mizn, huh? While the chat group descended into harmonious chaos, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubuyashiki Kageya, finally arrived. He walked swiftly toward the group and caught sight of the utterly defeated Mizn. Mizn, in turn, also spotted Kageya. Once, Mizn had racked his brain trying to find a way to kill Yubuyashiki, considering him a thorn in his side. But now, upon seeing him, Mizn nearly burst into tears. He struggled to move his body toward the edge of the containment box and looked at Yubuyashiki as he spoke. Hey, human. You demon slayers were so desperate to kill me that you resorted to using these devils' power? All I wanted was to become a perfect being. I simply wished to be without flaws. Why must this world be so cruel to me? Hearing this, Kageya froze, and the Hashira were equally dumbfounded. Was this bastard seriously playing the victim now? Of all people, Mizn was the least qualified to talk about how cruel the world was. Kageya's expression flickered with anger for a moment, but he quickly regained his usual calm. Mizn, we did not borrow the power of other beings, we merely received the help of our allies. As for you, you slaughtered the innocent without remorse, seeking evolution at any cost. The fact that you are alone now is nothing more than your just deserts. Upon hearing this, Mizn howled in disbelief. Impossible. Those creatures cannot be human. To him, they were crimson demons, monsters that had crawled up from the depths of hell. Otherwise, how could they possess red armor and effortlessly bring him to his knees? Watching Mizn scream in fear, completely ignorant and powerless, the Demon Slayer Corps, Kageya and the Hashiras included, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Even greater than what they would have felt by killing him. To see that monster, who once slaughtered humans at will, tremble in fear. It was incredibly gratifying. Ignoring Mizn, Kageya turned to the members of Wings of Freedom. He truly wanted to express his sincere gratitude to these people, to the Foundation. To be honest, the Demon Slayer Corps had been fighting Mizn for centuries. Generations had struggled, yet Kageya could never see a path to victory. However, the Foundation's arrival was like the rising sun, dispersing all the darkness and doubt. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Kani approached him. Master, Lord Haruto has invited us to join the Foundation. Kageya was taken aback for a moment before laughing softly. I was already a man with no future, yet Lord Haruto extended my life and even allowed me to witness a dream I never dared to imagine. Not to mention repaying this debt, if I were to stop now, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. Since Lord Haruto sees value in me, I shall accept the invitation. However, my children, You must decide for yourselves. Mizn is gone, and the world no longer needs the Demon Slayer Corps. Though Kageya had no hesitation in joining, he wanted the others to think it through. However, the Hashira's thoughts were much the same as his. Without the Foundation's help, they wouldn't have long to live anyway. Besides, having dedicated their lives to the Demon Slayer Corps, they suddenly had no purpose. We will join as well. I will continue fighting for humanity. One after another, the Hashira pledged their loyalty. Kani was about to agree as well until she felt someone tug at her sleeve. Turning around, she saw her younger sister. What's wrong? Kani asked curiously. Sister. Don't join the Foundation. Let me go in your place. Shinobu whispered. She was still unwilling to let her sister be taken by Haruto. However, Kani firmly shook her head. Shinobu, I understand your concerns. But Lord Haruto has done me a great favor, and he has done an even greater service for the Demon Slayer Corps. If I do not repay him, I will never be able to sleep in peace. Besides, as she thought about Haruto, an inexplicable sense of admiration filled her heart. Seeing her sister's longing expression, Shinobu lost her mind. That damned president. Pain Magnet, forgive me for laughing, but it seems like Shinobu's sister has a thing for Haruto. Blonde defeated dog, Humphrey. It's just that Haruto is too kind, and now he's attracted a butterfly. Spoilers are fun, TSK. From the moment I saw Haruto, I knew he had the aura of a protagonist. Whole Master of Wangshan, by the way, isn't the group missing 2 people? Where's the doctor and the admin? Portal Daddy, saving the universe. Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge, saving the world. Pain Magnet. While Doctor Strange was presumably busy saving the universe, Haruto was quietly watching the chat. Originally, he had just wanted to check the progress of the Demon Slayer world through the chat group. He hadn't expected to stumble upon gossip about himself again. Indeed, keeping his identity under wraps had been the right move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enjoy this. At that moment, Wings of Freedom had already begun escorting Mizn through the portal. Haruto quickly snapped out of his idle amusement, straightened his attire, and prepared for action. Before long, a message from the Foundation arrived, and he headed toward the light containment level. Successfully contained anomaly, Rude Demon King Mizn, anomaly classification, level 4, destruction. Containment level, excellent, reward, 1 level 4 lottery draw, congratulations, host, for containing the root anomaly of the Demon Slayer world, successfully sealing all abnormal occurrences within this world. The Demon Slayer world is now eligible for a permanent portal link to the main world. Reward, a fragment of world energy. As a series of notifications rang out, Mizn was completely secured. But Haruto wasn't particularly interested in him. Instead, he approached the members of the Demon Slayer Corps with a smile. Everything proceeded smoothly. Kageya and the 9 Hashira all joined the Foundation. The 9 Hashira, along with elite members like Kotaro and the newly recruited Tanjiro, were designated as members of the new Mobile Task Force. Mobile Task Force Demon Slayer. Meanwhile, Kageya, after extensive training, would become a member of the O5 Council, assuming the role of O5-3, contributing to the Foundation's decision-making process. Like Erwin's strategic brilliance, Kageya's foresight was invaluable to the Foundation. With the Demon Slayer Corps settled, Haruto wasted no time in grabbing Kanako and dragging her away. The girl barely had time to let out a pitiful whimper. My hot pot. And then she was gone. After pulling Kanako into a secured chamber in the high containment zone, Haruto rubbed his hands together. It was time for the lottery. Brimming with anticipation, he opened the system's lottery panel. 3 level 4 draws. 2 level 5 draws. This was going to be big. With the press of a button, the draws began. Starting with 3 level 4 pulls to test the waters. Reward, purple, Fate Entwined ×1, Predestined Encounter ×1, reward, gold, 3-fold salvation. Seeing the results, Haruto was dumbfounded. What the hell are Fate Entwined and Predestined Encounter supposed to be? Can I use them for another draw? When he selected to claim the rewards, he suddenly found himself holding 2 round orbs, 1 blue, 1 purple. What the hell am I supposed to do with these? Haruto grumbled. Just then, the system displayed a prompt. Predestined Encounter allows you to meet a specific person. Fate Entwined allows your fate to intertwine with another's. Haruto, Chapter 168, Red Light Reward, Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, Central Finite Curve. Holding the 2 orbs in his hands, Haruto was on the verge of tears. This was almost as bad as if Fate Entwined could gain sentience. Raising a March 7th wouldn't be a bad idea either. Meeting someone? Getting entangled with someone? This kind of vague phrasing sounded exactly like something a shady fortune teller on the roadside would say. But, well, it was still a purple tier reward. Haruto decided to endure it. As for the gold tier reward, threefold salvation. This was an extremely powerful trait. Upon acquiring this trait, if Haruto ever suffered a fatal injury, he would not die. Instead, he would be restored to his peak condition, with a limit of 3 times. At first glance, this might seem redundant for someone like Haruto, who already possessed the Blacklight virus and could regenerate from a single drop of blood. However, that was far from the truth. This trait operated on an exceptionally high conceptual level and had the potential to evolve into divinity. It corresponded to the supreme divine concept of immortality. Even attacks that could erase concepts entirely would be negated by this trait. As long as the attack was fatal, this trait would automatically activate. Without hesitation, Haruto claimed the reward. Immediately, the threefold salvation trait became an intrinsic part of him. The level 4 lottery results had been somewhat underwhelming, but overall, they weren't too bad. Now, Haruto turned his attention to the level 5 lottery. This was where the real prizes were. After giving Kanako a quick squeeze for good luck, Haruto pressed the draw button. With bated breath, he watched the system panel as 2 streaks of red light flashed across the screen. Haruto. Overcome with excitement, Haruto grabbed Kanako and planted a kiss on her cheeks. Kanako, does the president have some kind of mental disorder? Ignoring the dazed look in the girl's eyes, Haruto turned his gaze back to the panel. The 2 red lights settled. The rewards were revealed. Red reward obtained, Root Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. Red reward obtained, Multiversal Central Finite Curve Blueprint. Staring at the 2 red tier rewards, Haruto was completely stunned. This reward. This is practically soaring straight to the top. Haruto promptly threw Kanako out of the room before extracting the rewards. The first extraction, Root Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. The moment he extracted it, Haruto felt his consciousness violently assaulted by an overwhelming force. That sensation. Ever since he obtained the fragment of supreme divinity, intelligence, he had never experienced such a thing. This was the first time. Haruto's consciousness connected with the concept known as death. In the next moment, when he reopened his eyes, his irises shimmered with a rainbow of dazzling colors. Within his field of vision, countless lines and points appeared on everything around him. These were death lines and death points, representing the very concept of death. Haruto reached out and traced a thin line on the table in front of him. The moment his finger passed through the line crack, the table collapsed instantly. Not broken, but dead. Haruto immediately summoned the power of the world and attempted to reverse time to restore the table. Yet, even as time rewound, the table remained unchanged. Because it had been killed on a conceptual level, even reversing time could not bring it back. This was the supreme divinity fragment of death, Root Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. These eyes could perceive the death of everything, even concepts. These eyes were also an absolute cality weapon. As long as he touched the death lines or death points, the corresponding entity would inevitably die. After testing them, Haruto quickly deactivated the Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. His eyes returned to normal, and the countless death lines and death points vanished. Haruto slumped into his chair, breathing heavily. While using these eyes, the concept of death in all things flooded into his awareness. For an ordinary person, such an influx of death-related knowledge would have driven them insane in an instant. Haruto felt grateful that he had obtained the fragment of intelligence beforehand. Even so, he had no intention of keeping the Mystic Eyes of Death Perception active for long periods. The sheer amount of conceptual information flooding his mind was too much to bear. With this, Haruto had obtained his 3rd supreme divinity fragment, corresponding to the concept of death. Then, he turned his attention to his 2nd red tier reward. Multiversal Central Finite Curve. This wasn't an ability, but a blueprint. Following this blueprint, he could construct a mechanism that would partition an infinite multiverse. By binding select universes onto a finite curve, they would be isolated from the infinite multiverse. Simply put, this blueprint allowed certain worlds to be grouped together, shielded from external influences. Upon obtaining it, Haruto had no hesitation about whether to build it, only when to build it. Once the multiversal central finite curve was completed, it would provide immense protection for the worlds within it. For example, it could defend against transcendent multiversal threats like the Sevenfold Destroyer. In theory, the Sevenfold Destroyer was unstoppable, capable of infiltrating any multiversal structure. However, if the central finite curve was built, it could effectively counteract it. By isolating finite universes from the infinite multiverse, nothing inside the curve would affect anything outside it. Meaning, even if someone recorded information exceeding the Sevenfold's threshold, it would not attract its attention. The only way for it to notice was if it actively invaded the central finite curve. But, since unnoticed overreach doesn't trigger its response, this led to a logical paradox. Thus, the central finite curve could protect its worlds from supreme multiversal threats. This was why, despite being a blueprint, it was still classified as a red tier reward. First, I need to reinforce the world barriers before constructing the central finite curve. Haruto muttered to himself. Holding this blueprint in his hands, he was even more excited than when he obtained the mystic eyes. With it, he still couldn't defeat supreme divine beings, but at least he now had a way to escape them. However, he couldn't build it yet, not until the world barriers were strengthened. The God's Eye project needs to be accelerated. Despite grand plans to execute, life still moved forward day by day. That day, Haruto personally visited Shueisha. Attack on Titan was set to end this week. Though weekly releases often required him to go out for research, he had finally finished it. His editor, upon receiving the final manuscript, looked nostalgic. Recently, the Rookie of the Year award was held, but Haruto, under the pen name Izumi Takatsuki, didn't attend. Still, his name was widely praised across the industry. Attack on Titan had become an unparalleled phenomenon, shaking the world. With film adaptations, anime deals, and merchandising offers piling up, Haruto, however, seemed utterly indifferent. Are you really ending it here? There's still more story to tell. The editor hesitated. But Haruto simply smiled. Let's end it here. The mystery left behind makes it even more memorable. Haruto didn't draw out all the way to its conclusion but instead chose to stop at the scene of looking at the sea. Perhaps an uncertain future was more interesting. Besides, the fate of the Attack on Titan world had already been altered beyond recognition. If he were to draw out the original cruel and tragic ending, it would feel meaningless. The editor nodded, took the final manuscript, and began uploading it. The sudden conclusion of the manga was bound to cause an uproar in the industry. But since the author himself didn't care, as an editor, she figured she shouldn't stress over it either. Izumi-sensei, about your next work. As usual, the editor asked about his next project, but halfway through, she let out a heavy sigh. Would this guy really create another work? Attack on Titan become a worldwide sensation, yet submitting weekly manuscripts had always felt like a life-or-death struggle for him. However, his response surprised her. Oh right, aside from the final manuscript of Attack on Titan, I also brought the draft of my new work. Haruto handed another manuscript to the editor. The editor froze for a moment before reaching out to take it. Upon unfolding it, the first thing that caught her eye was two words, Demon's Lair. Setting aside the exceptional art quality, just like his previous work, the overall standard of the new work was incredibly high. The editor's eyes widened in shock. Just like before, she eagerly flipped through the pages. This will work. It feels like it can ride the momentum of Attack on Titan and maybe even surpass its glory. As she spoke, even she found it hard to believe. She had thought that after Attack on Titan ended, no other work would be able to follow up on its success. After all, there were too many cases of artists debuting at their peak, only to produce a string of mediocre works afterward. But Demon's Lair had potential. Watching the excited editor, Haruto simply smiled. As long as you're happy. I'll head back now to continue working on the manuscript. With that, Haruto turned and prepared to leave. But before he could take more than 2 steps, the editor suddenly grabbed him in a chokehold. If you dare go on research trips every few days again, I'll hunt you down, Izumi-sensei. And I mean it. Haruto, this. After stepping out of Shueisha, Haruto stretched lazily. Of course, he still had to go on research trips. If an author didn't keep readers waiting, what fun would there be? The weather was nice today, and with nothing urgent to attend to, Haruto decided to take a stroll back to his apartment. As he walked down the street, he passed by Japan's typical sights, JKs, high school girls, maids, cosplayers, and... Wait a minute. Bocce? Haruto suddenly reacted and turned his head toward the roadside, spotting Hitori Goto. At that moment, Hitori was squatting by the roadside, looking utterly drained and lifeless. In her hands, she held 2 tickets. Clearly, Kasoka Band was preparing for a performance. And as part of the deal for performing, each member had a ticket sales quota to meet. While she could have covered the cost herself, Kasoka Band barely had any fans. If they relied entirely on self-purchased tickets, their audience would be non-existent. So, Bocce was out here trying to sell tickets, huh? Chapter 169, a technique to eat a free food. Passers-by occasionally cast their gazes toward Bocce. After all, a pink-haired girl carrying a guitar while holding tickets and glow sticks to give away was bound to attract attention. For selling tickets, this kind of visibility was, of course, a good thing. However, for Hitori, it was practically fatal. As a severe social anxiety sufferer, Bocce would instinctively lower her head and avoid eye contact whenever someone looked at her. The panic from being watched, the sense of duty to actively sell tickets, and the guilt after potential buyers walked away gradually drained the color from Bocce's world. Haruto watched this scene with great interest from the side. No matter how you looked at it, Little Lonely was just too cute. He wanted to tease her. He wanted to toy with her in the palm of his hand. Just the thought alone brought him joy. Haruto shook his head, clearing the not-so-kind thoughts from his mind. He was, after all, a benevolent neutral god who wandered through multiple worlds, sheltering anomalies across universes and protecting humanity. How could he have such wicked thoughts? At that moment, Bocce happened to lift her head and glance in his direction. Their eyes met. Hitori. Instantly, she lowered her head again. We made eye contact. We made eye contact. Was I being rude? I deeply apologize for daring to look at someone like him. But that boy seemed strangely familiar. Have I met him somewhere before? No, how could I have acquaintances? He's coming over. He's walking this way. It must be because I was too rude when we locked eyes. Bocce screamed internally, her mind flooded with chaotic thoughts. Bocce? Haruto called out softly. I'm very sorry. Bocce immediately apologized the moment he spoke, bowing deeply. A conditioned reflex. It wasn't until she had bowed twice in succession that she finally processed the situation. Do you know me? Bocce pointed at herself in shock. Haruto nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, Bocce's eyes widened in disbelief. For the first time, her bright blue eyes peeked out from beneath her long bangs. Those clear and pure eyes were like untainted jewels. As Bocce stared at him in astonishment, Haruto explained, I've heard you perform before. During the event, your bandmates introduced you that way on stage. At that moment, Bocce finally recalled who the boy in front of her was. He was the one who, according to Nijika, had attended one of their performances once before. Could it be a fan? A previously unseen light shone in Bocce's eyes. Excuse me, are you a fan of Kasoku Band? Did you come specifically to listen to us last time? Faced with the hopeful gaze of such an adorable girl, most people would probably go along with it and tell a sweet little lie. However, no way. They weren't selling Kasoku Band tickets back then, right? I was there for another band and just happened to notice you guys. Haruto ruthlessly shattered Bocce's fantasy. Hitori. In that instant, she nearly burst into tears. I'm very sorry. I assumed you were a fan. That was extremely presumptuous of me. Bocce immediately began apologizing and bowing again. If she weren't wearing shoes, she would have been curling her toes so hard she'd dig a hole in the ground. Haruto waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I was there with a friend for the live event anyway. Besides, calling me a fan isn't entirely wrong. That last performance, though it still had some rough edges, your band had a unique style that caught my interest. With just those 2 sentences, Bocce, whose world had nearly collapsed, suddenly regained her sparkle. Watching her emotional roller coaster, Haruto couldn't help but smile. She was simply too fun to mess with. Pure joy. This was true joy. So, are you selling tickets right now? Is this for Kasoku Band's next performance? Haruto shifted the conversation toward the tickets in her hand. Hearing this, Bocce hurriedly nodded. She had been agonizing over selling tickets for so long. But now, here was someone who had noticed her band and he was the one bringing up the tickets. Could it be? Could she finally sell her first ticket? Bocce thought excitedly, waiting for Haruto's next words. However, Bocce, you don't seem to be in a hurry right now. Would you mind joining me at that dessert shop over there? Haruto invited her with a casual smile. Hitori? In the end, believing that he might buy a ticket, Bocce nervously followed him into the dessert shop. Haruto glanced at the timid girl trailing behind him, head bowed deeply, and sighed internally. She was way too easy to trick. Just a little bit of obvious bait, and she took it without hesitation. With someone like Bocce, he could get her into bed in a day. Cough cough. After they sat down, Haruto ordered a cappuccino and a slice of cake. As for Bocce, she was too nervous to speak to the waiter, so she didn't order anything. You know, it's actually really impressive, Haruto mused casually. Bocce tilted her head in confusion. I mean your guitar skills. You're still just a high schooler, but your technique is already quite refined. Hitori. Hearing the praise, Bocce nearly melted on the spot. Lowering her head, she giggled foolishly, too flustered to respond. No, I just practiced a lot. Please praise me more. Then, just as she was basking in joy, Haruto suddenly added, but your teamwork with your bandmates is a disaster, and hiding inside a cardboard box doesn't count as a real performance, does it? Hitori. Instantly, her world turned gray again, and she seemed on the verge of crumbling into dust. Seeing her dramatic reaction, Haruto couldn't suppress his mischievous side. Bocce was just too amusing. You should try interacting more with your bandmates and the audience, he advised sincerely. Perhaps overwhelmed by too many emotional ups and downs in one day, Bocce slumped onto the table in despair. I want to. But for me, it's just too difficult. Her social anxiety was simply too severe. Even just imagining engaging with the audience made her feel like ants were crawling all over her body. Seeing this, Haruto leisurely took a sip of his coffee. Maybe next time you perform, you could try imagining the audience as cardboard boxes. After chatting for a while, Haruto casually grabbed 2 tickets from Bocce's hand. This instantly pulled her out of her slump. Are you going to buy them? If not, I can just give them to you. Bocce said nervously. Haruto waved a hand and took out a 1,000 yen bill from his pocket. I was planning to buy them. They're 500 yen each, right? Here you go. Hitori accepted the money, feeling like she was dreaming. She had actually sold a ticket. This was unbelievable. Bocce, you rock. She cheered internally. However, at that moment, Haruto suddenly spoke again. Sorry, but it looks like I don't have enough cash on me. Would you mind covering for me, Bocce? Hitori? Her joy instantly shattered. She looked at Haruto, trying to maintain a smile, but it was worse than crying. Say no, Bocce. Say no. If you don't refuse, you'll fall into his trap. Haruto, meanwhile, put his hands together in a pleading gesture. Please, Bocce. You wouldn't want your fan to end up washing dishes here, would you? And so. That'll be 5,700 yen. Thank you for your patronage, and we hope to see you again. As the clerk's voice rang out, Hitori's eyes welled up with tears of despair. She wanted to say something more, but as she looked around, she realized that the boy who had been by her side just moments ago had completely vanished without a trace. Bocce stood frozen, consumed by shock and numbness. Like a soulless shell, she carried her guitar on her back and trudged back to the live house. After recounting the entire incident to her bandmates. That was totally a scam, right? The ever-blunt, blue-haired bassist, Ryao Yamada, coldly remarked. Yeah, sounds like she really ran into a swindler. I can't believe someone would even scam Bocce, that's just cruel. The blonde drummer, Najuka Ijichi, said angrily. Do you remember his name? I can ask around and see if we can find him. The pink-haired vocalist and rhythm guitarist, Yakuyo Okita, asked with concern. Bocce stiffened. After a moment, she buried her head deep into her arms, curling up as tightly as possible inside her cardboard box. Seeing her reaction, the other 3 immediately understood. You didn't even know his name, yet you had such a friendly conversation with him and even lent him money. Does the world really have such naive people? Ryao muttered in disbelief. Before she could say more, Najuka quickly covered her mouth to prevent her words from inflicting further emotional damage on Bocce. This is really bad. Senpai, you're way too careless. Ikuyo sighed. Meanwhile, Najuka struggled to offer some comfort. Maybe he just had something urgent to take care of, and that's why he left without saying anything? Maybe he'll come back during the show to return the money. Hearing this, Hitori hesitantly lifted her tearful face and asked with hope, really? Probably. Najuka averted her gaze. Though she was trying to console her friend, even the optimistic Shimogatazawa angel couldn't believe that nonsense. There was no way they'd ever get that money back, it was obviously a scam. Realizing this, Hitori once again burst into loud sobs. Seeing her cry, the other 3 felt their anger flare up. They silently swore vengeance against Haruto in their hearts. You even scammed Bocce, are you even human? Chapter 170, Gakuraku Jodo and Kamiki Hikaru's current situation. Did Haruto bring money with him? Of course, he did. The amount of yen stored within his Kamui space was more than enough to buy that dessert shop on the spot. But Bocce was just too cute, how could he resist teasing her a little? Clutching the 2 concert tickets in his hand, Haruto thought for a moment before turning toward the headquarters of the Umbrella Talent Agency. He pressed the intercom button at the company's entrance. A moment later, the call connected, and a sweet, adorable voice came through. It was Ai Hoshino. Moshi Moshi? May I ask who's calling? If you're a client here for an appointment, press 1. If you're here for business cooperation, press 2. If you're a certain Mr. Haruto here to see Ai Hoshino, please say, Ai-chan is the cutest in the world. Hearing Ai Hoshino's playful voice, Haruto narrowed his eyes slightly. Ai-chan. Just like that. Her voice sounded excited and expectant through the intercom. Ai-chan, tell me, who's been teaching Nao all these weird things? Haruto asked with a sly smile. Cough. A cough came from the other end, clearly catching her off guard. A moment later, Moshi Moshi? Why can't I hear anything? Could it be that the intercom is broken? Kyoko-san, come fix the intercom. Following her frantic yelling, hurried footsteps could be heard fading into the distance. Clearly, Ai-chan had run away. Shortly after, the doors of Umbrella swung open. Saito Miyako greeted him with an apologetic expression. Apologies, President. I was just fooling around. I'll be sure to discipline her later. Haruto waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it wasn't a big deal. As he stepped inside, his sharp gaze quickly spotted Ai Hoshino peeking out from a corner, watching him cautiously. In the next instant, Haruto's figure flickered, vanishing from sight. A startled scream rang out from the corner. Then, Ai Hoshino was dragged out by Haruto and taken straight to the top-floor conference room. "Miyako-san, come along as well. I have something to discuss with you," Haruto called back as he walked. And so, now seated on the sofa, Ai Hoshino looked slightly uneasy. Every now and then, she nudged Saito beside her, hoping for rescue. However, Miyako looked utterly confused. She had no idea what trouble I had gotten herself into this time. Did I really do something to anger the president? Miyako wondered nervously. She had been overseeing Ai Hoshino's training for nearly a year now. As her direct manager and mentor, Miyako had developed a deep bond with Ai, almost like a mother caring for her child. The idol industry in Japan often worked this way. A good manager was like a second parent, and the artists they nurtured were like their daughters. And now, seeing her daughter sitting stiffly with little fidgeting motions, Miyako felt like a guardian being called in for a parent-teacher meeting. President, did I do something to upset you?" Miyako asked cautiously. "No." Haruto waved his hand. Not only was Ai's little mischief unimportant, but he also wasn't here to reprimand her. He was merely having some fun scaring her a bit. This kid was too mischievous. "Next month. Ai has a performance at the Dome, doesn't she?" Haruto changed the subject. Hearing that, Ai Hoshino immediately relaxed. She puffed out her chest with pride, as if to say, "Impressive, huh?" Miyako nodded in confirmation. "Thanks to the president's investment, we were finally able to secure a Dome performance slot. The timing was set to align with Ai's debut anniversary, making it a performance of great significance." Speaking of which, even Miyako felt a bit dazed. A debut idol performing at the Tokyo Dome within a year of debut? That was practically unheard of in the industry. Every great idol, even those destined for superstardom, had to struggle for years before they ever set foot in the Dome. The Dome referred to the Tokyo Dome, a massive stadium capable of holding 55,000 spectators. It was the ultimate dream of every Japanese artist. Securing a performance there wasn't just a matter of money. The artist also needed substantial influence, widespread popularity, and a clean public image. Only after meeting these criteria would they be approved to perform at the Dome. And yet, Ai Hoshino, just 1 year after debuting, was already set to perform at the Tokyo Dome. It was nothing short of a miracle in the industry. Sure, Umbrella had poured in funding, but Ai's own talent played a significant role as well. That dazzling stage presence, the ability to command the entire audience's gaze, had allowed Ai Hoshino to reach heights that other idols could only dream of. Haruto reached out and ruffled Ai's head, chuckling softly. "Money alone wouldn't have been enough to secure a Dome performance. Ai, you're just naturally gifted." Hee hee. Enjoying the head pats, Ai Hoshino giggled happily. Compared to the girl in the original timeline who had built her career upon a foundation of lies, the Ai before him, while still using deception on stage, was refreshingly genuine in private. Happiness, nervousness, whatever she felt, she showed it honestly. Seeing how much Haruto doted on Ai, Miyako finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course I was personally brought in by the president and entrusted to my care. Why would he ever be hostile toward her? Miyako scolded herself for overthinking things. Being too deeply involved in industry power plays had made her suspicious of everyone's motives. At that moment, Haruto suddenly shifted gears. "By the way, have you settled on an opening act for the Dome performance?" Miyako's expression stiffened. Clearly, they hadn't. Over the past year, Umbrella had spent a fortune hiring composers to create songs tailored specifically for Ai. They had approached all the big names, commissioning pieces to boost her career. Now, however, they had exhausted their options. Most renowned composers had already written at least one song for her. Expecting them to create a second, equally fitting yet distinct piece was a difficult task. Miyako had been worrying about this issue for days. She just hadn't expected Haruto to bring it up so suddenly, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed. "Haruto, do you have a good song?" At this moment, I suddenly asked. Miyako was a bit slow to react. By the time she realized it, it was too late to stop Ai. She could only look at the president nervously. Isn't his putting the president on the spot? He's not a professional composer. But to her shock, Haruto smiled and nodded. "I do have one. I think it would suit you well." Ai's starry eyes blinked, then lit up with joy. To her, performing a song composed by Haruto at her anniversary concert would be the greatest happiness. Miyako, however, was dumbfounded. Since when did the president have an interest in composing? "Miyako-san, please bring me some blank sheet music and a pen," Haruto said. Despite her confusion, she retrieved the requested items. Taking the paper and pen, Haruto swiftly began writing. Curious, I leaned over to peek. Then, she simply climbed onto Haruto, resting her chin on his shoulder as she watched. Moments later, starry eyes shone even brighter. She wasn't a professional songwriter, but the moment she saw the notes, she instinctively knew, this was an incredible piece. Soon, Haruto finished writing and titled it, Gakuraku Jodo, Paradise Lost. Hoshino I eagerly snatched up the sheet music, holding it in her hands and examining it over and over. Auntie Miyako, this is it. Haruto's song is the best. She exclaimed with immense joy. Seeing this, Miyako stood up and bowed deeply to Haruto. Thank you, President, for taking care of I. Since she wasn't a professional, she decided not to scrutinize the score too much. But since I liked it so much, it must be an outstanding song. I's intuition in this area was always spot on. Haruto helped Miyako up and smiled. No need for that. I is someone I personally brought in, so of course, I should take good care of her. By the way, does I have a band to accompany her? Miyako was momentarily stunned, then shook her head. I has always been an independent idol. The instrumentals are recorded in the studio and then played directly on stage. Haruto nodded. For an anniversary stage, live music would definitely have a better effect. Coincidentally, I've noticed a promising band. They have a performance next week. I bought tickets, Miyako-san, come with me to check them out. Maybe we can collaborate with them. Saying that, Haruto took a ticket out of his pocket and directly placed it in her hand. Miyako. Staring at the ticket in her hand, she was stunned. Wasn't this a ticket for an underground band? Was their president really digging through the unknown to find talent? It wasn't that she looked down on underground bands. The issue was that there were so many of them, and the quality varied wildly. Finding the right collaborators among them was basically like playing the lottery. But since the president had already handed her the ticket, she knew she had no choice but to go. Hoshino I also leaned in excitedly. An underground band? I want to go. I want to go too. Haruto flicked her forehead. You're not allowed. You're an idol heading for the Tokyo Dome now. Do you even realize the chaos it would cause if you showed up at an underground live house? Hoshino I pouted upon hearing this. Then, Haruto continued. Besides, we still haven't settled the matter with Nao. As punishment, stay put at the company. This time, feeling guilty, Hoshino I had no way to argue back. Seeing her obediently fall in line, Miyako couldn't help but admire Haruto. The president was amazing. As I's manager, she had exhausted herself trying to keep I in check. Every day was a battle of wits. As Miyako was lost in thought, Haruto suddenly asked, by the way, how is Kamaki Hikaru doing now? Miyako was momentarily stunned. After thinking for a moment, she replied, pretty bad. A violent incident broke out on a variety show's live broadcast, and rumors of a death-related scandal surfaced. Although the police later confirmed it was self-defense, the previous case has been reopened for investigation. Because of this, Kamaki Hikaru has been caught in an unprecedented online firestorm, cyberbullying, and is almost completely unable to work. Chapter 171, Killing Kamaki Hikaru. Leading to the reincarnation deity. Come to think of it, Kamaki Hikaru was ultimately destroyed by his own persona. Miyako remarked with a sigh. Hearing this, Haruto raised an eyebrow with interest. Destroyed by his own persona? She nodded. Yes, Kamaki Hikaru's public image was simply too perfect, whether in the industry or in front of the audience. He always played the role of a harmonious teammate, a respectful professional towards staff, and a dedicated performer to his fans. Kind, handsome, and easygoing yet incredibly talented, this kind of persona is hard to establish, but once it's solidified, it attracts an immense following. For a long time, Kamaki Hikaru relied on this carefully crafted image to gain loyal fans. But once that image crumbled, those same fans turned on him in an instant. Other artists facing scandals might be able to lay low and make a comeback. But Kamaki Hikaru? There's no way he can recover. His career is completely over. I also heard that the company he established under his name had a business bet with another company. With Kamaki Hikaru's downfall, that agreement ended in complete failure, pushing his company to the brink of bankruptcy and liquidation. Miyako shared everything she knew. Hearing this, Haruto's lips curled into a smirk. Good riddance. Time to pop the champagne. However, despite Kamaki Hikaru's life plunging into ruin, there was still no unexpected twist. Even though Haruto had been busy, he still checked the reports from the Foundation. There had been no updates about Kamaki Hikaru. This meant that even though Kamaki Hikaru had hit rock bottom, with his life now as bleak as a silent film, the reincarnation anomaly behind him remained completely unresponsive. That was why there had been no reports regarding him. From the looks of it, despite having been reincarnated multiple times and dedicating each life to the entertainment industry, His reincarnation had absolutely nothing to do with his career as an artist. In that case, there was only one thing left to try: executing Kamiki Hikaru and observing the Anomalies' reaction. With that thought, and since he happened to have time, Haruto pulled up Kamiki Hikaru's file from the Foundation and set out to personally carry out the execution. At that moment, Kamiki Hikaru was holed up in a cramped, dimly lit apartment. His appearance drastically changed. Once, Kamiki Hikaru had been strikingly handsome, his ethereal aura turning heads wherever he went. But now, his eyes were bloodshot, filled with red veins, heavy bags hanging under them, and dark circles so pronounced they looked as if he'd smeared on too much eyeshadow. Clearly, he hadn't had a proper rest in a long time. His disrupted routine and lack of proper nutrition had taken their toll. His complexion was sallow, his body thin and frail, making him look as if he had aged 10 years overnight. In that dimly lit room, Kamiki Hikaru stared intensely at the computer screen, his bloodshot eyes wide open, his teeth clenched. Displayed on the screen was news about Haruto. Attack on Titan concludes, Demon Slayer releases genius mangaka's talent remains undiminished. Beneath the headline was a striking image of Haruto, likely a screen cap from a dating show, repurposed by a media outlet. A handsome man with the label of a genius mangaka, it was a natural magnet for attention. Kamiki Hikaru lashed out, kicking the desk. But after neglecting exercise for so long, his body was nothing like before. Losing his balance, he tumbled backward, landing flat on his back. His hand snagged on the curtain, and with a loud rip, it came crashing down. Outside, the alley was pitch black. Even without the curtain, no light seeped in. This was a dirt-cheap apartment, and expecting decent sunlight was nothing more than a fantasy. Damn it. It's all because of you. You destroyed everything I had. Kamiki Hikaru lay on the floor, screaming in rage. He had always been on top because he had never faced any real setbacks. But the moment he suffered a crushing defeat, he fell apart, his lofty attitude as a reincarnator vanishing completely. Now, he was no better than an ordinary person, no, even worse. He was just another pathetic figure, curled up in the darkness, howling in frustration. Oh? All thanks to me, huh? I'm honored. Mind if I interview you on how it feels to have your life ruined? A sudden voice echoed through the room. Kamiki Hikaru's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, he scrambled like a frightened animal, scurrying to a corner of the cramped room, clutching his head in terror. What more do you want? You've already taken everything from me. He screamed in panic. Haruto's voice had been burned into his mind. Just hearing it triggered an overwhelming, instinctive fear. Unlike his earlier rage, the moment he saw the real deal, Hikaru shrank into a cowering mess, desperate to beg for mercy. Watching the pitiful sight before him, Haruto's smirk faded. He casually opened the window and leaped inside. This is just disappointing. You're a reincarnator, aren't you? What's with the coward act? Didn't you ever think about gathering intelligence? Or using your life to get revenge? You can reincarnate, can't you? At least act like a proper villain. Otherwise, the girls you killed will have died for nothing. Haruto felt nothing but disgust and disappointment. A reincarnator. Twisted mind or not, evil or not, at the very least, act the part of a true villain. If he could reincarnate, why not use that ability to gather information and set traps? Or reincarnate, bide his time, and build up power to take revenge? Hell, he could even try using his own life to take Haruto down with him and then just reincarnate again. But no, he just curled up in a corner, sniveling like a beaten dog. What about the girls he had killed? Would their deaths be completely meaningless? Exposed for what he truly was, Hikaru's terror turned into madness. No. How could you know? How could you possibly know I'm a reincarnator? This is impossible. An illusion. This is all an illusion. Ha ha ha. Right. I'm a reincarnator. How could I ever fail? Watching him descend into madness, Haruto felt a wave of nausea. Truly revolting. He was so disgusted that he nearly gagged. This kind of garbage didn't even deserve to be called a villain. It was best to just remove him from the picture. With a casual flick of his finger, Haruto sent a droplet of blood mist straight into Hikaru's forehead. Instantly, the unrestricted black light virus began multiplying and spreading inside him. Within a blink, it devoured Hikaru's brain cells, rapidly expanding throughout his body. With a dull thud, Hikaru collapsed. But he wasn't dead yet. Even with his brain cells consumed by the virus, traces of his consciousness remained. He could clearly feel the horrifying changes taking place in his body. He could even sense something new growing in his mind, gnawing away at his remaining awareness. This process would continue until the blacklight virus completely reconstructed him and erupted from within. On the ground, Hikaru's body began to bloat and distort. Bone spikes, ghoul-like cagn, and writhing tentacles sprouted from his form. Then, Those grotesque appendages twisted further into indescribable shapes, swelling larger and larger. And the moment it reached its limit, Hikaru's body exploded, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. Haruto casually waved his hand, gathering the scattered mist into a single mass before erasing it. Hikaru, dead. Then, Haruto stood quietly, waiting. Time ticked by, second after second. Suddenly, in one fleeting moment, he sensed an abnormal fluctuation. Zawarudo. The world, activated. Everything around him turned gray as time itself came to a halt. The river of time had been forcibly stopped, freezing everything in place. Haruto leaped out of the window, traversing a few rooftops before arriving deep in the mountains. The sun was setting, casting a crimson glow across the horizon. On a small hill within the secluded forest, Haruto saw a girl dressed in a black nun's habit. She looked around 12 years old, her messy medium-length hair loosely draping over her back. Surrounded by countless ravens, they fluttered about her as if drawn to her very presence. Black feathers were frozen mid-air, seemingly on the verge of landing in her outstretched hand. But what stood out most were her eyes. They seemed devoid of emotion, not quite dead but unsettlingly vacant. To an ordinary person, just gazing into them would send chills down their spine. Haruto's eyes lingered on the girl, then shifted to the black feather hovering in the air, just about to fall into her hand. His brow furrowed slightly. Snapping his fingers, time resumed, though at an extremely slow pace, so much so that the falling feather barely moved. Haruto stepped forward, facing the girl. Her empty gaze turned to meet his. Why let him reincarnate? He was just trash. Haruto's voice was calm as he asked. The girl looked at him for a brief moment, then turned her gaze back to the black raven feather. Mission. She answered. Haruto's frown deepened. Mission? What kind of mission? Murdering bright, promising young girls one after another? Hearing this, the girl hesitated for a moment before shifting her gaze back to Haruto. I don't know. But it was his mission. I had to let him complete it. Haruto sighed. Can we get rid of this cryptic nonsense already? This time, the girl didn't respond. Clearly, even as a so-called riddle speaker, she had no real answer. Haruto gave up on questioning her further. What if I kill him? He gestured toward the falling feather. It was obvious, it represented Kotaro's soul. I will let him reincarnate again. Until he fulfills his mission. The girl answered plainly. Haruto shook his head. No, not that kind of death. Whatever, it's hard to explain. I'll show you instead. In the next moment, Haruto's irises shimmered with brilliant colors, resembling a rainbow in motion. Then, he extended his finger and lightly traced it over the descending soul of Hikaru. There was no sound. No immediate change. But from Haruto's perspective, his fingertip had just traced over an almost imperceptible thread, a thread of death. Chapter 172, containing a no Yuzume, the band's performance. With a swipe of his fingertip, the lines of death unraveled. The next moment, the crow feathers drifting in the air silently crumbled, dissolving into a wisp of black mist. A piercing scream echoed through the space. The sound was sharp and chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. Haruto recognized this voice. It was the scream of Hikaru Kamiki. As the black mist gradually dissipated, the screams also faded into nothingness. And with that, the reincarnator's story came to an end. The girl surrounded by ravens watched this scene unfold, her eyes showing a rare glimmer of surprise. Now, he shouldn't be able to complete his mission. Haruto spoke calmly. With his mystic eyes of death perception, he had seen Hikaru Kamiki's lines of death. It was the death of his very existence, more thorough than mere physical death, mental death, or even soul death. With a swipe of his fingers, Hikaru Kamiki was erased from the world, completely beyond any possibility of reversal. After that, Haruto simply lifted the restrictions of the world's power. Time returned to its normal flow. Countless ravens once again circled and soared through the air, though they now seemed more agitated than before. Haruto and the girl locked eyes in silence. A multitude of emotions flickered across her innocent gaze before she finally looked at him and spoke. You have to take responsibility. Haruto? Hearing this, Haruto tilted his head in confusion. He had expected that forcefully killing Hikaru Kamiki would make this goddess, who governed reincarnation, either furious or sorrowful. After all, she had kept going on about some mission. But in the end, what she said was that he had to take responsibility. That sounded like he had somehow wronged her. TSK. Seeing Haruto's confusion, the girl added, now you have to complete the mission. It has to be done. You must take responsibility. Haruto shrugged. So, what exactly is this mission? He didn't really care about the so-called mission. The girl, however, hesitated for a long time without giving an answer. Clearly, just like before, she only had a vague sense that there was a mission, but she had no idea what it actually was. In that case, Why don't you come with me for now? Once you figure it out, you can tell me. Otherwise, finding me again later might be difficult. Haruto extended his hand to her. The girl looked at his outstretched palm, hesitating for a moment. But in the end, she reached out and placed her delicate hand in his. The containment process was much smoother than Haruto had expected. After eliminating Hikaru Kamiki, he successfully met the goddess responsible for reincarnation and smoothly brought her back to the Foundation's containment site. By the way, what's your name? Haruto casually asked. The girl, still holding his hand, looked up at the countless ravens swirling in the sky before answering after a brief pause, Aim no Yuzume. Haruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. Aim no Yuzume? He had assumed she was another nameless deity like Kame Shigami, but she turned out to be unexpectedly well known. A goddess from Japan's legends. There were many shrines and temples dedicated to Aim no Yuzume. So why was such a famous goddess wasting her time fixating on reincarnating some random scumbag? Thinking about this, Haruto was speechless. He brought Aim no Yuzume to the containment site in Chiba. For her containment room, Haruto specifically arranged for it to be in the high-security containment level, right next to Kame Shigami's room. After settling Aim no Yuzume in, Haruto went next door. Inside the adjacent containment chamber stood an ancient and peculiar shrine. As Haruto stepped inside, a vibrant butterfly emerged from the shrine, fluttering toward him. The radiant butterfly circled Haruto a few times before gently landing on his fingertip, rubbing against him. Seeing this, Haruto chuckled. Hello, Kame Shigami. Long time no see. Looks like you still remember me. The butterfly on his fingertip flapped its wings twice in response. Haruto's smile deepened, though he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Compared to when he first contained Kame Shigami, had this butterfly from the River of Time grown smarter? Well, being smarter wasn't a bad thing. Kame Shigami, I actually came to ask for your help with something. Haruto gestured toward the neighboring room. There's a delusional little goddess next door, obsessing over a scumbag from the entertainment industry. Her name is Aim no Yuzume. I don't know if you know her, but anyway, help me talk some sense into her. As a goddess, she should be protecting her people, not wasting time on some worthless man. Hearing Haruto's words, Kame Shigami's wings paused mid-flap, as if puzzled. Just as Haruto wondered if the butterfly deity hadn't understood, it suddenly took flight and landed near the wall separating the two rooms. Seeing this, Haruto stepped outside and removed the partition between the two containment chambers. Aim no Yuzume curiously looked at the shrine in the adjacent room, as well as the radiant butterfly. Kame Shigami flapped its wings and flew toward Aim no Yuzume. The girl extended her delicate fingers and allowed the butterfly to land on them. Then, the two deities seemed to engage in some kind of silent communication. Watching this unfold, Haruto nodded in satisfaction. Now that was more like it. A rebellious young goddess being guided by a wise senior deity to change her mindset and embrace her true responsibilities, this was exactly what needed to happen. As for whether Kame Shigami and Aim no Yuzume would conspire together to break out of the containment site, Haruto had full confidence in Kame Shigami. This butterfly from the River of Time had been contained at the site for quite a while and had never caused any trouble. In fact, given its nature, if Haruto weren't personally overseeing it, the Foundation wouldn't even have the means to contain Kame Shigami properly. Unfortunately, the Foundation still lacked the capability to restrict time-based entities. Kame Shigami remained at the site entirely out of its own willingness to cooperate. As for Aim no Yuzume, she was more like a confused little girl and lacked the ability to break out. Successfully contained anomaly, Aim no Yuzume, anomaly classification, level 5 apocalyptic. Containment status, stable, reward, 1 level 5 lottery draw. As the system notification popped up, Haruto left the site in satisfaction. Time passed, and soon, the weekend arrived. The scheduled performance date had finally come. Haruto rode in Kyoko Saito's car as they headed to the Shimokitazawa Performance Hall. Unfortunately, the weather was terrible today. Early in the morning, Japan's meteorological office issued a storm warning, advising citizens to stay indoors. The streets were nearly deserted, the only sounds being the howling wind and the rustling of tree branches. Clearly, expecting ticket-holding audience members to brave the storm just for a 500 yen ticket, barely the price of 2 cups of bubble tea, was unrealistic. After entering the nearly empty venue, Miyako frowned. President, I don't mean to question your judgment, but can a decent band really be found in a place like this? Shimokitazawa's live houses weren't even among the more well-known underground music venues. Hoping to find a band here that could match the level of an established idol group seemed like a pipe dream. Or rather, trying to find hidden gems in the underground music scene itself was an impossible gamble. Haruto merely smiled and gestured toward the stage, signaling Miyako to watch before making a judgment. Though the audience turnout was dismal, The performance was set to proceed as planned. As the lights dimmed, 4 young girls stepped onto the stage. The atmosphere was heavy, and even the usually cheerful Najuka Ijichi struggled to maintain her smile. They had poured their hearts into preparing for this moment, practicing tirelessly, day after day, with hopes and dreams built upon their effort. Yet in return, they received nothing but a storm warning and an empty venue. The emotional letdown was crushing. In a way, it would have been less painful if no tickets had been sold in the first place then, at least, they wouldn't have had expectations. As the spotlight came on, Ikuyo Kita forced herself to stay upbeat as she introduced the band. "We are Kasoka Band. Thank you for coming to our performance. Our first song is Guitar, Loneliness, and Blue Planet." With that, the music began. But Najuka missed her cue. Ikuyo's vocals were off-key. Her fingers, stiff with nerves, struck the wrong guitar notes. Even the usually reliable Ryo Yamada played her bass below her usual standard. Miyako frowned as she listened. She always trusted the president's judgment, but this time, she was certain he had made a mistake. This band was simply not ready. When the song finally ended, the venue was dead silent. Miyako took a deep breath, leaned in close to Haruto, and whispered, "President, maybe next time. They still have room to grow." Her words were gentle but firm. But in the next moment, Miyako watched in shock as Haruto raised his hand. "You can do it." His voice echoed in the empty live house, bouncing off the walls. The few audience members present were stunned. Even the 4 girls on stage froze. For the first time since stepping onto the stage, Hitori Gota, who had kept her head down the entire time, lifted her gaze. Her teary eyes locked onto Haruto. Then, without hesitation, she clutched her guitar tightly, pressed her pick against the strings, and strummed with all her might. Chapter 173, Bocce, I'm willing to be deceived by him. The strumming of the guitar echoed through the live house, sending a wave of sound rippling across the venue. The previously lifeless atmosphere seemed to stir in response to that single chord. At the very least, many audience members who had been distracted by their phones now shifted their attention back to the stage. And at the center of it all, Hitori clutched her guitar tightly, her fingers dancing across the strings. A guitar solo rang out. The notes were precise, the melody sharp. It was a performance so skilled that even those unfamiliar with music could tell how impressive it was. The sound of her playing seemed to clear away the heavy atmosphere lingering in the room, leaving behind nothing but the raw, stirring music. The girl who always hid in the shadows, the bocce who never sought attention under the spotlight, she now radiated a brilliance unlike ever before. After a brief moment of shock, the most experienced member, Ryo Yamada, snapped back to her senses and turned toward drummer Najuka Ijichi. Their eyes met for a split second and then, with a firm nod, they understood. At just the right moment, the beat of the drums kicked in, seamlessly blending into Hitori's guitar solo. Next came the bass, intertwining perfectly with the rhythm, creating an incredible harmony. Watching Bocce play, Ikuyo Kita's eyes sparkled with admiration. The band, the song they performed. To me, it was like a loud, resounding laughter. To me, it was as piercing as a railway crossing alarm. The song erupted, almost like a shout, yet it was perfectly timed, blending seamlessly with the performance. Miyako, who had been leaning beside Haruto just moments ago, slowly straightened her posture, looking toward the stage in astonishment. It was like a completely different band from the one before. The bass is so heavy, but the reverb is flawless. The 3 instruments are practically showing off their skills. The melody and tone are a bit niche, but the performance is so perfect that even if it's not my taste, I can feel its charm. The most stunning part is the lead guitar. The difficulty of the piece is way above standard, yet it's played flawlessly. It's like witnessing a stage hero in action. Analyzing from a professional standpoint, these conclusions surfaced in her mind. For a moment, she even forgot that she was in an underground band showcase. The stage presence was so strong that it wouldn't be out of place for a rising star in the mainstream music industry. Open your eyes and face the title of Loneliness. Accept it in your heart, that lofty impulse. Now, deep in my chest, I confirm the sound of my own heart. I don't want to listen to anything else. Except for the sound of my own voice. Through the song, it felt as if one could hear the cry of a soul. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had been reduced to just the sound of this band. As the song ended, the final guitar solo echoed throughout the venue, leaving a lingering resonance in the hearts of the audience. After what felt like an eternity, the vocalist, realizing she should make an announcement, hurriedly spoke. "This was our second song, That Band. Thank you all for listening, thank you so much." As they bowed at the end, an enthusiastic round of applause erupted from the audience. Despite the small number of people, the applause was unexpectedly loud. On stage, the 4 girls were drenched in sweat, their breathing heavy and ragged. But in their eyes burned a bright light. As the band exited backstage, a blonde girl suddenly burst through a side corridor, grabbing Haruto and dragging him toward the back. Haruto smiled and let Higachi Nijuka pull him along. Miyako, shaking off her shock, sighed with a wry smile and followed them backstage. As they pushed open the door, the sound of conversation inside immediately came to an abrupt halt. And then, before they could react, someone rushed forward. "Wha? You're such a good person. I thought it was all over. It was all thanks to your cheering that I managed to hold on." Hitori clung to Haruto's leg, wailing miserably. Even though this guy had suddenly disappeared. Even though this guy had tricked her out of money. But he had came to support them. He was actually a good guy. "I'm gonna cry." During the storm, their first ever performance had plunged into despair. The heavy atmosphere had led to repeated mistakes. Standing on stage playing the first song, Hitori had nothing but the thought, this is the end. Then, that voice of encouragement rang out. Now, she was writhing on the floor in a contorted mess, sobbing in despair. "If it's you, I don't mind being tricked." "Wha?" Before things spiraled completely out of control, Nijuka pried Hitori's fingers off Haruto and dragged her away. Then, standing in a row, Nijuka, Kita Ikuyo, and Yamada Ryo all gave Haruto a deep bow. "Thank you so much." They couldn't deny it, Haruto's shout of encouragement had reignited their courage to play. He had completely pulled them out of the abyss. Haruto waved his hand dismissively. "No need to thank me, I didn't do much. If anything, it was Bachi who brought you all back." That guitar solo on stage was like divine intervention, waking everyone up completely. A shining Hitori was far more of a hero. Hearing the praise, Hitori cried even harder. "You what?" He complimented me. "You're such a good person. Here, take my entire life savings, please continue to support me." As she spoke, Hitori pulled out a small piggy bank and held it out toward Haruto. Higachi Nijuka. Haruto, without hesitation, reached out to take it. "Saito Miyako." Immediately, Nijuka yanked Hitori away, shouting, "Don't fall for it. Wake up." Meanwhile, Miyako grabbed Haruto from behind, trying to talk him down. "President, please act like a decent person." And so, the situation finally returned to normal. After dragging Hitori away for a serious lecture, Ikuyo stepped forward, standing firmly in front of Hitori with a stern expression. "Even if you helped us, you can't just scam Hitori out of her money. That's too much. You even borrowed money from her before. How could you take advantage of her like this?" Haruto shrugged. "But she said she was okay with being scammed." Ikuyo choked on her words, then furiously shouted, "That doesn't count. Hitori isn't very bright, and she's a shut-in who can't handle the cruelty of society. Her words can't be taken seriously." Haruto looked at her with admiration. Wow, she really said it. She actually said it to her face. And just as Ikuyo realized the absurdity of her words, she turned to look at Hitori in horror. Hitori, who had been slumped in Nijuka's arms, was now completely gray, looking utterly devastated. "Wait, no, I didn't mean it like that. That was just an excuse to stop you from getting scammed. Please don't fade away, Hitori." The three bandmates scrambled to rescue their fading friend. Haruto watched the chaos unfold with a smirk, barely holding back laughter. Miyako, on the other hand, just rubbed her temples, feeling an immense headache. Why was it that her boss had everything, good looks, talent, even personality, yet he just had to have this wicked sense of humor? This kind of behavior. Ugh, it was unbearable. After finally reviving Hitori, Ikuyo turned back to Haruto with a furious glare. Miyako quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. While explaining the situation, she casually pulled out a thick stack of yen bills from her wallet and stuffed them into Hitori's hands. "Hitori." Hitori stared at the wad of 10,000 yen bills in her hands, her eyes spiraling like a hypnotized cartoon character. The other three girls were just as stunned. They had originally thought Haruto was some kind of professional scam artist. After all, how else could someone trick a person into willingly be scammed? But now, their entire worldview was being rewritten by the sheer extravagance of this act. Ikuyo hesitantly asked, Just who are you people? Please don't tell me there's some kind of criminal syndicate here to abduct us and harvest our organs." Miyako pulled out a business card and handed it over. Then, she formally introduced herself. "I'm Saito Miyako, president of Umbrella Entertainment. Our company primarily manages idols and artists. I know this might not mean much, but stars like Ai Hoshino and Mai Sakurajima are signed under our label. And this man here is Takemen Haruto, the sole shareholder behind Umbrella, in other words, the real boss." The four girls blinked in unison. Huh? What company? What shareholder? What boss? Aside from Hitori, the other three had all at least heard of Umbrella. After all, being in a band meant brushing up against the entertainment industry. And in today's entertainment world, Umbrella was the most renowned name. Even more than actual celebrities, this outlier of a company had an insane reputation. And even though Hitori didn't keep up with industry news, she had definitely heard of Ai Hoshino. Her little sister often watched Ai's concerts at home. Over time, even someone as reclusive as Hitori had become familiar with her name. But all of that was just something distant, something seen in passing online. Something they never expected to suddenly appear before them. The impact was equivalent to seeing an actual alien in real life. And after a long silence, Ikuyo was the first to break down into a full-blown scream. Umbrella? That famous Ai's umbrella company. I'm a huge fan of Ai. Nodoka also spoke excitedly. It's the top company in the industry. A total powerhouse. But why would such big company come to watch our performance? In reality, what she really wanted to ask was, why would such a rich man, young Master XT, trick Hitori out of her lunch money? But after a moment of thought, clearly, this guy really hadn't had any money on him at the time. That was the only explanation for why he borrowed from Hitori. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. This guy was so rich that they couldn't even begin to imagine the extent of his wealth. There's no way he would go out of his way to scam Hitori out of a few thousand yen, right? Right? People wouldn't, at least, they shouldn't do something like that. Yeah, this had to be some kind of misunderstanding. However, if Haruto had known what was going through Nodoka's mind, he would have shamelessly responded, I totally wanted to scam Bocchi. Chapter 174, Collaborating with the National Idol, Hoshino Ai? When asked why they had come, Miyako tilted her head and looked at Haruto. Haruto nodded, signaling that it was fine for her to speak openly. So, she spoke directly, it's because the president. That is, our boss Haruto, listened to your performance and thought the stage effects were great. And coincidentally, our company has an upcoming event and is looking for a band to collaborate with. So, the president dragged me here to watch your performance and decide whether to extend an invitation. These words made the four girls widen their eyes in disbelief. They had just completed their debut performance, and they were already getting an invitation to perform? And not just any performance, an offer from the company that nurtured a national idol? Ikuyo reached out and pinched Hitori on the waist. Oh! Hitori yelped. Huh? Why? Hitori asked pitifully, confused as to why her bandmate had just attacked her. Ikuyo coughed lightly. I just wanted to check if this was a dream. Since you felt pain, this must be real, right? Hitori, cack. She really wanted to ask, why not pinch yourself instead of pinching her? But because of her personality, she couldn't bring herself to complain. She could only cry silently in her heart. At this moment, Ryo, who had remained calm, asked, so, after watching our performance, what is your decision, Miss Miyako? Only then did the other three react. Oh right, she had only said they came to watch before deciding. She never actually confirmed that they would be invited. Had they gotten ahead of themselves? Miyako took a deep breath before speaking seriously. To be honest, when the president first brought me to an underground band venue like this, I was completely against it. In the entertainment industry, underground bands don't exactly have the best reputation. It's not just about publicity and fame, the bigger issue is talent and professionalism. To put it bluntly, many underground bands lack the skills to operate professionally. Worse, their attitude is often lacking. And when I first listened to your performance, my opinion didn't change. In fact, it only reinforced my doubts. Her words made the four girls lower their heads instinctively. Not just because of the pressure of facing a superior figure. More importantly, because she was right, their attitude had been a problem at the start of the performance. Yes, the storm had reduced their audience to a pitiful number. But there were still people in the audience. People who had paid money to see them. Yet, because their first performance didn't go as expected, all four of them had been emotionally shaken. The result? A performance that was nowhere near acceptable. Forget stage presence, it was worse than their regular practice sessions. With such an attitude, they had no right to complain about criticism. They couldn't even argue against it, they could only lower their heads in guilt. However, at this moment, Miyako's tone shifted. But the second half of your performance completely shocked me. Not just a pleasant surprise, a revelation. A flawless performance, an immersive stage presence that even I, with years in the industry, couldn't find a single flaw. It was incredibly moving. You used a niche style and, through sheer talent, forced the audience to love it. Something I have rarely seen in my life. As a token of appreciation for such a perfect auditory and visual experience, I believe it's only right to extend this invitation. At the very least, it's my recognition of your talent. Her words made the four girls raise their heads once more, their eyes gradually filling with light. After a brief moment of silence, the four exchanged glances, then broke into smiles. Thank you very much for your recognition. Led by Ijichi Nodoka, the four bowed deeply in unison. Miyako waved her hand with a smile, then glanced toward Haruto. And when she saw Haruto smile slightly, she understood exactly what he meant. To be honest, if not for the president, Miyako might have considered signing the band. But she never would have invited them to collaborate with Hoshino I. A single perfect performance? That wasn't enough to prove their overall level was flawless. After all, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Not to mention, for every brilliant moment, there was often a stumble beforehand. Pairing an unproven underground band with their top idol was simply too risky. She might take a chance on offering them a contract, but not on such a high-profile collaboration. But if it was what the president wanted, then so be it. So, what do you think? Here's the collaboration contract. And, of course, the contract to officially join our company. You can review the terms and decide at your own pace. Even if you refuse, there may still be opportunities to collaborate in the future. Saito pulled out 2 contracts from her bag. She had prepared these in advance. She had assumed they would be useless at an underground band event. Yet, here they were, being used for real. One contract was the collaboration with Hoshino I. The other was an artist contract under the umbrella company. Even though it was a rookie contract, the terms were so generous that even established artists would be envious. And there were no hidden traps. After all, Umbrella Entertainment wasn't created just for profit. Ijechi Najuka took the contract, while Ryo and Ikuyo immediately leaned in to read. Hitori also wanted to look, but the 3 mercilessly shoved her aside. Contracts should be reviewed by calm, rational minds. And given that Hitori was the kind of person who could say, "I'm willing to be scammed by him," they figured it was best not to let her near such important paperwork. Despite their usual camaraderie, for the sake of Hitori's future, they decided. She could cry on the sidelines for now. Hitori, now banished, looked lost. And somehow, she ended up falling into Haruto's arms. A moment later, she realized what had happened and quickly scrambled away. Thank you. Hitori lowered her head slightly, her bangs covering her eyes as she mumbled. Haruto didn't respond with words, he simply reached into his camu space and pulled out 2 hair clips, then gently adjusted her bangs. Aren't your bangs a little too long? They're covering your eyes. Doesn't that make daily life inconvenient? As he carefully adjusted her soft pink hair, Haruto casually asked. Hitori. Too close. I can't even respond. No one besides my parents has ever fixed my hair before. Her mind was a chaotic mess. But in reality, she was completely speechless. Haruto, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind. He swiftly clipped her bangs aside, tucking the excess behind her ear. With that, her brilliant sapphire blue eyes were finally revealed. She was adorable, yet her bangs had been hiding it all along. What a waste. Haruto nodded in satisfaction. Then, his gaze shifted downward. If he remembered correctly, Hitori actually had an amazing figure. But since she always wore that oversized pink tracksuit, no one could tell. Now that he thought about it, Hitori was a hidden gem. If he didn't have a system or supernatural powers, marrying Hitori wouldn't be a bad choice. She was easy to pursue, just getting close would make her panic. And if he confessed, she was too socially anxious to refuse. Even if he became a house husband, she'd probably never ask for a divorce. Wait. No, stop right there. Haruto realized, being around Hitori made him want to tease her way too much. Is this what they call the aggressive power of cuteness? No, it's just your corrupt mind. At that moment, Bocchi, having finally calmed down, sneaked a glance at Haruto. Then, on impulse, she softly asked, Haruto. Senpai, do you like my music? Haruto was briefly stunned, then smiled. Why call me senpai? I may be a boss, but I never debuted as an artist. Bocchi, Then. Seeing her flustered expression, Haruto waved his hand. Just call me Haruto. Or Haruto senpai, if you prefer. As for your music, I already told you, didn't I? I'm Bocchi's fan. I really like your music. That song, Loneliness, Guitar, and the Blue Planet, though tonight's performance was, let's just say complicated, but I really love it. Hearing this, Bocchi, who had been panicking, finally calmed down. A bright light shone in her blue eyes. Thank you. I'll keep working hard, she said softly. Haruto smiled and ruffled her pink hair. Meanwhile, the other 3, having finished reading the contract, were not pleased. She totally fell for it. I can see Bocchi's entire future already. Yeah, not letting Bocchi see the contract was the right move. But at this rate, she's doomed anyway. Feels like she's about to be carried off to bed. For the record, the last line came from Ryo. And because their whispers were so loud, Hitori heard everything. In an instant, her pupils quaked, her face turned crimson, and steam started rising from her head. Boom. Hitori exploded. Ahem. Figuratively, after this, the four signed the collaboration contract. However, they did not sign the umbrella contract just yet. Perhaps they still weren't sure about fully going pro. By the way, who exactly are we collaborating with? Nijika asked curiously. The contract only mentioned a collaboration with an idol, without naming them. The other three also looked on expectantly. Miyako, having collected the signed contract, smiled and said, "It's our company's star, Hoshino I." The four. At the moment Miyako revealed this, they froze. Hoshino I? Performing alongside the rising national idol? Even after receiving the invitation, they never imagined such a thing. It was simply too outrageous. They were still newcomers. Their first gig was immediately followed by a performance with a national idol? Saito glanced at Haruto and smiled bitterly. It was the president's idea to keep this information hidden. And they still had no idea that their performance would take place in Tokyo Dome. Once they found out, how would they react? Chapter 175, The Execution Experiment of the Immortal Lizard, Anomalous Mechanical Life. Standing in the corridor of the heavy containment level, Haruto gazed at the creature inside the containment chamber, the Immortal Lizard, SCP-682. This terrifyingly adaptive reptilian entity had undergone numerous execution experiments since its containment. The first attempt involved the sculpture, Peanut, SCP-173. Both entities were placed in the same containment chamber while the Foundation withdrew to observe. The Immortal Lizard let out several deafening screams before quickly pressing itself against the wall farthest from Peanut, never taking its eyes off it. Oddly enough, the destructive capability of Peanut should not have been enough to instill such fear in the Immortal Lizard. For the next 6 hours, SCP-682 continued staring at SCP-173 without blinking. It was theorized that this process would continue indefinitely, so the Foundation decided to intervene. A Foundation agent equipped with a high-caliber sniper rifle was dispatched to shoot out SCP-682's eyes. At the same time, the Foundation ceased all visual observation of the test site. Inside, horrific screams and the sound of bones being shattered echoed through the chamber. However, the noises soon ceased, and everything fell silent. Observation was resumed. The Foundation found SCP-682 lying on the floor, its head, neck, and legs bearing multiple injuries. Meanwhile, Peanut's hands were covered in pieces of SCP-682's flesh. At that moment, SCP-682, still lying on the floor, regenerated its eyes and resumed staring at Peanut. Over the next few hours, SCP-682 rapidly recovered from its injuries and moved to another wall. Moreover, SCP-682 began growing additional eyes on various parts of its body, over 30 in total, some of which were covered by thick, transparent shells. Regular firearms could not penetrate this armor, and the proposal to use high-risk weapons was rejected by O5, data expunged. SCP-682 continued staring at SCP-173 for another 12 hours. The execution experiment was deemed a failure. Following this, the Foundation supplemented its understanding of SCP-173 and upgraded its containment protocols. Another execution attempt was made using the Shy Guy, SCP-096. Both entities were placed in the same space, and the Foundation forced the Shy Guy's hands away from its face, exposing it to SCP-682. As a result, due to SCP-096's anomalous properties, the Foundation ceased all visual observation. Inside the chamber, both entities let out horrific screams, seemingly equally terrified of each other. The screaming continued for 27 hours before it suddenly stopped. To avoid looking at SCP-096's face, the Foundation used sonar imaging devices for observation. The sonar images revealed that SCP-096 was in a severely damaged state, curled up in the southwest corner of the room, appearing distressed. SCP-682, meanwhile, had lost approximately 85% of its physical mass and was also in a severely damaged state. A mobile task force Black Sphere was dispatched to easily recover both anomalies. However, after this experiment, SCP-096 refused to look at SCP-682. Whenever exposed to SCP-682's gaze, it would immediately turn away, jump to a corner, and scream while clawing at its own face. The execution attempt failed. Inside the site, an agent proposed an experiment, pasting a picture of SCP-096's face onto SCP-173's face and conducting another execution test. This proposal was immediately rejected by O51, and the agent had 1 month's salary deducted. There were numerous other execution experiments, but they wouldn't all be listed here. The bottom line was, all the experiments proved that SCP-682 was almost impossible to kill. At this moment, Haruto stared at SCP-682 inside the containment chamber, his irises gradually shifting into a rainbow-like glow. Sensing something, SCP-682, which had been quietly lying against the west wall, suddenly began moving. It retreated to the farthest corner of the room, then used its limbs like Spider-Man to cling to the upper part of the wall. This action seemed to be solely for distancing itself from Haruto. In Haruto's vision, the death lines of all things around him began to manifest, along with twisted death points. Even the walls of the heavy containment layer appeared fragile and breakable to his eyes. However, SCP-682 itself had no death lines or death points. After staring at it for a long time, Haruto finally saw a single death line appear on SCP-682. But this was strange. Typically, the death lines of an object or living being should run along its weakest point. Even in cases of conceptual death lines, they should not extend too far beyond the physical body. Yet SCP-682's death line extended vertically upwards, far beyond its physical form. It stretched infinitely into the sky, piercing through the sight and continuing upwards, as if connecting to something above. Additionally, as Haruto attempted to touch this death line, several other hidden death lines faintly appeared, space, dimensions, something along those lines. Haruto analyzed these death lines and formed a rough hypothesis. The Foundation had long speculated about SCP-682's origins and true nature. The most widely accepted theory suggested that SCP-682 was not a being from this dimension. Instead, it was a higher dimensional life form projecting itself into this dimension. This would explain why SCP-682's physical form could never be fully destroyed, because a higher dimensional projection cannot be killed unless its true body is destroyed. And what Haruto saw now seemed to confirm this theory. As the vibrant colors in his irises faded, Haruto abandoned the idea of executing SCP-682. It was too risky. Trying to forcibly sever that death line might affect the death lines of dimensions, space, time, and countless other concepts. It could cause irreversible, catastrophic consequences. For the sake of killing SCP-682, the Foundation was not willing to pay such a heavy price. However, the execution experiments would continue in the future. Not to kill SCP-682, but to test the properties of new anomalies. Since SCP-682 was merely a higher dimensional projection and couldn't die, it was the perfect punching bag for experimentation. As Haruto prepared to leave the heavy containment level to check on other ongoing experiments, a notification panel from the multiversal chat group suddenly appeared. Haruto was stunned for a moment. The chat group's panel popping up on its own meant that someone had him. However, Haruto had always been a lurker in the group, silently observing without making his presence known most of the time. Why would he suddenly be called out? Looking at the messages, Haruto understood. Oh, a masking. Blonde defeated dog, everyone, help, help, help. Spoilers are fun, huh? What happened? Pain magnet, why is Ariri so panicked? Big sister is supreme, making a fuss over nothing, just a blonde loser. Portal daddy, Miss Shinobu, don't say that. The group should be about mutual support and harmony. Blonde defeated dog, doctor, have you finished saving the world? Blonde defeated dog, wait, no, this is serious. I'm in big trouble. Blonde defeated dog, strange character image.jpg, pain magnet, what is this? A classmate of yours, Ariri? Wait. This. Spoilers are fun, looks like an anomaly. Big sister is supreme, let me call in the troops, the Foundation is on the way. Haruto clicked on the image Ariri had sent. The picture showed a classroom scene and a female classmate sitting next to Ariri. With just a glance, Haruto recognized it as Ariri's high school classroom. Although he and Ariri attended different high schools, he had been to hers before, having been asked by Mrs. Sawamura to deliver lunch to Ariri. However, the classroom environment wasn't the focus of the image, the real focus was Ariri's seatmate. Haruto quickly noticed something was off. The female classmate had a small scrape on her finger, but instead of blood, a metallic sheen was visible beneath the wound. Haruto zoomed in on the image and noticed something beneath the injury. Gears? A mechanical humanoid? The thought popped into Haruto's mind. Meanwhile, the group chat was filled with speculation. Spoilers are fun, is this a mechanical humanoid? I just checked the Foundation's records, there's nothing similar. Spoilers are fun, other than the Foundation, are there any organizations in the world with the technology to create androids? Blonde defeated dog, I think the situation is more complicated than that. At the start of the semester, during the sports festival, she fell and got hurt. Blonde defeated dog, back then, her knee was scraped badly, there was blood everywhere, and I even helped her back to the classroom. Blonde defeated dog, even now, you can still see some scars on her knee. It doesn't look like she was replaced in between. Blonde defeated dog, about a month ago, She started complaining about feeling more tired and sluggish, but I didn't think much of it at the time. Blonde defeated dog. Looking back now, ever since she mentioned that, I started hearing faint metallic clicking sounds when she moved. Whole master of Wangshan. Pain magnet, I just got chills. Help. Spoilers are fun, Eerie, are you saying that she's gradually turning into... Oh god. Big Sister is supreme, the Foundation has deployed. Agents and armed units will prioritize evacuating civilians. MTF squads are on standby. Big Sister is supreme, blonde defeated dog, do not draw her attention. If she's an anomaly, any sudden movement could trigger an outbreak. Stay calm. Blonde defeated dog, I think. It's too late. She noticed I was looking at her. Blonde defeated dog, strange character image.jpg. This time, the image showed the female classmate turning her head, looking directly in Eerie's direction. Now, her abnormal traits were even clearer. Her eyes also had a faint metallic sheen. They didn't look like human eyes at all, they looked more like cameras. Just looking at this image was enough to invoke an overwhelming sense of dread. The uncanny valley effect hit at full force. Chapter 176, Flesh is Weak, Mechanical Ascension? Blonde defeated dog, I'm freaking out. I already turned away, but she's still staring at me. Blonde defeated dog, can anyone understand what's happening? Big Sister is supreme. Big Sister is supreme, don't die. Pain magnet, don't die is quite something. But Miss Eerie, please be extremely careful. Spoilers are fun, I just finished my mission too. I'll head back to Chiba now to check the situation. Blonde defeated dog, I'll start a video call. At least if I die, I'll leave some last words. Eerie then started a group video call. On the screen, Eerie's cute face appeared, but right now, the girl was sitting up straight, looking extremely tense, with a bit of cold sweat on her forehead. Not far from her, at the seat beside her, the strange female classmate was still staring. Eerie forced herself to look straight ahead at the blackboard. She had never been this focused in class her entire life. At that moment, the teacher at the front of the class also seemed to notice something was off. He stopped lecturing, frowned, and said, "Some students, please pay attention to the lesson." "What, does your seatmate have words written on their face or something?" This was practically an explicit hint, just short of calling names. It was a common tactic used by teachers. Eerie's seatmate, after being passively called out, finally retracted her gaze and looked forward again. Seeing this, the teacher nodded in satisfaction and resumed teaching. Eerie let out a long sigh of relief. In her heart, she silently praised this teacher. "I will never call you passive-aggressive old man again," Eerie thought to herself. But unexpectedly, at that moment, a note was suddenly tossed onto her desk. The moment she had just relaxed, her nerves immediately tensed up again. Blonde defeated dog, what do I do? Should I just ignore it? Spoilers are fun, if you ignore it now, it'll just make you look guilty. Check what it says first. Pain magnet, agreed. Besides, ignoring her completely might just provoke her. If something abnormal happens here, it'll be a disaster. Whole Master of Wangshan, SUU has a point. Assess the situation before making a decision. After seeing the messages in the group chat, Eerie was convinced. She forced herself to stay calm and picked up the note from the desk. Unfolding it, she saw 5 large words written inside. You saw it, right? Eerie, cack. In that instant, Eerie almost wanted to cry. What kind of development was this? A horror movie? Was she about to be silenced? Did she know too much? In the end, Eerie simply wrote on the note, "No, I didn't see anything." Without even glancing sideways, she tossed the note back. She thought that rejecting it outright would make her seatmate give up. But unexpectedly, the note soon came back. "No, you definitely saw it. But it's okay, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. We're friends, aren't we?" Looking at the note, Eerie felt like crying even more. Her seatmate. Well, if she had to call her a friend, then technically, she was. This girl was usually very reclusive and didn't get along with anyone in class. Since they sat next to each other, Eerie would occasionally talk to her out of courtesy. She had learned that this girl had a rather gloomy and unstable personality, the classic landmine type. Eerie had never thought much of it before. Since they were classmates and seatmates, outright ignoring her felt too harsh, so she had maintained a superficial friendship with her. But now, because of that superficial friendship, she had been dragged into some weird situation. If she had known this would happen, she would have transferred schools rather than keep up the fake friendliness. But now that things had come to this, Eerie had no choice but to steel herself and write on the note, "So, what exactly is going on with you?" Honestly, Eerie really wanted to write, "We're not that close." But obviously, writing that would only make things worse. Soon, the note was passed back again. I received divine revelation. I have evolved. I will soon transcend humanity. Under God's guidance, I will become his agent, an angel. Harry, come with me. Let's ascend together beyond humanity. Reading the message, Harry's hands trembled slightly. No thanks, I'm perfectly happy being human. That was all she wrote before tossing the note back. Then, Harry shrank into herself, preparing for the worst. Evolution? Angels? Gods? She had zero interest in any of that. Being human was the best, eating, drinking, and being with Haruto. If she transformed into some non-human entity, she'd lose her chances with Haruto forever. At that point, she might as well just drop dead. However, after waiting for a while, nothing terrible happened. Curious, Harry cautiously glanced at her seatmate. But the girl was just sitting there, expressionless. The note had disappeared, and she was simply listening to the lecture again. It seemed she had given up on dragging Harry into her evolution. Seeing this, Harry let out a long breath and collapsed onto her desk, relieved to have survived. Blonde defeated dog, she seems to have given up. Surprisingly easy to talk down. I was scared to death, though. Pain magnet, Harry is so brave. Spoilers are fun, Harry is so brave. Hall Master of Wangsheng, but why do I feel like this isn't over yet? Portal Daddy, she probably won't give up that easily. If only I could use the time stone to calculate the outcome. Blonde defeated dog, don't scare me. At that moment, the school bell rang. This was the last class of the day. Hearing the bell, the teacher packed up their materials and dismissed the class. In Japan, club activities were an important part of school life. Some club credits were almost as important as academic grades, so unless there were special circumstances, classes weren't extended, allowing students to go to their clubs. Unfortunately, Harry was part of the go-home club. After all, this golden-haired defeated dog's hobby was drawing jinshai. Although the school had an art club, there was no way she could openly show her work there. And in the jinshai world, she was pretty famous. Going home meant grinding out new illustrations. But today, she deeply regretted not joining a club. Grabbing her bag, she didn't even pack properly, she just bolted out the back door. Once outside, she wanted to call a cab. But after looking around, she didn't see a single taxi. Even traffic was unusually sparse. Soon, she realized that this was because the Foundation had intervened, evacuating the area. Left with no choice, Harry ran on foot. While passing through a street, her multiverse chat group panel popped up. Big Sister is supreme, the anomaly is still following you. Run to this location, and the Foundation will pick you up. Big Sister is supreme, pinned location, street map image, blonde defeated dog. Blonde defeated dog, why? I thought she gave up. Why is she still chasing me? Cack. On the verge of tears, Harry pulled up the map and followed the directions. A few turns later, she arrived at an empty, abandoned area. There were several deserted warehouses nearby, overgrown with weeds, clearly a place no one visited often. Panting heavily, Harry stopped. Just then, a click echoed in the empty factory district. Looking up, she saw that her classmate had caught up. Unlike Harry, she showed no signs of exertion. Even though Harry had pushed herself to the limit running, the other girl had followed as if she were just taking a leisurely stroll. This made Harry realize, this was no normal human. Harry, let's embrace glorious evolution together. Let's become angels. Human beings, mere creatures of flesh and blood, are far too filthy. Abandon it. The female student stood not far from Harry, raising both hands. Despite speaking words that sounded like those of a cultist, there was no fanaticism in her expression. Her tone remained calm and even. Even her voice. Harry felt that it lacked any human emotion, resembling a mechanical synthesis. Just listening to it sent shivers down her spine. Harry was about to outright refuse when a message from the multiversal chat group popped up. Big Sister is supreme, Foundation personnel are in position. If you're scared, you can head straight into the warehouse behind you. Big Sister is supreme, but the anomaly can communicate. If you can extract more information, the containment process will be less risky. Blonde defeated dog, got it, I'll give it a shot. Big Sister is supreme, don't push yourself too hard. Blonde defeated dog, TCH. Who do you think I am? Straightening her posture, Harry suppressed the fear in her heart, looked at the female student, and after a brief pause, asked, you talk about evolving into angels, but aren't angels supposed to be beautiful women with white wings? And this god you speak of, who exactly is it? Jesus Christ. The flying spaghetti monster? Hearing this, the female student immediately shook her head. God is God. Jesus and Christ are mere fabrications. Only he is real. The angels you imagine are human lies. True angels abandon their fleshly shells and embrace eternal life. I worship the machine god. Flesh is weak, but the machine ascends. Come, join the glorious evolution. As she spoke, her patience seemed to wear thin, and she began to approach Ariri step by step. Now, with each step she took, a mechanical clicking sound emanated from her body. It was as if beneath her fleshly exterior, countless gears were turning. Ariri retreated step by step, eyes widening. She saw that the woman closing in on her no longer had human eyes, her eye sockets were now entirely replaced by glowing red cameras. Her eyeballs had disappeared, replaced by intricate mechanical structures. The wound on her hand was also splitting apart from the inside, revealing large swathes of exposed metal, gleaming with an eerie sheen. Machine god? Look at yourself. See what you've become. Wake up already. Gathering the last of her courage, Ariri shouted, then pulled a small mirror from her backpack and threw it. Crack. A crisp shattering sound echoed. The small mirror struck the female student but shattered upon impact, as if hitting solid metal. Fragments of the mirror scattered across the ground. The female student halted, lowering her gaze toward the ground. In the broken mirror, she saw her reflection. A monstrous, inhuman reflection. The next moment, she let out a piercing screech, the sound resembling the distorted whine of a system error. Chapter 177, The Clockwork Virus. A sharp, piercing screech echoed through the air. It was almost impossible to imagine that such a sound could come from a human throat. The next moment, it began tearing at its own skin. The flesh peeled away like a thin membrane, effortlessly stripped and shredded into fragments. There was no blood. Only more metal, exposed to the air. This is evolution. The machine is eternal and immortal. Join the evolution. Join the evolution. The mechanical synthesized voice rang out like a broadcast, devoid of any emotion. Ariri could no longer withstand the pressure. She turned and rushed into the abandoned warehouse. And it attempted to follow. Just then, a deep gunshot resounded. A large caliber bullet struck it precisely in the forehead, right above the eye sockets. A bullet of this caliber should have caused flesh and blood to splatter, leaving a gaping hole in an ordinary human body. However, when it hit this creature, it merely bent its upper body backward by more than 150 degrees. Click-clack. The sound of gears turning could be heard. Then, with a motion that defied human anatomy, it straightened itself upright once again. The bullet embedded in its forehead was lodged in metal, unable to penetrate further. The next second, the bullet melted into its head, assimilating, becoming part of it. Obstruction of evolution detected. Terminate. The mechanical voice rang out again. It swung its arm, and the remaining flesh on it shattered and crumbled away, revealing what lay beneath. Its entire arm was constructed of metal. Where joints and muscles should have been, there were only interlocking gears. Its bones had been replaced with a single solid metal column. Its fingers had transformed into sharp metallic spikes. Then, it lunged straight toward the source of the gunshot. It no longer moved with human legs. Its lower limbs had turned into a mass of gears and metal tracks. It now advanced like a tank or a heavily armored vehicle. And it was fast, faster than a sports car. A barrage of gunfire erupted instantly. The Foundation operatives, lying in ambush, stepped out and unleashed their firepower. Bullets rained down like a storm of steel, engulfing the mechanized entity. The sheer kinetic force hindered its movement, even forcing it to a temporary stop. But the bullets failed to deal any lethal damage. Instead, they were swiftly assimilated into its body, becoming part of it. Its frame grew larger. Its height increased. From its back, razor-sharp metallic wings sprouted. Cease fire. Full retreat. This site is now under the jurisdiction of Mobile Task Force, Black Sphere. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out across the battlefield. The steel storm came to an abrupt halt. The Foundation's armed personnel began an orderly withdrawal. Several figures in tight-fitting suits arrived at the scene, elite operatives handpicked from the Black Sphere Task Force. Among them was SUU. She raised her weapon and pulled the trigger. A newly developed gravity gun lit up. The next moment, a terrifying gravitational shockwave descended from above, slamming directly onto the creature's head. A series of metallic creaks and groans followed. The ground beneath it instantly collapsed. The shockwave blasted it straight into the earth, sending countless gears and metal pipes scattering in all directions. The power of the new gravity gun was simply overwhelming. The impact was significant, but SUU remained highly vigilant, keeping her finger firmly on the trigger. Meanwhile, under her suppression, the other Black Sphere members, wielding specialized weapons, cautiously closed in. Peering through the gaps in the warehouse, Ariri watched the scene unfold, eyes wide with shock. Despite being part of the multiversal chat group, this was the first time she had personally witnessed an anomaly, let alone seen one being fought. The sci-fi-like battle before her was utterly mind-blowing. Blonde defeated dog, so strong. SUU is so strong. That thing was immune to bullets, yet she suppressed it so easily. Blonde defeated dog, but why is SUU the one who showed up? Big sister is supreme, where are you? Big sister is supreme, look behind you. Blonde defeated dog, ah. This. Big sister is supreme. Given that this anomaly absorbs metal and currently lacks long-range attack capabilities, the Foundation has decided that the Black Sphere Task Force, specializing in energy-based assaults, will handle this containment mission. The Demon Slayer Task Force is on standby nearby. Understood? Pain magnet, terrifying. Trembling.jpg Portal Daddy, a wise decision. If someone like Shinobu handled the containment, it would be far more difficult. Portal Daddy, though I'm curious, what exactly is this anomaly? It really seems to be evolving. Hall Master of Wangshan, it no longer has a soul, has it? The most important thing about being human, emotion, is completely gone. Portal Daddy, that's true. It seems to have fully transformed into a metallic entity now. At that moment, in the center of the battlefield, the creature suddenly spread its metallic wings. Even under the crushing force of the gravity gun, it still had the strength to resist. However, the other Black Sphere members immediately reacted. They raised their weapons, aiming for its joints and the points where its wings connected to its neck. As the gun barrels glowed with a blinding white light in the next instant, devastating energy explosions erupted all over its body. The wings that had just lifted were instantly severed and fell away. Its body sustained heavy damage, and the next moment, another gravity shockwave struck, smashing it deep into the crater. Cease fire. Prepare for containment. Construct a full carbon containment box. The nearest operative, Okahikiro, made a decisive call. SUU halted her attack but remained on high alert. Meanwhile, the other Black Sphere members retrieved carbon-based containment equipment and began extracting the creature from the pit. Soon, a heavily damaged yet still functional metallic body was revealed. The gears still turning within it were proof that it had not been destroyed. It had simply lost all its metal limbs, rendering it temporarily incapable of resistance. Before long, a fully carbon-constructed containment box was brought in. The Black Sphere team secured the anomaly inside and sealed the container shut. The initial containment was complete. Eliminate any remaining anomalous materials. Oka issued the next command. Immediately, several Black Sphere members raised their weapons, cranking up the energy output to maximum. Without hesitation, they pulled their triggers, incinerating every remaining metallic fragment in the crater. Afterward, they donned specialized goggles and scanned the area for any remaining anomalous residue. Gathering up all the scattered parts, including its shed flesh, they consolidated them into one pile and subjected them to a final round of destruction. Only then was the risk fully eradicated. High above, observing the entire containment operation from the sky, Haruto suddenly saw a notification pop up on his system interface. Anomaly, the Clockwork Virus, SCP-217. Anomaly Level 4, Destruction. This anomaly manifests as a virus capable of infecting all animals, with a 100% fatality rate. Infected organisms undergo a gradual transformation into mechanical constructs, a process accompanied by extreme pain. This virus is highly contagious and spreads through physical contact. The mechanization process is irreversible. Once infected, the individual fully transforms into a mechanical entity, losing all emotions and physiological responses. Note, the Clockwork Virus alters the biochemical properties of organic tissue, reorganizing it into a substance known as organic metal. The exact mechanism behind this process remains unknown, though its late-stage symptoms have been documented. Infected individuals gradually become complex entities composed of gears and clockwork mechanisms, which replace their original biological functions. Reports suggest that the late-stage transformation is excruciatingly painful. However, early symptoms are subtle and often go unnoticed, presenting only as sluggishness, insomnia, and joint stiffness. The heart is replaced by gears and small pipes, joints function via a gear-driven system, and the eyes become primitive handheld cameras, among other changes. Anomaly, the Clockwork Virus, SCP-217, successfully contained. Containment Level 4, Destruction. Containment Status, Stable. Reward, 1 Level 4 Lottery Draw. Staring at the anomaly report, Haruto furrowed his brows. He had already suspected that the infected female student was not the true form of the anomaly, but rather an extension of it. However, this virus was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. It spread through simple contact, had a 100% infection rate, and affected all living organisms. Moreover, the transformation was irreversible. Come to think of it, this aligned perfectly with what the infected girl had claimed. She had evolved into it, and since her body had been converted into machinery, she was indeed immortal. Freed from the limitations of biological life, She had become stronger and more resilient than humans, one could even call it a form of evolution. So, was the god she spoke of real after all? Haruto made a mental note to conduct extensive experiments on the clockwork virus, SCP-217, in the future to test this hypothesis. But for now, he immediately issued a directive to all Foundation personnel. Under no circumstances were they to make direct contact with the anomaly. With that done, he descended from the sky. From the moment Ariri joined the multiversal chat group, Haruto had known that she would eventually learn about anomalies. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Meanwhile, SUU had already departed with the containment convoy. Shinobu Kacho, seemingly sensing what was coming, had made an early exit as well. By the time Haruto landed, only Ariri and the Foundation's cleanup crew remained. I don't want my memory erased. Can I join the SCP Foundation? Ariri was adamantly arguing her case. The Foundation personnel looked troubled. He wasn't in charge of recruitment and had no authority to approve such requests. Moreover, the SCP Foundation had a rigorous selection process. Just then, the staff member's gaze shifted past Ariri, and his tense expression relaxed. Noticing this, Ariri immediately turned around only to find Haruto standing right behind her. President, this lady refuses memory erasure and wishes to join the SCP Foundation. I'll leave this to you. Having said his piece, the staff member turned and swiftly made his escape. Ariri, now facing Haruto, put on a look of exaggerated shock. Unfortunately, her acting was utterly terrible. Chapter 178, Mrs. Sawamore's assist and sleeping tea. Inside the multiversal chat group, everyone watched the video feed with great interest. Spoilers are fun. He ran. No way am I being a third wheel right now. Big sister is supreme, running away +1. I'm really curious to see how that guy reacts when facing the blonde loser. Pain magnet, I know it's kinda bad, but I'm really curious how Haruto will treat Ariri, since she's an old acquaintance. Ah. Is this the joy of dark humor? I see the truth now. Hall Master of Wangsheng, you beast, what truth did you even see? Pain magnet? Hall Master of Wangsheng, ahem, sorry. I memorized too many scripture passages as a kid. That was just a reflex. Portal Daddy, Ariri is just a normal person, yet she's come into contact with an anomaly. Will he show favoritism and let her off, or will he strictly enforce the Foundation's rules? Big sister is supreme, that guy will definitely erase her memories. The blonde loser won't even remember it afterward. Spoilers are fun, true. Under normal circumstances, memory erasure means Ariri would forget everything. That way, it wouldn't affect his reputation, and it aligns with the Foundation's rules. Spoilers are fun, too bad. With a multiversal chat group, Master Haruto and Ariri's relationship won't just disappear. Blonde defeated dog, Haruto would never be that cold-blooded. Big sister is supreme, fool. He never even told you about the Foundation's existence before. Clearly, the Foundation's rules are more important to him than some blonde loser. Blonde defeated dog, that's impossible. Even though she was arguing in the chat, Ariri was actually feeling anxious. She was genuinely afraid that Haruto would erase her memories without hesitation. Even if that happened, their relationship wouldn't necessarily break apart. But Ariri would be heartbroken for a long time. Not to mention, that damn Shinobu would mock her in the chat. Although she trusted Haruto, it was also true that he had never once mentioned the Foundation's existence to her. For a moment, Ariri, whose acting skills were already terrible, found her expression becoming even more rigid. Just then, Haruto strode toward her. Ariri? It's over. They were right after all. A bitter feeling welled up in Ariri's heart as she resigned herself to the memory wipe, already thinking about how she would hold her ground in the chat group afterward. But in the next instant she felt a firm pull at her waist, her body tipping forward. And then, she fell into a warm embrace. You're okay. That's such a relief. I was really worried. A deep voice echoed in Ariri's ears, instantly washing away all the emotions she had just been feeling. Being held like this, Ariri stood there in a daze. She could feel the warmth of the embrace and hear that slightly hoarse voice. The bitterness that had been weighing on her heart vanished in an instant, and even the lingering fear from encountering an anomaly melted away like a dream. A sweet sensation of being cherished blossomed in her chest and quickly spread through her entire body. Haruto really is the best in the world. Ariri closed her eyes slightly, and this was the only thought left in her mind. Meanwhile, in the multiversal chat group, Big Sister is supreme, TCH. Spoilers are fun, tearing up over here, folks. No questions about the anomaly, no explanation of his identity. Spoilers are fun, the first thing he said when he saw her was just pure concern. Is this what sweet love looks like? Hall Master of Wangsheng, wow, I never expected Haruto to have this side to him. This is both surprising and impressive. Portal Daddy, this scene reminds me of her. Ugh, the pain is too much. Pain Magnet, the cold and powerful president of the Foundation, has a side like this too? At that moment, Haruto glanced at the flood of messages in the chat and once again felt grateful for his decision to keep a low profile and hide his true identity. Otherwise, how else could he have witnessed a scene like this? Everyone in the chat thought he was playing at level 1. But in reality, he was in the stratosphere. After a long moment of warmth, Ariri gently pulled away from the embrace, lifting her head slightly as she said, "WH, what are you doing? Haruto, you're acting like such a kid." "Of course I'm fine. Spoilers are fun, there it is." The textbook tsundere response. Miss Ariri has chosen the most popular attack style. Pain Magnet, hiss. Tsundere creatures are truly terrifying. Hall Master of Wangsheng, your tenderness is strong, sure, but if and I'm just saying if I were to pull out a tsundere card and pair it with golden twin tails, how would you handle that? Portal Daddy, I'm too old for this. Can't bear to watch. Off to save the universe. Big Sister is supreme, dropping a solid 6. While everyone in the chat was eagerly waiting to see how Haruto would respond to Ariri's tsundere act. Ariri, this is for your own protection. Now, sleep peacefully. There will be no more anomalies in your dreams. With that, Haruto reached out and lightly tapped Ariri's forehead. Ariri. Before she could even protest, her body went limp, and she collapsed forward. Haruto caught her effortlessly, and she was already in a deep sleep. Memory erasure technique, activated. The multiversal chat group fell into absolute silence. No one could process what had just happened. Just a moment ago, this boy was full of concern for Ariri. And in the next, without warning, he had wiped her memory. As Ariri lost consciousness, the group video feed automatically shut off. Holding Ariri in his arms, Haruto glanced at the screen and saw that the video had closed. Then, he smirked. Got them. Without hesitation, Haruto carried Ariri straight back to her apartment. With this, the situation was settled. As for what would happen when Ariri woke up and saw the chat logs, realizing she had been memory wiped. Hadn't he told her? It was for her protection. Surely, Ariri would understand. Haruto pressed the doorbell. Before long, the apartment door opened. Mrs. Sawamura's face lit up the moment she saw Haruto. But when she noticed the unconscious Ariri in his arms, she froze for a second, then, her smile became even more dazzling. Oh my, oh my. It's Haruto-kun. What happened? Did my daughter cause trouble for you again? There's an empty guest room upstairs, or she could sleep in her own room. It's a double bed, and I've prepared, safety measures. Never mind, it's fine. Haruto? Hearing Mrs. Sawamura's wild words, Haruto felt his brain short-circuit. Lady, just how eager are you to push Ariri onto me? Is this really something a mother should be saying? Clearing his throat awkwardly, Haruto forced a smile and said, ahem, well. Ariri fainted due to low blood sugar. I happened to be nearby, so I brought her back. Mrs. Sawamura's expression stiffened slightly at his words. What? So it wasn't that kind of development? Oh my, is that so? You must have had a hard time, Haruto-kun. Could you help carry Ariri to her room? She put on a delicate and pitiful expression. Haruto felt another headache coming on. Madam, are you seriously going this far just to play matchmaker? This is insanity. Seeing no way to refuse, Haruto resigned himself to his fate and carried Ariri up to the second floor and into her bedroom. He carefully placed her on the bed, then removed her outer coat and shoes. Adjusting her sleeping position, he pulled the blanket over her and tucked her in. Haruto was very familiar with this routine. Back in middle school, Mrs. Sawamura had gone through a phase where she was obsessed with traveling. Ariri's father was always busy with work. Middle school Ariri had been timid and would often, in roundabout ways, get Haruto to come over and sleep on the floor. It was during that time that their relationship deepened, and Haruto naturally became skilled at taking care of her. After making sure Ariri was settled, Haruto closed the bedroom door and made his way downstairs. But there, he found Mrs. Sawamura already waiting for him. Haruto-kun, thank you for your hard work. Here, have some tea. Mrs. Sawamura smiled sweetly, carrying over 2 cups of tea. Instantly, alarm bells rang in Haruto's mind. It shouldn't be, right? There's no way she'd go as far as spiking the tea with a sleeping agent just to play matchmaker. That thought alone made Haruto's scalp tingle. I appreciate it, Mrs. Sawamura, but I rushed here carrying Ariri, and my companions are still waiting for me outside. I should go explain the situation to them so they don't worry. Thank you for your hospitality. After saying that, Haruto quickly bolted away. Although something like sleeping tea would never work on him, if he drank it and showed no reaction, that would also be suspicious. even if it wasn't actually sleeping tea. After Haruto left, Mrs. Sawamura sighed, picked up a teacup, and took a sip of black tea. Then, she glanced in the direction of Ariri's bedroom upstairs. Mrs. Sawamura sighed again. What am I supposed to do to save you, my foolish daughter? Bitter wine burns the heart. Gulp, 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 gulp. Meanwhile, Haruto had already returned to the containment station. He arrived outside the containment chamber for the clockwork virus, SCP-217. At this moment, inside the room was a mechanical angel? For now, let's call it Mechanical Angel, SCP-217-1. It had already completely transformed into a mechanical being, devoid of all emotions and other traits belonging to a human. Due to the measures taken during containment, most of the Mechanical Angel's body had been damaged and reduced. Now, inside the containment room, all that remained was half a mechanical torso, a bald metallic head, and two camera-like eyes. Inside its torso, gears continued to spin relentlessly. At the center of its chest was a mechanical heart composed of gears and pipes. It seemed to sense Haruto's arrival. The two camera-like eyes on its head turned in his direction, and their indicator lights began to flicker red. Haruto locked eyes with it and gradually furrowed his brows. Something felt off. Looking at this mechanical angel, he felt a strong sense of disgust. Tracing the source of this reaction, Haruto realized it was coming from the black light virus inside his body. That surprised him. Could the clockwork virus, SCP-217, be on the same level as the black light virus, or perhaps even higher? That was simply unbelievable. The black light virus within Haruto had evolved to terrifying heights, and its conceptual nature had been greatly elevated. At this point, it was practically a supreme divinity candidate representing the concept of evolution. Yet, it now felt threatened and repulsed by the clockwork virus, SCP-217. Chapter 179, Megamikoto Snuggles. My Senpai Snuggles. Transfer a D-Class personnel to test site number 7 for standby. Haruto gave the order. And so, an experiment regarding the containment object clockwork virus, SCP-217, slowly commenced. Experiment log. At Site A, a deserted island in the ocean, test site number 7 was established. To minimize external interference, all metal objects were excluded from the site, and a vast test area was constructed using special carbon-based materials. D-985 was transferred to test site number 7 and placed on standby. Then, D-985 was injected with data expunged solution. D-985 reported no abnormalities. The following was recorded. I don't feel anything. Can I know what was just injected into me? Oh, whatever. If I don't know, I don't know. At least I don't feel anything wrong. Actually, I think my cold just got better. After 30 minutes of continuous observation, no apparent abnormalities were detected. The experiment formally began. A metal gear infected with the clockwork virus, SCP-217, was wrapped in carbon fiber and brought into test site number 7. D-985 was instructed to touch the metal gear. Following orders, D-985 removed the metal gear from the carbon fiber wrapping and touched it directly with his fingers. After contact, the gear was set down and removed from test site number 7 for destruction. D-985 was asked to report any changes. Honestly, I still don't feel anything. That gear actually looked kinda cool. Following confirmation from O51, it was determined that D-985 had been infected with the clockwork virus, SCP-217. Observation of D-985 continued for 12 hours. During this time, no significant abnormalities appeared. However, D-985 reported feeling fatigued and expressed a desire to sleep. O51 intervened in the experiment and used data expunged. The infection process accelerated significantly, and D-985 exhibited signs of transformation. Report. I feel something crawling and moving beneath my skin. And I hear a ticking sound. D-985 made his report. Observation continued for another 3 hours. During this time, gears rotating beneath the skin became visible, and the persistent ticking sound did not subside. The ticking was most noticeable in the shoulders, neck, and head. However, if a recording device was pressed against the affected areas, no ticking sound could be captured. A carbon-based scalpel was used to cut open the skin on D-985's hand. A small amount of thin, brownish liquid seeped out, revealing visible metal structures beneath the skin. An X-ray scan of D-985's body showed that his bones had been fully converted into metal. His muscles and blood were gradually being replaced by gears and pipelines, a process that could not be comprehended. It was estimated that within 3 days, D-985 would fully transform into a mechanical angel, SCP-217-1. 051 intervened again, using data expunged to disrupt the process. D985's body underwent violent mutations. The remaining unconverted flesh began exhibiting various degrees of distortion. D985 ceased responding to communication attempts and started emitting a distorted blend of mechanical humming and bestial roars. His flesh underwent massive mutations, seemingly resisting the clockwork virus, SCP-217's transformation. After 1 hour of continued observation, the Foundation compiled test data and drew the following conclusions. 78% probability that D985 would fully transform into a mechanical angel, SCP-217-1, within 70 days. 19% probability that D985 would mutate into an unknown flesh-based entity within 103 days. 2.7% probability that D985 would turn into a half-mechanical, half-organic unknown entity. Other probabilities were too small to be listed. 051 ceased all external interference. The mutated flesh was swiftly overtaken by the virus and transformed into a mechanical structure. At this point, an agent proposed testing SCP-500, Panacea, on D985 to see if it could reverse the transformation. The proposal was approved. D985 ingested one SCP-500 pill. 3.7 seconds after ingestion, a violent, data expunged, occurred. 051 immediately intervened and terminated D985. End of experiment log. Which dumbass suggested using SCP-500 for a cure test? Go to HR and collect a 3-month penalty. And while you're at it, go clean Peanut's containment chamber for a week. Haruto roared in frustration. After being infected by the clockwork virus, SCP-217, D985 had ingested SCP-500. And, well, the results were indescribable. To put it simply, it was something Haruto never wanted to witness again. Before the situation spiraled into complete disaster, Haruto decisively invoked the power of the World End Root, Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, terminating D985 on the spot. With that, the experiment came to an end. Haruto fell into deep thought. Judging from the results, the virus transformation surpassed even the Blacklight virus evolution. Clearly, aside from its high infectivity, the clockwork virus itself also possessed an astonishing conceptual hierarchy. During the termination process of the D-class personnel, Haruto noticed something unusual. The death lines of the clockwork virus were broken. This was highly peculiar. A broken death line usually meant something was dead. Whether it was a living organism, an object, or even a concept, a broken death line indicated absolute death. Had the clockwork virus already died? But it was still actively spreading. Haruto was baffled, for now, he had no way to completely eradicate the clockwork virus. Even if every infected individual were eliminated, the concept of the virus would persist somewhere in the world, potentially re-emerging. And when that happened, containing it before a large-scale outbreak would be uncertain. So, Haruto halted all clockwork virus experiments within the Foundation. Time passed. Before Hoshino Ai's anniversary concert, Haruto was met with another rather noteworthy event. Final exams. If nobody mentioned it, people might have already forgotten that Haruto was still a student. In fact, even he had almost forgotten. He skipped the exams altogether. However, since he was studying at Hyaku Academy this semester, that wasn't much of a problem. After asking his secretary, Momobami Ririka, for a favor, Haruto received a perfect score on all his academic evaluations. But once the semester assessments were completed, so was the exchange program's term limit. Thus, Haruto had no choice but to reluctantly return to Sobyo High. Oh? Judging by that look on your face, it seems you're not too happy about returning to my class? Hiratsuka Shizuka narrowed her eyes, looking particularly dangerous. Haruto quickly waved his hands in denial. Of course not. I'm thrilled to be back. Hiratsuka-sensei, banzai. Satisfied with the response, Hiratsuka nodded. But as she turned away, her expression shifted to one of contemplation. She had always kept an eye on this genius student of hers. When Haruto transferred, she even used her connections to keep tabs on the situation within Hyaku Academy. Originally, she had planned to wait until Haruto inevitably hit a wall, then she would reach out, extend a helping hand, and bring him back. But then, through her sources, she learned of something utterly outrageous. The new transfer student had dominated the entire academy. He had even seemingly suppressed the student council president from the Momobami clan. It was absurd. And just now, upon seeing Haruto's gloomy expression upon returning, she could guess what was going through his head. After overpowering the student council president, the entire academy had basically become his personal playground. Stepping out of such a comfort zone to return to Sobyo High, no wonder he looked so miserable. But this is ridiculous. Just how much of a genius was he? Just how powerful was he, to be able to achieve that in such a short period? Hiratsuka Shizuka shook her head, realizing she'd never find a satisfactory answer, and simply decided to drop the matter. As soon as she left, the class swarmed around Haruto. A transfer student, one who had left Hyaku Academy unscathed. Everyone was treating him like some extraterrestrial being. Haruto, for his part, found it exhausting to deal with. Meanwhile, his desk neighbor, Yukino, was outright ignored. She, too, found it rather exasperating. Not that she particularly wanted the attention, but she was a transfer student too, wasn't she? She had returned from Shuchian Academy. And yet, the difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. After finally shaking off his overly enthusiastic classmates, Haruto turned to the seat behind him. "Welcome back, Haruto." Megumi greeted him with a gentle smile. In response, Haruto leaned over the desk and hugged her. A faint blush quickly spread across Megumi's cheeks. Haruto, there are people watching. Even I would feel embarrassed. Haruto, however, remained unfazed. "Megumi-chan, come on, no one's even paying attention. It's been too long. Let's stick together." Haruto almost blurted out that her anti-mimetic properties made it so that nobody would notice what was happening here, but a soft cough came from the doorway. Haruto glanced over, and there, standing at the entrance with a dark expression, was Sakurajima Mai. Haruto. Oh, crap. He had completely forgotten he had dragged Sakurajima Mai along and even transferred her school records to Sobya High. And since she also possessed a pseudo-anti-mimetic ability and was part of the mimetics division, she regularly took W-class memory enhancement drugs. Which meant she had resistance to mimetic and anti-mimetic influences. And that resistance was kicking in right now. Haruto quickly let go of Megumi and walked toward Mai, arms wide open. "Long time no see, Mai-senpai." For once, he took the initiative to address her respectfully. "But Mai-senpai," my foot. Haruto froze in place. Mai had stepped forward and planted her foot firmly onto his own. With a cold smile, she spoke. "Oh? Something wrong with my foot?" "Ah, being stepped on by Mai-senpai is an honor." Haruto chose survival. Chapter 180, A Non-Existent Person. Summer vacation begins. "I originally heard that you came back, so I specially came over. But now it seems like I've ruined your fun, huh?" Mai angrily pinched the soft flesh on Haruto's waist. Haruto felt puzzled. Why did he feel guilty? He hadn't even made a move on Mai yet, had he? Well, whatever. Just go with the flow and see how things unfold. After venting her small frustration, Mai didn't continue making things difficult for Haruto and instead brought up the main topic. "Go recruit some new members for the meme division. Megumi and I can barely handle everything," Mai complained. To this day, the meme division still only had 2 members, Sakurajima Mai and Kato Megumi. And because of their unique traits, the anomalies they dealt with were exclusively meme-related or anti-meme in nature. As a result, the meme division was almost completely forgotten by the Foundation. Even the other 2 current O5 council members, who had the most advanced cognitive protection protocols in the Foundation, would sometimes overlook the existence of the meme division. Poor treatment, slow equipment approvals. If not for Haruto, Mai would have quit long ago. Haruto quickly nodded in agreement. "I'll make sure to recruit new personnel for the meme division as soon as possible. As for your division's benefits and equipment requests, I'll just grant you both special level 4 clearance." Hearing this, some of the resentment in Mai's expression finally faded. Meanwhile, Megumi chuckled from the sidelines. Haruto gave her a look of mock resentment and poked her cheek. "Megumi, you've changed. You weren't like this before." Hearing this, Megumi blushed slightly but quickly turned her head away, acting as if she didn't care. Haruto clutched his chest, feeling waves of heartache. Betrayal. Betrayal. The once loyal Megumi-chan has turned against me. Watching Haruto's exaggerated performance, Megumi couldn't help but cover her face and laugh. Mai also smiled but quickly remembered something and looked at Haruto suspiciously. By the way, over at Umbrella, 4 girls suddenly showed up forming a band. Every day, they look terrified while wandering around the company. "Is this your doing?" Hearing this, Haruto averted his gaze. "Huh? Is that so? I don't know about that. Maybe Miyako scouted some promising newcomers? Mai, you should take care of them." Mai squinted at him in suspicion. Those 4 girls at the company seemed to have been tricked into coming. Before arriving, they had no idea they would be performing alongside Hoshino Ai. And, to this day, no one had told them that their final stage would be at the legendary Tokyo Dome. So far, they had only done a few small and mid-sized performances. It seemed like they were being eased into it to overcome their fear of large stages. It had worked somewhat, but Mai just couldn't imagine those 4 confidently performing on the Tokyo Dome stage. This kind of scheming didn't seem like something their manager, Miyako, would do. That woman was at least a responsible and ethical professional. Both her conscience and professionalism wouldn't allow her to pull 4 girls from an underground band straight onto the Tokyo Dome stage. Shooting a glare at Haruto, Mai didn't press the issue further. It was obviously one of his little amusements. On the other side, Megumi raised her hand. Megumi, are you a grade schooler? Just say what's on your mind. Haruto chuckled. Megumi nodded, organized her thoughts, and then said, during our last containment mission, I think I encountered a non-existent person. Hearing this, Haruto furrowed his brows. A non-existent person? Megumi continued, after identifying the meme anomaly, Mai and I rushed over. The containment process itself went smoothly. But just as it was about to end, I suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking and faint breathing. I looked around carefully, but I couldn't find anyone who matched the sounds, nor did I find their source. Later, I reviewed all the surveillance footage from the mission, but there was no sign of any unusual figures. Even more strangely, in the recorded audio, I couldn't hear the high heels at all. But at the time, they were very clear. It was as if someone who doesn't exist was present at the containment site. After Megumi finished speaking, Haruto frowned slightly. Because of her anti-meme traits, Megumi naturally had resistance to cognitive interference. Moreover, she had been consistently taking W-class memory enhancers, further strengthening her resistance. Within the entire Foundation, even the O5 Council members equipped with the highest level cognitive protection protocols couldn't match Megumi's level of perceptual accuracy. So, Haruto didn't believe this was simply a mistake in perception. At that moment, Mai also seemed deep in thought before nodding. Now that Megumi mentions it, I think I also heard the sound of high heels clicking at the scene. But later tests on the meme anomaly showed that it had no such traits and wouldn't produce sounds like that. Haruto nodded. Do you remember the mission's containment record number? Megumi promptly recited a long string of numbers. Haruto pulled out his Foundation-issued phone, entered the number, and quickly retrieved the containment report. After reviewing the records, Haruto raised an eyebrow. There's nothing there. Looks like this is an anomaly that can't be observed or recorded by cameras. I'll visit the containment site myself later. If I don't find anything, we'll just draft a preliminary file for now. If the phenomenon appears again, I'll check it out in person. Haruto laid out his plan. Both Megumi and Sakurajima Mai nodded in agreement. Just then, the school bell rang. As a third-year senior, Mai had to leave for her own classroom. Meanwhile, Hiratsuka Shizuka entered the classroom but didn't start teaching. With final exams over, today was just for assigning summer homework and distributing announcements. After handing out the vacation notices, Hiratsuka Shizuka cleared her throat, suppressing the restless atmosphere in the class. The first semester is officially over. Stay safe during summer break, and don't go near restricted river areas. If you're going on trips, be mindful of your safety and don't fall for sweet talk so easily. She didn't just read from the notice but added her own warnings. Haruto twitched the corner of his mouth. He had the feeling Hiratsuka Shizuka was glancing in his direction. Speaking of which, his desk compartment was stuffed full again. Confession letters, invitations to go out over summer vacation. No wonder Hiratsuka Shizuka was glaring at him. If he accepted every invitation, even with daily outings, the whole summer wouldn't be enough. And since they were all from girls, yeah. Safety precautions were indeed necessary. Cough. Anyway, the restless summer vacation of high school life had begun. After class, Haruto sorted through the confession and invitation letters, planning to respond to each one. He likely wouldn't accept any of them, but the trauma from Megumi still lingered. Just the thought that, among the mountain of letters he had previously discarded, there might have been one from Megumi. It made his heart ache. So, even though it's a bit troublesome, I'll reply one by one. I didn't expect you to be such a soft-hearted person. His seatmate sent over a sarcastic remark. Haruto glanced at Yukino but naturally didn't bother explaining his thought process. Speaking of which, now that you've transferred to Shuchin, don't you feel like you have too much free time? Have you thought about starting a club? Now that he thought about it, Yukino's service club still hadn't been established. When Sobuhai first started the semester, there was the whole Hanged King tragedy, followed by the school festival. After that, due to Haruto's influence, Yukino applied for the transfer program and went to Shuchin Academy. The service club had essentially sunk into oblivion. Yukino was momentarily stunned by the question, then asked with some surprise, "How do you know I wanted to start a club?" Haruto merely shrugged nonchalantly, offering no response. Yukino stared at him for a moment before suddenly asking, "I want to establish the service club, using my own strength to help those in need. Will you join?" From her perspective, the Foundation also utilized its power to protect the weak. Moreover, The boy in front of her had brought up the topic of forming a club on his own. So, he should definitely agree, right? However, no thanks, I'm not that free. Haruto rejected her outright. Yukino almost lost her composure and had the urge to throw him over her shoulder with an aikido move. Damn it, if you weren't going to join, then why did you even bring it up? Just as she was silently fuming, someone unexpectedly leaned in. Yukino, you're starting a club? What kind of club is it? Can I join? Haruto and Yukino both looked up at the newcomer. As expected, it was Yue. Yukino is forming the service club. From the name alone, you should be able to tell what kind of club it is, right? Haruto casually stabbed Yukino in the back. Chapter 181, A Bad Composition, SCP-012, from 3 years ago. The service club? Judging by Yue's shocked expression, it was clear that she had misunderstood. Yukino shot a glare at Haruto. How mean? She immediately interrupted Yue's strange assumptions and explained, the service club isn't some shady club. It's about those who possess kindness offering it to those in need. In other words, we're volunteers. Reaching out to help those in difficult situations is what the service club is about. Upon hearing this, Yue finally snapped out of her strange imagination. So that's what it is. Phew. She let out a relieved sigh, seemingly happy that her classmate hadn't gone down the wrong path. And with that sigh, combined with her nickname, one could truly feel the weight of a dango. Yukino, normally expressionless, twitched the corner of her eye twice in response. At that moment, however, Haruto had already packed up his things, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and said, "Alright, you two can take your time discussing the club. I'm heading out first. I just got back from Hyako, I have other matters to handle." With that, he climbed over the desk and made a swift escape. Hey! Yukino tried to stop him, but in the blink of an eye, Haruto had already disappeared through the classroom door. Taking a deep breath, Yukino calmed herself and turned back to Yue. Only to find that Yue was also in a posture ready to run away. In that instant, Yukino's mental state nearly collapsed. So Yue had only come looking for that insufferable guy? Yuagahama-san, would you like to join the service club? Yue's fleeing movements halted, and she flashed an awkward smile. Under normal circumstances, Yukino wouldn't have pressed further upon seeing this and would have let the girl off the hook. But perhaps she had picked up some bad habits from Haruto. Yukino forced herself to put on an expectant expression, gazing at Yue with hopeful eyes. And Yue had one fatal weakness: she wasn't good at expressing her own opinions and was the type to go with the flow. After sneaking out of Sobu High, Haruto headed toward the containment site Megumi had mentioned earlier. It was a tomb. Yes, a tomb. Located in the northwest of the Kingdom of Lesotho, it was a burial site for many renowned musicians of the 17th and 18th centuries. 2 unfortunate souls had attempted to steal artifacts from the site to exchange for, well, high-energy substances. They broke open a tomb chamber, sneaked inside, and retrieved a parchment from a coffin. On that parchment was an unfinished symphony, written in still vivid red ink. The 2 unlucky grave robbers didn't even have time to question how, after centuries, the ink remained so fresh before their minds were warped. They tore at their own skin, letting their blood flow, attempting to complete the symphony with their own lifeblood. The parchment seemed endless, their blood forming bizarre musical notes. In the end, both died from excessive blood loss. Days later, the local authorities discovered the traces of the grave robbers' activities. The horrifying scene inside led officials to suspect some kind of curse, but no progress was made. That was until the Foundation took notice of the anomaly and intervened. A team of D-class personnel was sent into the tomb. Upon seeing the sheet music on the parchment, they felt an overwhelming urge to touch it and attempted to complete the symphony using their own blood. The Foundation concluded that the object possessed mimetic properties. Following a series of complex procedures, the Mimetics Division was dispatched to Lesotho Containment Site to assist in the retrieval mission. The operation was a success. The Mimetics Division successfully contained and sealed away the symphony. A bad composition, SCP-012, Containment Level 3, Hazardous, Object Description. This entity is an ancient musical score, written on an aged parchment. The title of the piece is on Mount Golgotha. The manuscript remains incomplete, and the red ink used in the notation has been confirmed to be human blood. Anomalous properties. This entity has moderate mimetic contamination effects, inducing madness in humans within a few meters. Those affected will attempt to complete the symphony using their own blood. However, after writing a portion, they will came to understand that the symphony is impossible to finish. At present, a bad composition, SCP-012, is contained in the light containment section of the site. The containment chamber is a 7-meter cube, designed to isolate the object's mimetic influence. SCP-012 is sealed in an iron box, suspended in the chamber to prevent any contact. The room is dimly lit with only a single emergency warning light to discourage attempts at reading the music. When Haruto arrived at the tomb, it had already been completely cleared out. The Foundation was always meticulous in its cleanup. Blood, bodies, and any items that could have been affected by the anomaly, all of it had been collected and destroyed. At this moment, the tomb was as empty as a barren desert. Haruto scanned the surroundings and quickly realized that he had likely made a wasted trip. The non-existent entity was clearly no longer here. If it were present, there was no way Haruto wouldn't be able to detect it. Whether it be sound, temperature, shadows, physical presence, or even the very concept of existence, Haruto would have sensed it all. Yet, even when activating his mystic eyes of death perception, he found no anomalies. Clearly, the non-existent entity had already left. Haruto frowned, deep in thought. If it was able to leave, then it most likely wasn't originally inside the tomb. Megami had mentioned hearing the sound of high heels. So, it came from outside? Why would it came to this tomb? Because of the Foundation, or because of the anomaly? Most likely for the SCP. An anomaly collecting anomalies. That's not funny at all. Haruto recorded the incident in the Foundation's archives. Going forward, he added a new task to the Foundation's Global Operations 8 purge of all anomalous forces around the world. Afterward, Haruto took another look at the tomb. At this moment, if he forcefully invoked the power of the world to rewind time, he might be able to track down the non-existent entity. However, Haruto's world was bound to the supreme concept of frozen time. Reversing time was possible, but it wouldn't be perfect. In the process, he might nudge the timeline, potentially triggering other anomalous events. After a brief contemplation, Haruto temporarily abandoned the idea. Risking the world for an entity whose danger level remained unknown was simply irresponsible. Leaving the site, Haruto prepared to return to his apartment. However, he was stopped right outside. Looking at the two girls before him, Haruto felt momentarily dazed. As promised, we've come to find you, Haruto. You still remember our names, don't you? Mitsuha stared at him nervously. It was the kind of tension that suggested she might just bite him if he said he didn't remember. However, that nervousness instantly vanished the moment her gaze lowered. Mitsuha noticed the bright orange red hair tie wrapped around Haruto's wrist. The hair tie was wrapped twice around his wrist, tied into a neat bow, and stood out conspicuously against the boy's skin. After a brief moment of daze, Haruto smiled and said, "Of course, Mitsuha, Suzume, I'm very happy to see you again." When Mitsuha heard her name, she smiled in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Suzume was staring intently at Haruto's wrist, puzzled about when these two had secretly added another thread of connection between them. Meow. A soft meowing sound caught Haruto's attention. On Mitsuha and Suzume's shoulders sat two small cats, one black, one white, both adorably charming. They were Left Minister and Right Minister. Since Haruto had freed them from their duty of guarding the passage to the afterlife, the two cats had chosen to stay by Mitsuha and Suzume's side instead, becoming their guardians. Haruto beckoned with a hand, and the two cats immediately leaped onto his arm. Geez, after raising them for 3 years, why is it that Haruto can still steal them away with just a wave of his hand? Mitsuha puffed out her cheeks, looking adorably frustrated. As Haruto petted the cats, he chuckled and said, "It's already been 3 years." 3 years had passed. The two young girls he had met back then had now fully matured, no longer the same naive and inexperienced individuals. To them, it had been 3 years. But for Haruto, it hadn't felt that long. "Suzume and I got into Chiba University, so we'll be staying in Chiba for the time being. That means we're now your seniors, Haruto," Suzume said with a smile. Mitsuha also realized this and broke into a grin. That miraculous experience from 3 years ago still felt vivid in their minds. Back then, they had been young and inexperienced, growing step by step under Haruto's guidance. Even though Haruto had borrowed Mitsuha's body at the time, he had still given them the reliable presence of an older brother. And now, that big brother had become their junior. This unexpected contrast filled the two girls with amusement. Haruto's lips twitched. Why did everyone enjoy being his senior so much? Was being a senior really that great? Could it be that hearing someone call them senpai was just that irresistible? Speaking of which, that money you gave us back then helped us a lot. We managed to save up a portion ourselves, so we wanted to personally visit and express our gratitude. Haruto, could you introduce us to the person who helped? Mitsuha suddenly said. Haruto was momentarily stunned before quickly realizing what Mitsuha was referring to, the piggy bank that Iriri had been tricked into giving away. Clearing his throat, Haruto gave a sheepish smile and said, "Another time. She's been in a bad mood lately, so I'll introduce you later." Recently, Iriri had been sulking over the memory erasure incident, and it was something she couldn't even talk about. As a result, she hadn't been showing Haruto any kindness either. So, for now, it was best not to provoke her. Mitsuo and Suzume exchanged confused looks. Not in a good mood lately. Could it be that time of the month? Yeah, maybe it really wasn't a good time to disturb her. At that moment, Suzume suddenly smacked her forehead and tugged on Mitsuo's sleeve. Mitsuo, didn't your little sister also come to Chiba? Weren't we supposed to meet up with her? Mitsuo's eyes widened in realization. Oh no. She had been so focused on romance that she forgot about her sister. Yatsuo Mimizu, prioritizing romance over family. I'm in tears, everyone. Chapter 182, Long Lost Distant Relative? Yatsuo is in Chiba too? Haruto was a bit surprised. 3 years had passed. That little rascal Yatsuo should be in middle school by now, a proper young girl. If the guardian deity of Itomari hadn't been taken away by Haruto, then according to tradition, in another 2 years, Yatsuo would also experience body swapping. This was a hereditary trait of the Mimizu family. Mitsuo's mother and grandmother had both experienced body swapping, though their memories were erased afterward. It was only due to Haruto's interference that Mitsuo retained her memories. So, why had this shrine maiden in training come all the way to Chiba? Did she sense something and come looking for the guardian deity? As Mitsuo typed on her phone, messaging her sister, she explained, half a year ago, there was a large-scale blindness incident in Itomari, but after 7 days, the residence site was automatically restored. Later, this event was hyped up online as divine guidance, attracting many travelers and worshippers to Itomari. Our family has been serving as shrine maidens for generations. So we made a little money from it. To avoid affecting Yatsuo, we sent her to study outside of Itomari. Recently, Yatsuo's school organized a summer training camp, and their destination happened to be Chiba, so we planned to meet up, but I completely forgot. As Mitsuo spoke, Haruto felt numb. Divine guidance, my ass. Absolutely absurd. At this moment, Haruto deeply felt the butterfly effect caused by timeline changes. However, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Besides, calling it divine guidance wasn't exactly wrong. From a hierarchical standpoint, Haruto was far beyond a conventional deity. And that blindness incident? It was indeed a form of guidance, meant to prevent an anomalous outbreak. Seeing Haruto's strange expression, Suzume had a hunch and curiously asked, that town-wide blindness event? Don't tell me you were the one behind it, Haruto? Having witnessed the anomalies of the otherworld and Haruto's immense power, Suzume had no doubt that he was capable of blinding an entire town. Hearing this, Haruto simply nodded, not bothering to hide it. After all, both Mitsuo and Suzume were aware of the existence of anomalies. There was no harm in telling them. Originally, Haruto had tricked them into coming here with the intention of erasing their memories. But now, he realized they had serious potential as investigators. That blindness event was to prevent an anomaly from erupting and to stop Itomari from being erased. Now that I think about it, the guardian deity of Itomari bringing me back 3 years ago to meet you two. Maybe it was all to prevent that disaster. Mitsuo and Suzume were momentarily stunned, but after a brief pause, they accepted it. I need to go meet up with my sister first. Haruto, let's go on a trip together in a few days. Mitsuo said, grabbing Suzume's hand, ready to make a run for it. She couldn't let her best friend sneak away alone. However, Haruto waved his hand and said, perfect timing. I don't have anything going on, so I'll come with you. Yatsuo doesn't know me yet, after all. Hearing this, Mitsuo and Suzume readily agreed. So, Haruto arranged for a car and drove to the location of Yatsuo's school training camp. In Japan, school training camps were usually organized by clubs. They were mostly for skill training, competition preparation, or simply to strengthen club bonds. Yatsuo's camp was the latter. It was more like a summer retreat than serious training. There were only a few official club lessons, with most of the time dedicated to travel and play. Arriving outside a hot spring inn in Chiba, Haruto parked the car. 2 figures stood quietly near the entrance, waiting. As soon as Mitsuo stepped out of the car, she quickly ran toward her sister. She was feeling a little guilty. Sis, what took you so long? Yatsuo Mimizu asked, tilting her head to glance at the car her sister had arrived in. She didn't recognize the brand, but it clearly wasn't cheap. Yatsuo was a little shocked. Since when could her sister afford to ride in such a fancy car? Meanwhile, Haruto and Suzume leaned against the car, watching the scene with amused smiles. Yatsuo is really changed. She's nothing like the brat I remember. Haruto said with a chuckle. Yatsuo had grown significantly. She was nearly as tall as Mitsuo now, had let her hair grow long, and tied it into twin tails. Her face had lost its childhood chubbiness, and she now closely resembled a younger version of Mitsuo, a true beauty in the making. Suzume nodded in agreement. Yeah, 3 years is bound to bring changes. What about me? Do you think I've changed, Haruto? Haruto looked at Suzume for a moment before replying, You've matured. Hearing this, Suzume beamed with happiness. Meanwhile, on the other side, things weren't going as smoothly. Mitsuo looked a little awkward. She couldn't exactly tell her sister that she had been so focused on a handsome guy that she forgot about her. There was a bit of trouble on the way, so I got delayed. Mitsuo finally settled on this vague excuse. Yatsuo narrowed her eyes. Was her sister up to something weird? She suddenly recalled how 3 years ago, Mitsuo had suddenly run away from home and then returned with a huge sum of money. Could it be? Having reached middle school and entered adolescence, Yatsuo had learned a lot about the world. Cough cough. And who is this? Sensing the mood getting awkward, Mitsuo quickly changed the subject. Yatsuo wasn't someone with a long attention span, so she was immediately distracted. This is Amano Hina, my best friend from elementary school who moved up to middle school with me. Mitsuo suddenly understood and smiled. Hina, huh? My sister talks about you all the time, you two are really close. Being mentioned, Hina quickly smiled and responded. Not far away, Haruto froze for a moment. Hina? Could it be that Hina? Suzume looked at him curiously. What's wrong? Haruto shook his head and turned his gaze toward Hina. Just ran into a familiar face, what a coincidence. The girl had black medium-length hair tied into 2 sections draping over her shoulders. She wore a pink dress with a white sleeveless hoodie over it. Around her neck hung a very distinctive pendant. Her appearance gradually matched Haruto's memories. This had to be the Sunshine Girl, Amano Hina. Haruto pulled Suzume closer, confusing her. Then, he took out his phone and snapped a photo. Nice, all 3 main heroines in one shot. Haruto, Suzume, come on. Mitsuo waved at them. Haruto and Suzume walked over. This is Iwato Suzume, you've met her before. And this is Haruto, he's a friend I met 3 years ago in Chiba. Mitsuo introduced them. Suzume nay. Yatsuo greeted Suzume politely. In the past 3 years, Yatsuo had met Suzume many times and knew she was her sister's close friend, even running away from home together. As for Haruto, Yatsuo looked at him warily. So this was the guy who used sweet words and money to charm her sister? Very dangerous. Must be careful. Nice to meet you, senpai. Hina bowed politely. Haruto smiled and nodded back in response. Then, he reached out and ruffled Yatsuo's hair. Hey, Yatsuo, you've grown so much. I remember carrying you when you were a little. Memizu Yatsuo? Yatsuo was stunned. What the heck do you mean you carried me when I was little? Who even are you, some long-lost distant relative? She turned to her sister in disbelief, silently asking if this was true. As a result, Mitsuo pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems like that did happen. Upon hearing this, Yatsuo was completely shocked. That really happened? Meanwhile, Mitsuo was thinking that although it had been her body, Haruto's statement wasn't exactly wrong either. After that, as Yatsuo remained bewildered, the group entered the hot spring inn. The environment here is really nice. As expected of a middle school in a big city, getting to have training camp in a place like this. Mitsuo looked around and sighed in admiration. Come to think of it, during that trip, we traveled all over, but we never did experience a hot spring. Suzume commented while nudging Haruto with her elbow. The hint was obvious. It wasn't that she wanted Haruto to pay for anything. In fact, Suzume's family was quite well off. Especially after she reconciled with her aunt, their family bond strengthened, and during school breaks, Suzume would even help out at her aunt's company. Suzume's aunt, once freed from worrying about Suzume, soared in her career, rising from a department head all the way to becoming the company president. What Suzume was hinting at was more about wanting Haruto to stay. Catching on, Haruto thought for a moment. Since he had nothing urgent to do, why not take it easy for a bit? I'll book 3 single rooms. Without hesitation, Haruto walked straight to the hot spring inn's reception desk. Mitsuo was momentarily stunned before a joyful smile appeared on her face. As soon as Haruto left, Yatsuo quickly tugged on her sister's sleeve. Nei-chan, who exactly is that guy? You're not being sugar. The internet always says that female college students are foolishly naive. Nei-chan, don't get scammed. Upon hearing this, Mitsuo's forehead twitched with annoyance. My foolish little sister, what nonsense are you spouting? But it's true. Nei-chan, you weren't very smart to begin with, and now you've gone to college. As the argument escalated, Mitsuo grabbed her sister by the back of the neck in mock frustration. Watching the siblings playfully bicker, Suzume smiled fondly, while Hina, on the other hand, stared at them with a trace of envy in her eyes. Meanwhile, Haruto, having arrived at the hot spring inn's reception desk, swiftly paid for 3 single rooms. Then, he noticed that since summer vacation had just begun, some schools hadn't even gone on break yet. This hot spring inn's business seemed to be lukewarm at the moment. Aside from Haruto and his group, only 2 schools had booked group accommodations for their training camps. Should I just book the rest of the rooms too? That way, if more tourists arrive, it won't get crowded. The thought crossed Haruto's mind, and he decided to go through with it. After securing the remaining rooms, Haruto smiled in satisfaction. Turning around, he was about to return to Mitsuha and the others when he noticed a new group arriving behind him. They were all quite young, elementary school students, perhaps? Haruto recalled that besides Yatsua's school, another school had booked a large shared room. It seemed to be this elementary school group. Haruto didn't pay much attention and simply walked past them. But as he passed the end of the group, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a girl. She had fluffy, ash-blonde short hair and was slightly lowering her head. Through the strands of her hair, something resembling a hearing device could be seen on her ears. Haruto paused slightly, taking a second look at the girl. Could it be Shoko? Chapter 183, Bullying? I'll go up and crack some skulls. It seemed that the girl had sensed Haruto's gaze. She turned her head cautiously, glancing in Haruto's direction. The moment their eyes met, she quickly turned away again. Under the cover of her ash-blonde hair, her bright and expressive eyes flickered in and out of view. Seeing this, Haruto became even more certain of his judgment. It was most likely Nishimiya Shoko. Adorable, but with a bit of a withdrawn demeanor. Haruto, is something wrong? Since Haruto had been standing there for a while without returning, Mitsuha and the others came over to find him. Seeing him deep in thought, Mitsuha curiously asked. Haruto snapped out of his thoughts and smiled at Mitsuha, shaking his head. No, it's nothing. I just saw someone familiar and was reminded of a few things. The rooms are already booked. Here are the room keys, ladies first. Enjoy your hot spring trip to the fullest. Saying that, Haruto handed over 3 room keys for the inn. Suzume casually took one and then, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, even though I was the one who suggested this, Haruto ended up paying. I feel bad about it. How much did you spend? I'll transfer the amount to you. Haruto shook his head. It's just a small amount of money. Besides, this isn't 3 years ago anymore. To me, money is nothing more than a string of numbers. Haruto had no intention of showing off when he said this, it was simply the truth. At this point, for the Foundation, money was the least of their concerns. Hearing this, Suzume and Mitsuha thought for a moment before nodding in understanding. However, Yatsua and Hina, standing beside them, were completely dumbfounded. Was this Haruto-senpai always this eccentric? What kind of over-the-top CEO talk was that? Yatsua became even more convinced, her sister had definitely been sweet-talked and deceived by this guy. Just then, a commotion arose not far away. Haruto turned his gaze and saw that at the inn's reception desk, the teacher leading the elementary school group was in the middle of handling their check-in. Meanwhile, the group of kids behind him had already descended into chaos. You really couldn't expect elementary school children to be well-disciplined. Well-behaved, considerate kids like something out of a fairy tale were a rare sight. What the world had in abundance were rowdy, uncontrollable brats. However, if it were just playful ruzzing, Haruto and the others wouldn't have paid much attention. But the content of the noise made all of them frown. Led by a boy, a group of children had surrounded the ash-blonde-haired girl, mocking and provoking her. Children's voices, especially before their voices matured, were naturally sharp. When they laughed and shrieked, it could be piercing to the ears. Right now, Haruto found the sound not just irritating, but deeply repulsive. Many people might excuse such behavior, saying children are too young to understand right from wrong. But to Haruto, while youth may come with impulsiveness, it also reveals a person's true nature and upbringing. Sometimes, it's not ignorance, it's just pure malice. And the group of kids surrounding Shoko right now gave Haruto the same feeling of disgust. It was no different from how he felt toward Kamiki Hikaru back then. Since these kids were brought here by the same teacher for a summer camp, they were likely from the same class. If they spent every day together, why did some of them feel the need to bully an innocent, adorable girl? Had she done something wrong? Haruto recalled that brief moment when he first saw Shoko, the timid way she met his eyes before hurriedly looking away in panic. He highly doubted that a girl like her could have done anything to justify such isolation and bullying. You kids, quiet down. The male teacher handling the check-in turned back and scolded them, but he completely ignored Shoko's predicament. The group of rowdy kids fell silent for a moment before resuming their bullying, this time even more aggressively. The ringleader boy even reached out to grab the device on Shoko's ear. That must be a hearing aid. Seeing this, Haruto let out a cold chuckle. Haruto, this looks really bad. We should. Suzume tugged at Haruto's sleeve, ready to step in and stop the kids. Mitsuha, on the other hand, was even more direct. She strode straight toward the group. However, Before she could take more than 2 steps, Haruto grabbed her arm, stopping her. Mitsuha turned around, confused as to why Haruto was stopping her. But Haruto didn't look at Mitsuha. Instead, he turned to Yotsuha, crouched down slightly, and smiled. "Yotsuha, can I ask you for a favor?" Hearing Haruto call her name, Yotsuha snapped out of watching the bullying unfold and instinctively nodded. Haruto casually pointed behind him. "Can you go over there and beat up those brats one by one? No need to hold back, breaking a few teeth is totally fine." At those words, Yotsuha's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected Haruto to say something like that. Mitsuha's eyes also widened in disbelief. But if I injure those kids, I might get arrested, and we'd have to pay a huge fine," Yotsuha frowned. She had seen it happen before. Students who got into fights at school ended up being taken away, and their families had to pay hefty compensation. Haruto waved his hand dismissively. "That won't happen. Your brother Haruto has quite a few connections in the Chiba Police Department. As for the money, like I said before, money is just a number to me." Hearing this, Yotsuha immediately rolled up her sleeves and turned to her older sister, waiting for her approval. Mitsuha was stunned for a moment before hesitantly nodding. With that, Yotsuha strode forward with large steps. She had always been straightforward and unfiltered, similar to Mitsuha but even more blunt. Even as a child, she would often say outrageous things to her sister. And when it came to bullying, Yotsuha absolutely couldn't stand it. While Haruto's request was extreme, it was something she could accept. The group of children surrounding Shouko hadn't noticed the hot-tempered twin-tailed girl quickly approaching. Shouko had her head lowered, hands covering her head, shoulders hunched as she endured the surrounding malice. Even with her hearing aids, she could only barely make out the sounds around her. She couldn't understand why everyone treated her so cruelly. She only wanted to be friends with them. Amid the noisy world, a sudden thud rang out. It was abrupt and jarring. The surrounding hostility instantly dissipated. Shouko hesitantly lifted her head, as if testing the waters. And what she saw was an older girl grabbing one of her male classmates and punching him in the face, sending him stumbling back onto the ground. Elementary and middle school were the peak of physical development. Even with a small age gap, there was a noticeable difference in body size and strength. Yotsuha, not holding back in the slightest, unleashed a brutal beatdown. She was like a berserker, starting with a skull-crushing blow, following up with a charged punch, and finishing with awe-inspiring dominance. In just moments, several boys were sprawled on the ground, their faces bruised and swollen. A group of girls nearby trembled in fear. When Yotsuha's gaze swept over them, they instantly fell silent, as if their voices had been stolen. Shouko widened her eyes in shock. Meanwhile, the male teacher handling the check-in process finally sensed that something was wrong. When he turned around, he was completely stunned. Seeing his students lying all over the ground, faces clearly injured, the teacher's expression darkened immediately. "Hey! What do you think you're doing? Why are you hurting my students?" The male teacher scolded Yotsuha angrily, striding forward as if to grab her. Yet, he completely ignored the boys lying on the ground, battered and bruised. It was clear he wasn't angry because his students got hurt. He was only upset because their injuries meant he would have to take responsibility. When Yotsuha saw the towering teacher approaching, she immediately backed off and turned to flee. Yotsuha wasn't the type to take unnecessary risks. The teacher quickened his pace, attempting to catch her. But just then, he suddenly felt a gaze land on him, a bone-chilling, deathly cold gaze. It was as if death had wrapped around his throat. The teacher froze on the spot, unable to move a single muscle. Haruto stared at him coldly, and for a brief moment, his irises shimmered with dazzling colors. But in the next instant, they faded away, vanishing entirely. Yotsuha quickly ran back to Haruto, hiding behind him. In her mind, since Haruto had told her to do it, he should be the one to handle the consequences. The male teacher was drenched in cold sweat, his shirt clinging to his back. It felt like he had just brushed past death itself. Only now did he snap out of his trance, still trembling. He turned to look at Haruto, fear flickering in his eyes. He couldn't understand what had just happened. Was it a hallucination? After taking a few deep breaths, the teacher hesitated before finally walking toward them. "Why did you attack my students?" I'm going to report this to the police." His voice wavered slightly. Yotsuha, still hiding behind Haruto, raised a middle finger at him. She could see things clearly now. This teacher was scum. If he weren't, he wouldn't have turned a blind eye to the bullying of the short-haired girl. Meanwhile, Haruto simply sneered at the man. "Wow, aren't you being a little too petty? She's just a child." The teacher froze. Wait, wasn't that his line? The teacher knew why Yotsuha had acted. It was obviously because she couldn't stand the bullying happening in his class. He had planned to dismiss it by saying, "They're just kids. It's just harmless razzing." Then, he would use the police as a threat to force them to submit. But why was this kid even more shameless than him? You. The teacher stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Just then, he saw Haruto pull out his phone and dial a number. The call was placed on speaker. After 2 rings, it connected. The teacher was baffled. Was this boy calling the Yakuza? Was he bringing in backup? If that were the case, then he really needed to call the police immediately. And then, Haruto spoke. "Hello, Inspector Magure?" "Male teacher?" From the other end of the line, a deep and hearty voice immediately responded. "Ah, Haruto, it's me. What made you suddenly think of calling me? Are you in some kind of trouble?" Haruto chuckled. "Not at all. I just heard that you've recently been promoted to Chief Superintendent of the Chiba Police Department, so I wanted to call and congratulate you." Laughter echoed from the speaker. "Haha. Haruto, you sure are well informed. To be honest, I owe this promotion to you. Thanks to the evidence you provided in the Kamiki Hikaru murder case, we were able to crack a major case, and that led to my promotion." Male teacher, WTF? Hearing the conversation between the young man before him and the person on the other end of the line, the male teacher's legs began to tremble. How the hell was he supposed to report this to the police now? The freaking chief superintendent of the Chiba Police Department was calling this boy brother. If he reported this, wouldn't he just be handing himself over on a silver platter? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. His legs gave out, and with a thud, he dropped to his knees. Chapter 184, Yatsuo will never be a slave. Unless there's free food and lodging. The male teacher knelt beside them in fear, at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, the boys who had been knocked down were slowly getting back on their feet. Yatsuo hadn't used her full strength, she had held back. This was merely a harsh lesson for them. Compared to the physical pain, the mental shock was likely far greater. Some of the boys were seething with resentment, while others clutched their aching bodies with pained expressions. They were, of course, unhappy about being beaten and wanted to take revenge. But when they turned to look at Yatsuo and then at Haruto, who stood before her, they all fell silent, not daring to make a sound. At a young age, intuition was sharper, allowing one to vaguely perceive a person's aura. And when they looked at Haruto, they didn't see an ordinary adult. He felt more like a monster. Haruto patted the male teacher's cheek and said with a smile, "I don't expect all teachers to have the heart of a saint. But since you're taking a salary, at least do your job properly. These kids fell down on their own. The aftermath is your responsibility, it's what you're paid for." The male teacher's lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he remained silent. Having struggled through society for years, he understood one thing: the young man before him was someone he would never cross paths with in his lifetime. His methods, his abilities are far beyond his comprehension. Compared to facing this young man's wrath, dealing with the student's parents suddenly seemed like the lesser evil. But Haruto ignored him, stepping past him and approaching the group of boys. They stood frozen, their heads hanging low, unable to meet Haruto's gaze. "Do you know why you feel pain?" Haruto asked with a smile. No one answered. Finally, the leader of the boys forced himself to look up, his expression full of resentment. "Because that girl hit us. She's older than us, what gives her the right to bully us like this?" Haruto snapped his fingers. "And why shouldn't she?" The boy was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting that response. That girl was obviously older, stronger, and the power imbalance was unfair. Of course, she shouldn't be allowed to bully them. Because she's taller, stronger, and the power is imbalanced, so she shouldn't bully you. Is that it? Haruto voiced their thoughts. The boy was speechless again. That is a fair argument. But the premise of following that rule is that you abide by it as well. Haruto pointed at Shauko, who stood alone in the corner. Her strength isn't equal to yours either. The only difference is age and her 5 senses. If you took the lead in ignoring the rules, then you deserve to be crushed by someone else who disregards them. Haruto's tone turned cold, his smile fading. The boys trembled, their bodies swaying involuntarily. The pressure from Haruto was too much to bear. But he simply locked eyes with Shauko. At that moment, she somehow found the courage to raise her head and stare back at him. To everyone else, Haruto seemed like a predator ready to devour them. But to Shauko, he felt warmer than anything she had ever known. As they held each other's gaze, Haruto smiled again. Shauko was stunned, wanting to etch that smile into her memory. A rare and precious miracle amid all the malice. Returning to the others, Haruto waved his hand. "Let's go. It's settled. Time to enjoy the hot springs." Mitsuo and the others finally snapped out of their daze. On the way, Yatsuo kept sneaking glances at Haruto, clicking her tongue in amazement. "Whoa, you're like a supervillain, the legendary mastermind type. Mitsuha hurriedly covered her sister's mouth. Haruto, however, just waved it off indifferently. A mastermind? Fair enough. Suzume, curious, asked, after this, do you think those kids and that teacher will change? Haruto pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Hard to say. Some people learn from their mistakes and correct their behavior. But some never change. The former are rare. The latter are the norm. Maybe one or two will change. Hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Isn't that terrible? Won't that kid be bullied again? Mitsuha anxiously looked back in Shaoko's direction. It's fine, Haruto waved his hand dismissively. For now, they'll behave. Whether it was the boys or the male teacher, after the deliberate mental pressure Haruto had exerted, they would probably have PTSD for at least 6 months. But Mitsuha and the others caught a key phrase. For now? Seeing their puzzled expressions, Haruto continued nonchalantly, that male teacher will be fired soon for negligence and will be permanently blacklisted from the education sector. And those bullies, this incident will be recorded in their files and will be publicized when they advance to middle school. As I said, unfair oppression is unreasonable. But rules exist to protect those who uphold them. Everyone fell silent. It was easy to imagine the male teacher's fate, losing his job, being banned from the education sector, struggling to survive. As for the bullies, once they entered middle school, their history of bullying would be revealed. They would likely be ostracized. Maybe even bullied in turn. And there would be no way to clear their names. Even responsible middle school teachers. If students said, he's a known bully, it's normal not to want to associate with him, the teacher would probably be at a loss for words and let it be. A total villain move. After a long silence, Yatsuha sighed in admiration. Haruto shrugged. Be grateful. Sticking with a villain means you get to enjoy the good life, at least until he gets taken down. That remark finally made everyone laugh. After that, they checked into the hot spring inn. Yatsuha and Hina went to their club's group room. Meanwhile, Mitsuha and Suzume found themselves exchanging glances. They looked at their room keys. They had been given adjacent rooms. They recalled when Haruto handed them 3 room keys. But because of what had happened with Shaoko, they hadn't paid attention to the room numbers. Logically, all 3 rooms should be next to each other. So, was Haruto's room on the left or the right? Of course, they were curious about this for completely innocent reasons. Absolutely innocent. Haruto returned with towels and other amenities, looking puzzled at the 2 still standing at the door. Did your keycard stop working? Why aren't you going in? Hearing his voice, Mitsuha and Suzume jolted in panic before turning around with awkward smiles. Haha, we were just talking about that kid's situation and waiting for you to come back. Yeah. We'll take the towels, go ahead and rest, Haruto. Dinner soon. Haruto, listening to their flustered explanation, was bewildered. Whatever. Women's thoughts were as deep as the ocean, impossible to understand. Handing over the towels, he pulled out his keycard and opened the left side room, stepping inside. Mitsuha and Suzume watched him enter, then glanced at each other. Don't sneak in without me. They both whispered simultaneously before entering their own rooms. Dinner at the Hot Spring Inn was extravagant. At least, for Haruto and the girls, it was. Premium Arctic surf clams, bluefin tuna sashimi, luxurious soups, and beautifully plated sushi. But Haruto looked at the meal and sighed. He just couldn't get used to it. Raw fish. Humans mastered fire for a reason, why not cook the food? Noticing his expression, Mitsuha pondered for a moment before speaking. Haruto, you're from China, right? I heard some people there don't like Japanese cuisine. Haruto chuckled. It's not that I dislike it. It's tasty in small amounts, but for daily meals, let's just say I prefer other culinaries more. Mitsuha nodded thoughtfully. Opportunity. The way to a man's heart was through his stomach. Suzume had the same idea. Meanwhile, Haruto reached into thin air, retrieving 2 small orbs, one pink, one blue. A fateful encounter and a random encounter. Might as well release these later. Hopefully, I'll draw a cute little chef. Just then, the door creaked open. Yatsuha peeked in, eyes sparkling with envy at the food. Yatsuha, don't disturb the senpais, came Hina's soft protest. But Yatsuha ignored her. This is totally different from our meal. That villain definitely used money to get this. Hina will regret missing out. Mitsuha covered her face in embarrassment while Haruto and Suzume chuckled. Finally, Hina was dragged inside. Haruto, with no appetite, pushed the feast toward them. But before that, Yatsuha, call me Onyai-chan. Or else. Hee. Since he was already branded a villain, he might as well play the part. Yatsuha was filled with indignation. She, Yatsuha, would never submit for mere food. But when Haruto lifted a plump, Glistening Arctic surf glam. Haruto Onyai-chan. Yatsuo would never be a slave. Unless there was free food and lodging. Chapter 185, Confessions. Night slowly descended. When it comes to a onsen ryokan, the highlight is naturally the hot spring bath after dinner. Come to think of it, this was actually Haruto's first time visiting a hot spring in Japan. Before, he had been busy with his studies, securing his spot as the top student. After that, he had been constantly on the move due to Anomalies, occupied with establishing the foundation. At heart, Haruto was a laid-back person who loved a simple daily life and enjoyed taking it easy. But he had been forced to work hard. Truly, a sad story. Now, however, he finally had some time to relax and enjoy himself. Click. Haruto looked at the hot spring and clicked his tongue. Behind him, Mitsuo, carrying a wooden bucket, was a bit confused. Haruto, is something wrong? Hearing Mitsuo's voice, Haruto quickly adjusted his expression. Nothing, my throat just feels a little uncomfortable. It definitely wasn't because there was no mixed bathing here that he clicked his tongue. Definitely not. Stepping into the hot spring, Haruto walked towards the water source, allowing the warmth to envelop him. Even though his highly evolved body meant that different water temperatures didn't make much of a difference to him. At this moment, he still felt a hint of comfort. Just beyond a thin wooden wall, the sound of girls chatting and laughing could be heard. That made it even better. This was the kind of everyday life he wanted. All those days of running around, there must have been a mistake somewhere. Once I recruit more people and establish the central finite curve completely, I'll retire. Haruto thought to himself. At the same time, he casually took out 2 spheres, one pink, one blue, and tossed them into the air. The intertwined fate and the encounter fate. As soon as they left his hand, they transformed into 2 streaks of light, shooting toward the sky. Then, 2 meteors streaked across the night sky, dazzling and brilliant. Wow! Mitsuo, look! A shooting star. It really is a shooting star. Quick, take a picture. Damn, my phone's outside, I won't make it in time. The amazed voices of the 2 girls came from the other side of the wall. Watching the meteors fade into the distance, Haruto clasped his hands together. I vow to eat a balanced diet for life, please let me sub in a little chef. The shooting stars disappeared, leaving only fate trails in the sky. Haruto didn't dwell on it further. The fate ties didn't take effect immediately, they required the passage of time and the right moment to arrive. As for whether he'd really sub in a little chef, that was just a hopeful wish, with a very slim chance. After soaking in the hot spring for a while longer, Haruto stepped out of the water and shook himself, instantly evaporating all the moisture from his body. A little application of the blacklight virus. After putting on a yukata, Haruto left the bathhouse. At the same time, Mitsuo and Suzume also stepped out together. The 2 girls were chatting and laughing, but when they saw Haruto, they both froze for a moment, their cheeks flushing slightly. Late at night, Haruto had a vague feeling that tonight was not meant for sleep. So he left his room and went to the hot spring courtyard to admire the moon. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he heard the faint sound of a door opening behind him. Turning around, he saw Mitsuo carefully peeking out from her room, scanning the surroundings as if checking for something. Then, her gaze met Haruto's. In an instant, her face turned completely red, as if dusted with a layer of bright rouge, truly a stunning sight. However, whether it was due to maturity brought by age or the longing from 3 years of separation, Mitsuo didn't flee in panic like a shy schoolgirl. Instead, she boldly tiptoed out of her room and ran toward Haruto. Then, even more daringly, she hugged his arm. As the saying goes, undressed and ready to sleep, the moonlight entered my room. Delighted, I rose, no one to share it with. So I sought out Haruto next door. He was also awake, and together, we strolled through the courtyard. Under the moonlight, the only sound in the garden was the soft steps of the 2. Before coming out, Mitsuo had so many things she wanted to say. After all, it had been 3 years, they must have accumulated countless words unspoken. Yet now, as they walked together, Mitsuo fell silent instead, forgetting everything she had planned to say. Tonight's moon was bright and full, hanging high in the sky like a perfect treasure. Step by step, Mitsuo's gaze gradually became dazed. The moon is beautiful tonight. Haruto suddenly spoke. Mitsuo's body trembled slightly but quickly returned to normal. In Japanese, the pronunciation of moonlight and like was nearly identical, only a tiny difference between tsuki and suki. That's why, in many youth novels, authors use the moon and love as themes to depict the unspoken feelings between the protagonists. Over time, the moon is beautiful tonight became a poetic way to express affection. However, Mitsuo had clearly heard Haruto's words, so there was no room for misunderstanding. Yet, when she looked up, she saw that Haruto wasn't gazing at the moon. Instead, he was looking directly at her. Mitsuo. Saying the moon is beautiful but not looking at the moon, his intention was crystal clear. You know, I'm from China, so I don't understand Japanese that well. If my pronunciation was wrong, I hope you can correct me and teach me the proper way to say it. Haruto said with a smile. Mitsua's eyes widened. After a long pause, she finally stammered, then. Repeat after me. Not Tsuki, but Suki. Say it like this, I like you. I like you. Haruto nodded. Suki. Did I say it right? Mitsua nodded vigorously. That's right. I like you too. As the saying goes, a mountain does not need to be tall, if it shelters an immortal, it will be famous. A river does not need to be deep, if it harbors a dragon, it will be spirited. Even in the wilderness, warmth can still be found, as the girl sings softly and the night deepens in romance. Later that night, Haruto carried Mitsuo in his arms, quietly sneaking back into her room through the other side's window. Placing the already fast asleep girl onto her bed, he gently covered her with a thin blanket. Before leaving, he softly kissed Mitsuo's forehead. Perhaps from exhaustion, Mitsuo's brows were slightly furrowed. But as Haruto kissed her, they slowly smoothed out. Activating the blacklight virus within her body at a low power state, Haruto allowed it to repair her body. After making sure everything was in order, Haruto walked toward the door. This time, it was his turn to tiptoe, opening the door cautiously and scanning the surroundings. Thankfully, the hallway was empty, shrouded in the night's silence. With a quiet chuckle, Haruto walked toward his own room. With his level of perception, there was no way he'd get caught. However, just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he suddenly froze. Inside his room, he could hear soft footsteps. Realizing something, Haruto gently turned the knob and pushed the door open. Sure enough, inside his room, a girl sat on the tatami, staring at him with burning eyes. Haruto stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Looking at Suzume, Haruto smiled sheepishly. So, why is Suzume in my room in the middle of the night? Suzume, at this moment, had a face full of suspicion. Rather than worrying about trivial matters, why were you sneaking out in the middle of the night, Haruto? Could it be that you went to ambush some girl? Haruto cleared his throat and waved his hand with a righteous expression. Absolutely impossible. I am an upstanding person, how could I ever do such a thing? After all, they had just happened to meet outside, how could that be considered an ambush? Suzume, however, didn't seem convinced. But after staring at Haruto for a while, she gave up on pursuing the matter. She stood up, walked to the door, and pulled Haruto to sit down beside her. The two leaned against the wall, without turning on the lights, sitting in the darkness of the room, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the window. 3 years ago, I wanted to sit with you like this and properly thank you. Suzume looked at the patches of moonlight scattered on the floor and spoke softly. Haruto was taken aback, a little puzzled. Thank me? For what? Suzume took a deep breath, then smiled and said, because of you, Haruto, I was finally able to reconcile with my past and understand my aunt. In my life before, I was always trapped in the disaster of my childhood, unable to accept my mother's passing. Hearing this, Haruto immediately understood. He gently wrapped his arm around Suzume's shoulders and said softly, we can't always be stuck in the past. We have to look forward and keep moving ahead. Suzume nodded. She had came to understand this 3 years ago, during that journey. If she kept dwelling on past suffering, she would only continue to bring trouble to herself and those who cared about her. After realizing this, Suzume felt both relieved and frightened. If she had never figured it out and kept enclosing herself in the thorny shell of her past, then what would have happened to her aunt? She would have been utterly exhausted, wouldn't she? Luckily, she realized it in time. There was still plenty of time to embrace the aunt who loved her and to step toward the future. And in this relief, a thought emerged, I'm glad I met Haruto. Leaning against Haruto's shoulder, Suzume felt lucky and at peace. Then, after their heartfelt conversation, Suzume suddenly pounced on Haruto, pinning him down beneath her. Haruto. Suzume, don't mistake gratitude for other emotions. Listen carefully to your own heart, or you'll regret it, Haruto advised seriously. However, my heart tells me. Suzume smirked, deliberately leaving her sentence unfinished. She was never the obedient type. Now that she had resolved her inner conflicts, Suzume could hear her true feelings more clearly. And she was also someone who followed her heart more than anyone else. So, Haruto ended up getting smothered by her embrace. Chapter 186, A Talking Monkey? The morning sunlight poured into the room. Haruto stared at the dazzling sunlight, momentarily lost in thought. Does this even make sense? Last night. It was probably like the relationship between a refrigerator and an ice pop. What? You're asking what kind of relationship? Well, it's like this on a scorching summer day, with temperatures running high, the ice pop was melting quickly outside, so it went to find the refrigerator. The refrigerator opened its door and said to the ice pop, "Come in and freeze yourself." Cough, cough. Sensing that things weren't quite right, Haruto made his escape first, heading off to prepare breakfast for the two girls. It was the perfect excuse to borrow the kitchen. 1. To suit their tastes. 2. To genuinely take care of them. 3. To avoid facing the aftermath of the situation. After Haruto left, the two girls gradually woke up. Thanks to the blacklight virus, they had no trouble moving, and their bodies felt completely fine. Coincidentally, both of them walked out of their rooms at the same time. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. The two exchanged a glance but quickly averted their eyes. They both felt a little guilty. They had clearly agreed not to sneak off. And yet, a best friend is supposed to share your heart, not scheme behind your back. Thankfully, due to their guilty consciences, neither of them noticed any strange details. Later, Haruto arrived with the breakfast he had personally prepared. At the dining table, the atmosphere was unbearably awkward. Cold sweat trickled down Haruto's back. Just then, Yatsuya pulled Hina along as they ran over. The moment he saw Yatsuya, Haruto felt a wave of relief. "Yatsuya, come on, try the food I made." Welcoming her enthusiastically, Haruto gestured for her to sit. Yatsuya, looking confused, took a seat at the table. Yesterday, they had made things difficult for her, and now, suddenly, she was being treated as an honored guest. She didn't quite understand. However, her attention was quickly drawn to the feast laid out on the table. Thanks to Yatsuya's arrival, breakfast passed peacefully. Time moved forward. By noon, they once again spotted the elementary school group. Shaoko was still trailing at the back, looking utterly alone. Seeing this, Yatsuya grew angry. Those people are still isolating her? Haruto reached out and flicked Yatsuya on the forehead. After what happened yesterday, you can't expect those kids to suddenly start treating her nicely. At least she's not being bullied anymore. Elementary school is almost over, eventually, she'll meet the right friends. Hearing this, Yatsuya rubbed her forehead and let out a small "oh," dropping the matter. Haruto looked at Shaoko and sighed. If he forcibly arranged friends for her, she probably wouldn't be able to adapt anyway. For now, all he could do was make sure she wasn't bullied. What happened next would depend on luck. Eventually, she would meet good people like Miko in the future. As Haruto was lost in thought, Shaoko suddenly turned her head. Their eyes met once again. Haruto was slightly surprised. This girl seemed to have incredibly sharp senses. Maybe it was because she couldn't hear? Her other senses were probably more developed than most people's. Or maybe Shaoko had always been a naturally sensitive girl. She could keenly sense when someone was watching her. In response, Haruto simply smiled again. After several encounters like this, Shaoko no longer seemed afraid of Haruto. Instead of timidly looking away, she even attempted to respond with a smile of her own. Seeing this, Haruto felt like he was looking at a little angel. Such a kind-hearted girl. How could anyone ever bring themselves to hurt her? Soon after, the elementary school group gradually disappeared from sight. Suzume watched in their direction, a bit curious. Where are they going? Just then, a staff member from the hot spring inn happened to pass by. Hearing Suzume's question, they explained, "Our hot spring inn is located in the mountains, near a natural spring. There are also a few small streams flowing through the area. Some of our guests like to explore the natural scenery, and the small streams and forests over there are quite picturesque. The elementary school kids are probably heading over there for their summer camp activities. Many schools organize trips like that." Hearing this, Suzume nodded in understanding. "Yatsuya, is your school club also going there to enjoy the scenery?" Mitsuya asked curiously. Yatsuya shook her head. "No, our club is holding a study session inside the inn. We're not going anywhere. Right now, they should be reading." "Mitsuya. Then why are you out here?" Mitsuya grabbed her younger sister and put her in a headlock. Haruto twitched at the sight. He finally understood why. Earlier in the morning, when Yatsuya had dragged Hina along, Hina had a look of "this doesn't seem like a good idea." So Yatsuya had actually skipped her club's study session. Under Mitsuya's stern orders, Yatsuya had no choice but to return to her club along with Hina. Hina, on the other hand, looked relieved. After sending her sister away, Mitsuya pointed toward the depths of the forest. "Let's go check that place out too." Suzume, however, was a bit puzzled. Come to think of it, the area around Itomari is also surrounded by dense forests, mountains, and small streams. "Are you really that interested in this place?" Mitsuya nodded. Lately, she had developed a newfound curiosity about wild landscapes. Haruto cleared his throat and smoothly changed the subject. "Ahem, let's take a look. I heard that the streams near the hot spring source are warm." And so, the three of them headed into the forest. As they walked, Haruto suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes scanned the treetops above them. "What's wrong?" Suzume curiously asked. Mitsuo also stopped, looking on with interest. Haruto raised his hand and pointed. The two girls followed his gaze and saw something moving among the intertwining branches above the forest. Looking closer, they finally realized that it was a group of monkeys. This surprised them both. "There are actually monkeys here," Mitsuo exclaimed. However, Haruto frowned. This environment wasn't exactly suitable for monkeys to survive. And those monkeys? They seemed to be talking rather than communicating through animal cries. "Let's follow them. I'm curious," Haruto said directly. The two girls nodded, also intrigued. The three of them proceeded beneath the trees, following the monkeys as they moved above. The monkeys, meanwhile, seemed to notice their presence. One of them exchanged a few words with its companions before suddenly speeding up, attempting to shake them off. At that moment, Haruto was certain those monkeys were definitely communicating in a structured language, not just animalistic growls. So, he sped up, chasing after them. Suzume and Mitsuo, seeing this, immediately summoned Left Minister and Right Minister. The two cats leaped out, and the moment they landed, their bodies expanded to the size of leopards. The girls mounted them and gave chase. The monkeys swung rapidly through the trees but soon realized they couldn't shake off their pursuers. After another brief exchange, the monkeys suddenly split up, each heading in a different direction. This time, even the two girls clearly heard the monkeys' strange speech. "Wait. Are those monkeys talking? Is that English? French? Or something else?" Mitsuo asked in astonishment. Haruto shook his head. "None of those. That language doesn't belong to any recorded human linguistic system. It's something completely new and unknown." Hearing this, the two girls widened their eyes. These monkeys evolved? They actually developed their own language. At that moment, Haruto flicked his wrist. Several black feathers shot out, precisely striking the monkeys at the back of their necks. The monkeys instantly froze, falling from the branches. But before they could hit the ground, the black feathers morphed, carrying the monkeys back toward Haruto. Haruto casually pulled out one of the black feathers and began reading the monkey's memories. Fragmented images began to surface. An animal's brain wasn't as complex as a human's, so their memories were often short-term and disjointed. Haruto carefully analyzed the images. Soon, he saw something unusual. Inside a certain mountain cave, there was a rectangular gray metal block about 20 centimeters tall, with a base measuring 5 centimeters on each side. Originally, these monkeys hadn't been able to speak, communicating only through basic calls and growls. But when they came near that rectangular gray metal block, it was as if they had been granted language. A completely new linguistic system formed in their minds, allowing them to communicate. Stimulated by this language, the monkeys experienced an accelerated evolutionary leap. They even adapted to this environment, enabling them to survive in the area. Chapter 187, The Broken Tongue and Shoko, who's considerate to a heartbreaking degree from the fragmented memories. Haruto caught sight of that strange, rectangular gray metal. Clearly, it was some kind of anomaly. Was it enlightenment? Or something else? Haruto pondered over the true purpose of that gray metal block. From what he could tell, it had granted these monkeys an entirely new linguistic system, indirectly triggering a miniature rise of the planet of the apes. In any case, his first step was to try and contain and recover that rectangular gray metal. Unfortunately, the fragmented memories didn't reveal its exact location. But that didn't matter. These monkeys had settled around the cave where the metal was located, forming a residential zone. So, he would simply have this monkey lead the way. With that thought, Haruto snapped his fingers, restoring the monkey's vital signs. The monkey quickly regained consciousness. As soon as it saw its fallen companions and Haruto standing before it, it shrieked in terror. However, its language was difficult to decipher. Even after Haruto used the blacklight virus to assimilate its genes, he still couldn't grasp the linguistic system. Clearly, this wasn't a simple learned language, it was more like an external force imposed upon them. The monkeys didn't truly own this language, they had merely gained temporary access to it. Haruto adjusted his mental energy slightly, then cast a sharp glance at the panicked monkey. The moment their eyes met, the monkey reacted as if it had encountered a natural predator. Without hesitation, it bolted toward the depths of the forest. Haruto nodded in satisfaction and followed. As it turned out, despite gaining a linguistic system, these monkeys still had extremely low intelligence. A minor scare was enough to make this one flee straight toward its dwelling without even considering whether it was leading a potential disaster right to its own tribe. Before long, with the monkey leading the way, Haruto, Mitsuo, and Suzume arrived at the monkey settlement. Even before they got close, the fleeing monkey screeched something loudly. Immediately, a wave of agitation spread through the forest. The next moment rocks rained down like a storm, hurtling toward the three of them. Mitsuha and Suzume gasped in shock and instinctively moved to take cover behind the trees. But Haruto simply waved his hand. A fierce wind howled to life in front of him. The incoming stones were caught in the whirlwind, then sent flying back in an instant, each rock returning at a speed even greater than before, aimed with perfect accuracy. A series of dull thuds echoed through the trees. Then, like raindrops, numerous monkeys plummeted from the trees, crashing onto the ground. Mitsuha and Suzume's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Haruto, however, remained indifferent. It was merely a small application of physical force, not even an ability worth mentioning. These monkeys were definitely going to be taken in. The Foundation couldn't allow a group of linguistically capable monkeys to roam freely. However, although he had already notified the Foundation, it would take some time for personnel to arrive. In the meantime, Haruto decided to head to the cave and examine the Anomalies' true properties. Beyond this small grove lay a low mountain. Following the images from the monkeys' memories, he quickly spotted the location of the cave. What surprised him, however, was the mess of scattered branches and twigs at the cave's entrance. It was a crude attempt at camouflage, something the monkey tribe had used to hide the cave. Simple as it was, it had been enough to deter most of the creatures in this forest. Yet now, the disguise lay in disarray. Clearly, something or someone had already entered the cave. Because of the unknown effects within the range of that gray metal block, Haruto had Mitsuha and Suzume wait outside. Alone, he stepped into the darkness of the cave. His heightened senses immediately picked up the sounds of movement inside. A heartbeat. Footsteps. Breathing. It seemed to be a human. Haruto raised an eyebrow and quickened his pace. Before long, he saw the person's true identity. A girl with short, ash-blonde hair stood motionless beside the rectangular gray metal, her back facing him. It was Shoko Nishimiya. For a moment, Haruto was filled with questions and confusion. Why was Shoko here? Just then, as if finally realizing something, Shoko turned around, and upon seeing Haruto, her expression immediately tensed with guilt. She bowed deeply and began signing with her hands. "I'm sorry." Haruto let out a deep sigh in his heart. This girl was simply too timid and soft. The situation hadn't even been clarified, yet she instinctively blamed herself. It was painful to watch. However, the next moment, Haruto's expression turned serious. Perhaps realizing that not everyone understood sign language, Shoko hesitated, then attempted to apologize out loud. Normally, she would struggle to pronounce the words correctly, but she would still stammer out a shaky gomen. Due to her hearing impairment, Shoko's speech was naturally imprecise, making it difficult for her to speak. Yet, at this moment, she fluently uttered a strange language. Although Haruto had yet to fully grasp its intricate structure, he could still recognize that the language she spoke was the very same anomalous one. As the words left her lips, Shoko herself seemed startled. She knew better than anyone that speaking wasn't something that came easily to her. And judging by the expression on Haruto's face, she became even more anxious. She realized that something had undoubtedly changed within her. And perhaps, it wasn't something good. For a moment, Shoko was so overwhelmed with worry that she was on the verge of tears. Not for herself, but out of fear that she had somehow caused trouble for the big brother in front of her. Seeing this, Haruto adjusted his expression and signed, "Don't cry. Don't be afraid." Shoko's eyes widened. It was rare for her to meet someone who could communicate with sign language. Aside from her mother, the only other people she had seen using sign language were at her school for the hearing impaired. "Did I cause trouble for you? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." She hurriedly signed, bowing deeply once more. Haruto shook his head. "It's not your fault. You don't have to apologize, Shoko." Such a gentle response left Shoko stunned, her eyes turning red with emotion. Haruto hadn't expected such a small reassurance to move her so deeply. After soothing her emotions, he turned his attention to the rectangular gray metal. As he approached, a system panel popped up, revealing the Anomalies' properties. Anomaly, the broken tongue, SCP-1139. Anomaly level, Class 1 hazardous. This object manifests as a rectangular gray metal that affects all individuals within a certain radius through unknown means. Anyone within this radius will begin speaking and writing in a completely new language. Despite believing they are using their native tongue, the object exhibits extreme cognitive contamination. All individuals within its radius will undergo a forced cognitive distortion, fundamentally altering their linguistic framework. Affected individuals will lose the ability to understand any known language. Reading the panel, Haruto let out a sigh of relief. However, his gaze lingered on the phrase extreme cognitive contamination. Extreme? Normally, the system categorized anomaly severity into 6 levels: weak, lesser, moderate, greater, strong, and extreme. For comparison, the cognitive contamination from the entity Cthulhu was rated as weak. Even the infamous Hanged King's Lament only had a strong cognitive contamination rating. Yet, This was the first time Haruto had ever encountered an extreme-level cognitive contamination. But from what he could see, the only effect was replacing one's language system. It wasn't deadly. It had no special means of spreading. So why was it considered extreme? As he pondered this, his gaze landed on Shoko. She blinked in confusion as Haruto reached out and gently tapped her forehead. Blacklight virus infection. Initiating Class A memory erasure. Shoko's body instantly went limp, and she collapsed backward, only to be caught in Haruto's arms. Carrying her, he stepped away from the Anomalies' range of influence. A moment later, Shoko's eyes fluttered open. The first thing she saw was Haruto's face, mere inches away. Her face turned bright red in an instant. Seeing that she had awakened, Haruto set her down. Shoko looked around in confusion, unable to remember why she was inside a cave. Haruto then signed, "Can you try speaking? Say, 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Ah. Shoko was briefly stunned before her eyes lit up. Without questioning why, she obediently attempted to speak. A string of unintelligible words left her lips. Shoko immediately covered her mouth, shocked at how smoothly she had spoken. Haruto, on the other hand, frowned deeply. Class A memory erasure had failed? Now, he understood why the cognitive contamination was rated as extreme. Normally, mimetic or cognitohazardous anomalies could be neutralized by erasing related memories. Once the affected person forgot, they would typically return to normal. However, even after losing all memories related to Tongue of Ruin, Shoko remained affected. This was troublesome. Seeing Haruto's furrowed brows, Shoko hesitated, then reached out with her small hand. Hovering uncertainly in the air. She seemed to want to smooth out the creases on his forehead, but her height wasn't enough to reach. After a brief pause, she signed, "I'm sorry. Did I cause trouble for you?" Haruto didn't explain anything. Instead, he crouched down and gently pulled her into a hug. The warmth of his embrace left Shoko momentarily frozen. Then, she finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Waking up in an unfamiliar cave, experiencing an inexplicable change in her body for a girl her age, these things were terrifying enough to make her scream and panic. She had remained composed all this time, not because she was mentally strong but simply because she didn't want to be a burden to Haruto. Now, wrapped in his arms, she no longer held back. She let out all her fear and anxiety in tears. This child was so considerate that it was heartbreaking. Chapter 188, Performing surgery on Shoko and the Broken God Foundation personnel arrived at the scene. The monkeys scattered outside were gradually being recovered. Due to the mimetic properties of this anomaly, 2 specialists from the mimetics division had also been dispatched. However, like the rest of the Foundation staff, Megami and Mai were temporarily ordered to wait outside the cave. Haruto only escorted Shoko out, leaving her in the care of Mitsuha and Suzume. "Gone for 2 days, and now you've got a daughter?" Mai exclaimed in shock. Haruto flicked her forehead with his finger, his expression exasperated. "Did you even think before saying that?" Megami, standing beside them, nodded thoughtfully. With the Foundation's technology, it's not impossible to conceive and fully grow a child in 2 days. And just like that, Megami also received a flick to the forehead. "Don't go along with Mai's nonsense. She's a victim of this anomaly. She'll be taken back to the Foundation for treatment and research," Haruto said irritably. Mai, however, furrowed her brows and asked, "Isn't this anomaly classified as mimetic? Why aren't we from the mimetics division allowed to intervene? Is it too dangerous? Should we consider evacuating the area and neutralizing the threat outright?" Hearing these concerned questions, Haruto chuckled and shook his head. "It's not an extremely dangerous anomaly, just highly infectious. You and Megami may not be immune. I'll be fine, of course, my cognition cannot be altered. Once I've dealt with it, you'll be able to see for yourselves." Hearing Haruto's explanation, Mai finally breathed a sigh of relief. With that, Haruto turned and re-entered the cave. Meanwhile, Mai and Megami shifted their attention toward Mitsuha and Suzume. The two were doing their best to comfort Shoko. However, after being separated from Haruto, Shoko still appeared uneasy. She was forcing herself to stay calm, not wanting to trouble the two of them. Unfortunately, neither Mitsuha nor Suzume understood sign language. Seeing Haruto's reaction earlier, Shoko vaguely guessed something and chose to remain silent. Back inside the cave, Haruto found himself troubled over how to contain the broken tongue. Psychic nullifying alloy. Haruto considered the method and immediately called for a set of psychic nullifying alloy along with a team of Class D personnel. However, after testing, the alloy showed no significant containment effect on the broken tongue. Haruto frowned. Might as well destroy it altogether. As he thought this, his irises gleamed with a brilliant glow. The world around him revealed countless lines of death. Once again, in Haruto's eyes, The world appeared fragile, like a block of tofu ready to crumble. However, when his gaze fell upon the broken tongue, he froze. Broken death lines? This was only the second time he had ever encountered such a phenomenon. The first time was with the clockwork virus, SCP-217. In an instant, numerous thoughts flooded Haruto's mind. The broken tongue and the clockwork virus share a same broken death lines. Was this just a coincidence? Haruto didn't think so. What did these two anomalies have in common? As he pondered, he suddenly recalled the first mechanized angel affected by the virus. That mechanized angel, SCP-217-1, had once spoken words akin to those of a god. If there truly existed a god linked to both the clockwork virus and the broken tongue, then, the clockwork virus would be its cells, while the broken tongue would be its language. With this thought in mind, Haruto immediately pulled up all experimental records on the clockwork virus. If both anomalies originated from the same source, then some of their properties should match. Among the records, the clockwork virus displayed special reactions to electricity. Acting swiftly, Haruto ordered another batch of electrical equipment and Class D personnel for further testing. This time, the experiment was successful. The broken tongue, SCP-1139, was successfully contained. It was sealed within a 75 cm in length 20 cm in width 20 cm in height rubber block, wrapped in a Faraday cage, and placed inside a static-free containment box. Testing confirmed that this method effectively prevented its anomalous properties from spreading. The broken tongue was then transferred to the high-security containment sector of the Foundation's site. Its containment chamber was constructed from rebar-free concrete, minimum thickness 3 meters, and carbon fiber, with humidity maintained at 70% to 80% at all times. The chamber door was made of non-conductive, high-impact ceramic material. Additionally, 3 layers of doors were installed. The outermost door was metal, with a grounded threshold to prevent discharge. Thus, the broken tongue, SCP-1139, was successfully secured. Yet, despite this success, Haruto found no reason to celebrate. Experiments confirmed that the broken tongue and the clockwork virus shared several traits. Both reacted to electric currents. Both exhibited metal assimilation properties. When completely isolated from metal and electricity, both became dormant. Combined with their broken death lines. A god. For now, both anomalies remained quiet. And based on the death lines, that god might have already perished. After all, only the dead had broken death lines. Besides, worrying over unknowns was pointless. For now, he would record this entity as the broken god in the Foundation's database and await further information. The next experiment, cognition contamination. Haruto then turned his attention to experiments on Class D personnel affected by the tongue of the broken's cognitive contamination. Testing confirmed that W-class memory enhancers were ineffective. Killing and reviving them via the Phoenix protocol was ineffective. Memory erasure techniques, Class D, Class B, Class A, were ineffective. None of these methods freed the Class D personnel from its influence. Additionally, the Foundation conducted other tests. Well, some of those tests weren't exactly ethical by human societal standards. For example, connecting the affected D-class personnel to 220 volts alternating current. During the electrification process, the D-class personnel did not exhibit the usual stiffness but instead let out sharp screams. As their body gradually turned blackened, the D-class personnel continued screaming at a high decibel level, broke their own wrist, and attempted to extract their brain. Subsequently, the D-class personnel data expunged. Finally, Haruto summoned another affected D-class personnel and attempted to use the mystic eyes of death perception to erase their memory. Haruto precisely severed the memory death lines corresponding to the broken tongue. The experiment was a success. Subsequent tests confirmed that the D-class personnel had regained normal language abilities. The influence of the broken tongue was eliminated. As a result, within the SCP Foundation, a new level of memory clearing technique was added, A-level memory erasure. Inside a fully equipped and warmly decorated containment room, Haruto once again met Shoko. Despite the room containing a variety of entertainment facilities that could attract children to teenagers, Shoko showed no interest. She simply sat quietly on the bed, seemingly deep in thought. It wasn't until Haruto arrived that Shoko broke away from her thoughts and attempted to make him believe that she was engrossed in the plush bear beside her. Upon entering the containment room, Haruto did not expose Shoko's considerate act. Instead, he walked up to her and gently ruffled her hair. Her soft, flaxen short hair had an unexpectedly pleasant texture. Shoko silently enjoyed the affectionate head pat, her expression somewhat nervous yet content. Afterward, Haruto pulled over a chair and sat across from Shoko. Following his lead, adjusted her sitting posture at the bedside. Haruto began communicating with Shoko using sign language. Haruto, Shoko, It seems you realize that you've been affected by something, and your body has changed, right? Nishimiya Shoko, yes, I originally couldn't speak fluently, but now I can. And I can clearly hear myself speaking. Haruto, was it congenital? Nishimiya Shoko, yes, I've had hearing impairment since birth. But don't worry, I've already gotten used to it. Haruto, Shoko, you're too considerate of others. You don't always have to think about them before yourself. Nishimiya Shoko fell silent. Haruto, just like with those boys before. You didn't do anything wrong, yet you silently endured their bullying. You don't have to put up with that. Nishimiya Shoko, I'm sorry. Haruto, why are you apologizing? You're a wonderful person. Your hearing impairment isn't your fault. The fact that you've accepted it and still treat others with kindness is truly amazing. Shoko kept wiping away her tears, not wanting her vision to blur and miss Haruto's hand signs. For the first time in her life, someone had told her she was amazing. Even though she didn't want to cry, her tears still flowed uncontrollably. Haruto gently pulled her into his embrace, offering his shoulder for her to cry on. After a long while, Shoko finally calmed down, her face flushed as she patted Haruto's shoulder. Haruto released her and saw that Shoko's gaze was slightly evasive, yet brighter than ever before. Seeing this, Haruto smiled. Haruto, I'm going to perform surgery on you to remove the special influence affecting you. There's also a chance your hearing will be restored, but the process might be a bit frightening. Do you trust me? Shoko nodded without hesitation. However, she did not display overwhelming excitement at the possibility of regaining her hearing. She had heard similar promises from her mother many times before. At first, Shoko had been filled with hope. But after repeated failures, she noticed that her mother was even more heartbroken than she was. So, even when she held expectations, she would suppress them and act as if she didn't care. That way, at least her mother wouldn't have to worry about her emotions. Now was no different. Haruto, on the other hand, flipped his hand and pulled out a sharp scalpel. Then, using sign language, he reassured her, if you're scared, you can close your eyes. Shoko shook her head. Though her lips turned slightly pale, she firmly signed back, I'm not afraid. Chapter 189, Shoko healed and a crying Yaeko under Shoko's gaze, the sharp scalpel plunged directly into her ear socket. The sight alone was enough to make anyone scream, but Shoko forced herself to sit still, not even trembling. Strangely, although the sharp scalpel entered her body, it did not cut through her flesh, there was no blood at all. Shoko looked into Haruto's eyes. The once endlessly gentle irises now shimmered with radiant colors, as brilliant as a rainbow. With a barely audible sound, Haruto withdrew the scalpel and casually tossed it into the Kamyu dimension. Under the power of the root mystic eyes of death perception, cutting death lines and cutting flesh were two completely different things. Ordinarily, Haruto wouldn't even need a scalpel. A simple swipe of his fingernail would be enough to sever the death lines. But since this was Shoko, Haruto wanted to ensure absolute precision, so he used a tool. And judging by the results, it was a complete success. Shoko didn't notice any strange changes in her body. Instead, she kept staring at Haruto's eyes. As the mesmerizing rainbow colors faded, Shoko felt a trace of disappointment. Only when she noticed Haruto smiling playfully at her did she snap back to reality. Her face instantly turned bright red as she hastily averted her gaze. Seeing Shoko's adorable reaction, Haruto's mood lifted even further. From the Kamyu dimension, Haruto retrieved a capsule and handed it to Shoko. Haruto, this is the complimentary medicine. Once you take it, your hearing will be restored. Seeing Haruto's signed message, Shoko's eyes widened in shock. Never before had anyone given her such a certain promise. With slightly trembling hands, she took the capsule. Shoko looked at the capsule in her palm, then back at Haruto. Nishimiya Shoko, this must be something really valuable, right? Giving it to me. Wouldn't that be a waste? I don't deserve it. Hearing this, Haruto's expression darkened. Seeing Haruto frown, Shoko immediately panicked, not knowing what to do. Haruto, of course you deserve it. You are the most wonderful Shoko in the world. Shoko froze. A moment later, though she had cried herself dry before, tears once again flooded her eyes. Sobbing, Shoko placed the capsule in her mouth and swallowed it. In just a few moments, Shoko's world was filled with clear sounds. She momentarily forgot to cry as she listened in wonder to the noises around her. Her own breathing, her sobs, her sniffle sounds that had once been faint and distant, or completely absent, now reached her ears with astonishing clarity. How is it? You can hear now, right? Haruto asked with a smile. Shoko heard Haruto's voice for the first time. She could clearly understand the meaning of spoken words. Even with a hearing aid, she had never experienced such clarity before. And now, there was nothing in her ears. The next moment, Shoko burst into tears and threw herself into Haruto's arms. Thank you. Thank you. Between sobs, Shoko did her best to express her gratitude, though her words were still a bit clumsy. It was clear that she would need time to adjust before she could speak fluently. After all, simply gaining hearing didn't mean she could immediately perfect her speech. That would take time and practice. But one thing was certain, before long, Shoko would return to normal. She would be able to speak properly and communicate freely with others. The scars on her body had been healed. And the wounds in her heart, far deeper than any physical ailment, were slowly being erased in the warmth of Haruto's embrace. Hearing Shoko's heartfelt gratitude, Haruto thought to himself, for something as trivial as a universal cure-all, SCP-500, this was more than worth it. Later, Haruto took Shoko back home. The moment Nishimiya Yako, her mother, saw her daughter being brought back by a stranger, she panicked. Yako rushed forward, pulling Shoko into her arms, anxiously checking her from head to toe for any injuries. At the same time, she shot Haruto a wary, defensive glare. Like a mother cat protecting her kitten, she bristled in full alert. "Mama, no need. Big brother is a good person." Shoko did her best to speak clearly. And compared to before, her pronunciation was drastically improved. Now that she could hear, she could calibrate her speech. Though still not completely fluent, it was leagues beyond what it had been. Hearing her daughter's voice, Yako's eyes widened in shock. "Shoko, your speech has improved." Just as she was about to continue speaking, Mrs. Yako quickly stopped and began using sign language. However, Shoko reached out and pressed down on her mother's hands. "Mom, I can hear." These words instantly made Mrs. Yako feel as if she had found a priceless treasure. She was so overwhelmed with joy that she became incoherent. After a long moment of excitement and confirmation, Mrs. Yako was finally certain her daughter could truly hear. Overcome with emotion, she hugged Shoko tightly, tears streaming down her face. Feeling her mother's happiness, Shoko felt even more joyful than when she had first regained her hearing. More than her own hearing, she wanted her mother to be happy. It was only after a long while that Mrs. Yako finally managed to collect herself from the overwhelming joy. At this moment, she noticed the young man standing nearby. "I'm so sorry, I truly apologize. I was too worried about my daughter and acted rudely," Mrs. Yako repeatedly apologized. Haruto quickly waved his hand, signaling that it was fine. He fully understood Mrs. Yako's emotions. To her, Shoko was her entire world. In the original story, although this mother appeared cold, strict, and seemingly indifferent to Shoko's feelings, her love for her daughter was boundless. When Shoko was 3 years old, she suffered hearing loss due to an eardrum infection. Since she was still in the early stages of speech development, her father's family couldn't accept that she was different from other children. Shoko's father, along with her grandparents, blamed Mrs. Yako, accusing her of concealing an illness before marriage, which supposedly led to their child's hearing impairment. Not only did they hurl cruel words at her, but they even claimed that Shoko's condition was a punishment for sins committed in a past life, saying that was why she was born unable to hear. Mrs. Yako had endured their earlier insults, but these words finally broke her, leaving her in tears. She couldn't understand how people related to Shoko by blood could say such heartless things. After that, she resolutely divorced Shoko's father and told his family never to deny the existence of her precious daughter. From then on, she single-handedly raised Shoko through hardships. It was only after the divorce that she discovered she was pregnant again and later gave birth to Shoko's younger sister, Yuzuru Nishimiya. A mother like her, willing to do anything for her daughter, Haruto completely understood her. So, being glared at by her a few times was nothing. Then, Haruto explained, Shoko's school organized a summer camp. During one of the activities, there was a landslide. Shoko was caught in it. Although she suffered only minor physical injuries, a small rock lodged into her ear canal. Given that she already had hearing impairments, the situation was critical, and we couldn't reach you in time. With no choice but to act quickly, we performed an unauthorized emergency procedure to save her. Although the surgery was successful, not only removing the rock but also fully restoring her hearing, the procedure was technically illegal as it was done without guardian consent. So I brought Shoko here to apologize in person. Hearing this, Mrs. Yako's body trembled slightly. Her daughter had been through a life-threatening crisis. The next moment, Mrs. Yako attempted to kneel before Haruto. However, he was quick to react and immediately supported her. "Thank you for saving Shoko. I don't know how to thank you. This is all the money I have." As she spoke, she took out a bank card from her bag. But Haruto pushed it back. "Mrs. Yako, the procedure was unauthorized, done solely to save a life. We can't accept any money for it. Honestly, the fact that you're not suing us is already a huge relief for our hospital." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Yako shook her head vigorously. How could I ever sue Shoko's savior? After some back and forth, Haruto firmly declined Mrs. Yako's modest savings. Privately, Haruto winked at Shoko. Shoko understood and nodded slightly. Of course, the landslide and illegal surgery were completely made up. Shoko's memories had not been erased, she still retained knowledge of the SCP Foundation facility. The reason was simple, Shoko insisted on repaying the favor no matter what. Unable to refuse her, Haruto eventually had her sign a contract, telling her that if she truly wanted to repay the favor, she should study hard, enter Starry Sea Academy, and later join the Foundation. Shoko readily agreed. Thus, they came up with the landslide story to deceive Mrs. Yako. As for the hot spring inn, it had indeed been sealed off to deal with the aftermath of the broken tongue entity, and the official report also cited a landslide. Are you really sure you don't need any other form of gratitude? Before leaving, Mrs. Yako asked somewhat uneasily. Haruto waved his hand. No need, no need. That said, the hospital is actually short on nurses. If you really feel the need to repay the favor, you could apply for a job here. Working at the hospital could count as a way of showing gratitude, haha. Chapter 190, Ai Hoshino's performance at 6 p.m. today. Idol Ai Hoshino will be holding her debut anniversary performance at the Tokyo Dome. Since her debut, the legendary idol Ai Hoshino has participated in countless prestigious events and photoshoots. Having won numerous awards, she has reached heights within a year that many idols struggle to achieve throughout their careers. And behind her stands multiple TV stations were broadcasting news about today's Tokyo Dome performance. As usual, the promotional materials for the performer were filled with grand praise. And rightfully so, since her debut, Ai Hoshino had excelled in the idol industry, acting, and various other fields. Listing all her awards and achievements was nearly endless. It was hard to imagine that all of this had been accomplished within just 1 year. One could only say that Ai Hoshino's talent was truly extraordinary. Just standing there, she could capture the attention of everyone around her. At the same time, Ai Hoshino worked incredibly hard. To maintain her image, she diligently learned new skills and explored her talents. She had barely taken any breaks throughout the entire year. She spent all her time either performing on stage or studying behind the scenes. Watching the news quietly, Haruto had a thoughtful expression. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. As Haruto turned his head, he was immediately tackled onto the couch. Haruto! Ai Hoshino called out joyfully. Haruto looked at her with a hint of helplessness. Shouldn't you be backstage preparing right now? Ai Hoshino stuck out her tongue. It's fine. I don't need to prepare at all. Just by standing on stage, I am already the perfect idol. That was what she said, but it seemed that others didn't share the same opinion. Ai Hoshino. Please don't run off randomly. Your makeup isn't finished yet. Ai Hoshino, that performance gown must not be sat on. It will affect the stage appearance. What are you doing here? President. Her makeup artist, stylist, and manager, Miyako, had all come rushing in. When they saw Ai Hoshino casually throwing herself onto someone, they looked utterly shocked, like they had seen a ghost. Hey. Ai Hoshino attempted to brush it off with cuteness. But before she could escape, Haruto effortlessly picked her up like a cat and carried her back toward the staff. Come on, back to the dressing room. Haruto sighed in mild exasperation. This was the backstage area of the Tokyo Dome. Ordinarily, access was restricted, only Ai Hoshino and the staff were allowed in. But, of course, Haruto was an exception. Outside the Tokyo Dome, tens of thousands of people were lining up, waiting for their tickets to be checked. Haruto didn't like the chaos of waiting, so he had simply taken a backdoor route to get inside. Then Ai Hoshino had called him, urging him to come quickly and not miss her anniversary performance. When he told her that he was already backstage, the scene just now had unfolded. My apologies for the trouble. Haruto added politely. Miyako quickly shook her head. Not at all, it's just that I is being too reckless. You haven't done anything wrong, President. The makeup artist and stylist also nodded in agreement. They were E-rank personnel from the Foundation, temporary workers, essentially. They had some idea of just how powerful and influential the young man before them was. After handing Ai Hoshino back to the staff, Haruto asked curiously, by the way, how are those kids doing? Miyako's expression became somewhat complicated, as if she didn't know how to explain. Ai Hoshino, however, responded brightly, they're really easy to get along with. Especially Akiji, she never refuses any of my requests. She's actually really nice. Haruto rubbed his forehead. Poor little Bachi. She had only just escaped from his grasp, only to now be at the mercy of Ai Hoshino. At that moment, Miyako added, those four are indeed good kids, but they don't have much experience with big stages. We've taken them to a few public performances over the past month. But they've never been able to recreate the same stage presence as before. During private rehearsals, their performances are excellent. However, if anything unexpected happens during the show, we have pre-recorded audio tracks ready as a backup. Since this is I's main stage, even if those girls struggle, it won't lead to a stage disaster. Miyako had prepared a safety net well in advance. For a large-scale event like this, a milestone performance, there was no room for stage accidents. Haruto understood the situation immediately. "Take me to see those four." Miyako nodded and led Haruto to their dressing room. Before leaving, Haruto playfully poked Ai Hoshino's cheek. "Do your best. I'll be in the audience, looking forward to your performance." Ai Hoshino immediately nodded, her entire demeanor lighting up with excitement and determination. Meanwhile, Haruto pushed open the band's dressing room door. As soon as he did, an oppressive atmosphere poured out like a heavy fog. It was almost suffocating. Haruto cleared his throat awkwardly. Had he rushed things too much? Seeing him enter, Yakuyo Kito was the first to react, rushing at him. "You! What the heck have you done?" Haruto raised a hand, placing it against Kita's forehead to keep her at bay. "Ahem. Why do you all seem so down?" Hearing that obvious question, Kita practically screamed, "It's the Tokyo Dome. 55,000 spectators. The ultimate performance venue. How are we supposed to stay calm? Why didn't you tell us from the start?" Haruto averted his gaze. "If I had told you from the beginning, you probably would have refused the offer. Kita. You knew, and you still did it?" At that moment, Nodoka Ikiji gently pulled Kita back. There was no turning back now, the kind-hearted band leader knew that. And besides, this boy had meant well. "Anyway, please check on Bocchi. She's really out of it. Maybe you can do something," Nodoka pleaded. Haruto nodded and approached Hitori Goto. At this point, Bocchi was completely pale. Her mouth was slightly open as if her soul were escaping. She looked as if she had been mentally absent for a long time. Above her head, words like 55,000 spectators, Tokyo Dome performance, and if I mess up, I'll actually die of embarrassment seemed to float. Clearly, little Bocchi had fallen into extreme social anxiety and was simulating the worst-case scenario in her head. Haruto straightened her up in her chair and flicked her forehead with his fingers. "Hitori Goto." Bocchi snapped back to reality, looking around in confusion. Seeing this, the other three girls were visibly stunned. They had tried everything earlier but couldn't get Bocchi to wake up. Yet, with a single flick, Haruto had brought her back. When Bocchi finally regained awareness, she noticed how close Haruto was and immediately panicked. "Ah, why you, this, I'm sorry." Not sure what was happening, Bocchi instinctively apologized. Haruto, however, paid no mind and simply asked, "Bocchi, have you gotten used to performing on stage?" Bocchi thought back to their past month of performances. Her face quickly drained of color again, and she started to fade away. Fortunately, Haruto was quick and flicked her forehead once more. With some mental reinforcement, Bocchi barely managed to pull herself together, though she still looked miserable. "Well, I guess I've improved a little. I can open one eye in front of the audience now. But, that stage wasn't big. This is the Tokyo Dome. 55,000 people. Ah. Just imagining the scene of 55,000 spectators made Bocchi want to shrink into a cardboard box. But with so many people watching, if the performance is a success, Bocchi might become everyone's darling, right? Being loved by everyone, having lots of fans, receiving admiration and attention, even getting interviewed." Haruto's words at this moment were like the whispers of a devil. Every word he spoke was exactly what Bocchi had always wished for. Hearing this, Hitori became lightheaded, lost in the moment, never even questioning how Haruto knew her desires. Seeing this unfold, the people around them felt a chill run down their spines. Demon. He's a demon. Chapter 191, Tokyo Dome Performance. Illusion. Bocchi didn't stay in her daze for long before reality pulled her back. The vision was wonderful, but completely unattainable. She simply didn't have the courage to face such a massive audience. At that moment, however, Haruto suddenly handed little Loneliness a pair of glasses. Hitori held the glasses, feeling puzzled. "Excuse me, what is this?" Haruto didn't answer, only gesturing for her to try them on. Still confused, Hitori put the glasses on. In the next instant, the world before her eyes changed drastically. Everything in the room seemed to be overlaid with an anime-like filter, making it appear just like a manga. More importantly, when she looked at the others, they had transformed into various anthropomorphic figures such as a child's guitar, a pumpkin, and a little train. Hitori's eyes widened in astonishment. This is amazing!" she exclaimed excitedly. If this was how the world looked, even facing an unfamiliar audience wouldn't seem so scary. The other three gathered around, curiously examining the glasses. "What is this?" Ijetchi Nodoka asked, intrigued. a type of smart glasses connected to a cloud platform. The eye automatically processes the visuals before displaying them to the user, Haruto explained. The current filter is a children's filter, typically used for kids under 6 years old. Cough anyway, it should help Buchi somewhat with her social anxiety. Hearing this, the other three widened their eyes in shock. Something like this actually exists? Are there more? Kita asked hesitantly. Even Ijichi Nijuka looked over it with anticipation. Even Ryo, who was usually indifferent, turned her gaze toward him. Haruto was momentarily speechless. But he quickly understood. Though the three weren't socially anxious like Buchi, they still lacked experience performing on large stages. Facing 55,000 people in the Tokyo Dome was daunting. So, he took out 3 more pairs of glasses and handed them over, also teaching them how to adjust the filters. In truth, these glasses were a product of the Foundation. They were originally designed as countermeasures for dealing with Shy Guy, SCP-096. The initial concept was that the eye would scan images in real time, detect the face of Shy Guy, and blur it before the user could see it. However, after testing, the device was proven ineffective. Even though the glasses successfully censored Shy Guy's face in real time, he still entered a rampage and tore apart the test subject. Later, the Foundation theorized that although the eye processing delay was only 0.03 seconds imperceptible to the human eye, it was enough for Shy Guy to sense that someone had seen his face. But that was beside the point. After handing over the 4 failed experimental products, Haruto gave them some words of encouragement before leaving the backstage area. "President, you've really helped a lot," Miyako said sincerely. If the 4 girls could overcome their stage fright, the performance would undoubtedly be amazing. "Well, I was the one who caused this trouble in the first place," Haruto said with a smile, waving his hand casually before saying goodbye to Saito Kyoko and heading to the audience seats. Thanks to some arrangements, he had secured the best seat front row, center. By the time he quietly slipped into the audience area, the massive Tokyo Dome was nearly full. Looking around, all he could see were excited fans. These were all Hoshino Ai's supporters. Many idols and stars had performed at the Tokyo Dome, but few could completely sell out the venue. After all, while any artist performing at the Tokyo Dome must have a massive fan base, only a fraction of them could afford the expensive tickets and travel costs to attend in person. That was where true fan loyalty was tested. But for Hoshino Ai, not only were all 55,000 tickets sold out, but even getting one had been nearly impossible. Such a phenomenon was rarely seen in Japan. As he took his seat, Haruto felt a bit emotional. The frail and pitiful girl he had once seen at the Metropolitan Police Department had, in just 1 year, become an idol worshipped by countless fans. Perhaps, just as she once said, so long as she stood on stage, she was the perfect idol. As night fell, the venue gradually darkened. Yet the audience remained silent, filled with anticipation rather than noise. Then, suddenly a spotlight illuminated the stage. A deafening wave of cheers instantly erupted throughout the Tokyo Dome. As the curtain slowly rose, Hoshino Ai, dressed in the most dazzling gown in the world, stepped into the light, one graceful step at a time. Hoshino Ai. Hoshino Ai. Hoshino Ai. Chants of her name swept through the arena like a tidal wave. The music began. No matter whose gaze, it will be drawn to you. You are the perfect and ultimate idol. No matter who, they will worship you as their faith. You are the greatest and invincible idol. To warm up the audience, she naturally started with her most popular song Idol, which was also the theme song of all her devoted fans. Truthfully, there was no need for a warm-up. The moment Hoshino Ai appeared, the atmosphere had already reached its peak. No matter where one looked, all eyes were drawn to her. As she finished her solo performance, the cheers threatened to lift the Tokyo Dome's roof off. Welcome, everyone, to Ai's anniversary concert. Thank you all for your love and support. Hoshino Ai's gaze swept over the tens of thousands of spectators before finally landing on Haruto, seated in the very front row. At that moment, the smile on her face was so real. Although she usually wore a fake smile, believing that lies were the essence of an idol, at least at this moment, Hoshino Ai was genuine. For the opening performance, I'll be singing a new song. I love this one because someone special gave it to me. That unscripted line nearly caused the venue to explode. Haruto's mouth twitched slightly. As expected of Hoshino Ai, she really dared to do anything. However, before the audience could get too carried away, the music started. As the melody played, 4 girls rose from the stage behind Hoshino Ai. The harmony of their instruments instantly captivated the crowd. Illusion. My heart, my breath, all within my song. Come on, let me hear your voices. Dancing as the wind lifts me, forgetting the time. Tonight, together a frenzied bloom. With the rhythm, Hoshino Ai danced elegantly in the center of the stage, like a radiant butterfly. This song, which once went viral in Haruto's world and swept an entire era, now took the audience by storm. Its mesmerizing performance and stunning choreography captured the hearts of thousands in an instant. Even the rumors and gossip about I were momentarily forgotten. As the final note faded and I struck her finishing pose, an eerie silence fell over the Tokyo Dome. On stage, I locked eyes with Haruto in the audience. Her gaze seemed to ask, "Am I dazzling?" As if in response, Haruto raised his hands and gently clapped. The sound of his applause brought the audience back to their senses. And in the very next second an explosion of cheers and thunderous applause erupted, shaking the entire Tokyo Dome. Countless audience members waved their glowing support sticks so much that they nearly smoked. Typically, idol concerts, especially milestone performances at a venue like the Tokyo Dome, follow a conventional structure. To avoid any mishaps or unexpected situations, they aim for a smooth, controlled execution. At this moment, the only person daring enough to perform a brand new song on this stage was Hoshino Ai. And when it comes to debuting a new song with a dazzling stage effect, nothing could surpass Gakuraku Jodo. As a result, even though it was only the opening performance, many fans had already shouted their voices hoarse. Haruto turned his gaze toward the four girls in the background.